Hello friends, welcome. From this tutorial, we are going to start CSS 3. This is the first tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial, I am going to give you the introduction of CSS. The full name of CSS is Cascading Style Sheet, and we use Cascading Style Sheet with HTML. Without HTML, it is not so useful. First, you need to create HTML structure, then you need to use CSS to style the structures. Now you might have questioned why we learn CSS. The basic use of CSS is styling the HTML tags. Suppose you take any paragraph tag, otherwise you create a table, otherwise any div tag, and now you want to fill color to these tags, otherwise giving padding, margin, border, etc. we can do with CSS. We can do all type of styling in our HTML tag with CSS. We just create structure using HTML, and we handle the styling part using CSS. And next we use CSS for responsive website. Responsive website introduced in CSS 3. Now you might have questioned what is responsive website. Suppose you create a website layout for desktop resolution, and then you want to open this same website in your tablet and mobile. In that case, CSS is going to play the key role. It's going to change your layout design according to device resolution. And the third most important use of CSS is animation on web page. Using CSS 3, we can animate any HTML structure. And the fourth important usage of CSS is 2D and 3D transformation of HTML elements. You can rotate the element, you can change the perspective. Also, you can play with z-index, etc. And the fourth important point is, it's make our web development process very fast. Now you might have questioned how it made our website very fast. Let me show you. So here you can see, we have a CSS file at the center, and around the CSS file, we have total 6 HTML documents, as like home page, outer page, contact page, gallery, etc. So now we can style all the HTML document, otherwise all the HTML files from the single CSS file. If you notice any website, their header, their footer, their sidebar, everything is remain exactly same. Just we change the content inside the page. Suppose you want to change background color of your website. You want to use red background color in your web pages. For that, just you need to change one time in your CSS file. Once you change the background color in CSS file, it's going to reflect on every HTML document. But if you want to do it without CSS, for that, you need to use bg color in your HTML tags. And you need to do the same thing in your HTML file for 6 times. One by one, you need to open all the HTML document and you need to change the background color. And it is very lengthy and irritating process. Now, let's talk about what kind of software we need to learn CSS. Basically, we need total 2 software, a CSS editor and a browser. For that, you can use any HTML editor like Notepad++, Visual Studio Code, Atom, etc. Basically, for this tutorial, I am going to use VS Code editor. But it is up to you what editor you are going to choose. So this is it for this tutorial. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with another tutorial related CSS 3. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn how we can implement CSS in our HTML document. Basically, we have total 3 ways to implement CSS with HTML. The first and easiest way is inline style. Using inline style, you can directly use CSS in your HTML tags. Just you need to assign style attribute in your HTML tag. And the second method is impage style tag. Inside your HTML document, you can use style tag to implement the CSS. And at the third way, you can create external style sheet for your CSS code. This is the most popular and effective method. Here we need to create a separate CSS file, and we link this file with HTML tags. Now, let's try to understand what is inline style method. How we can use inline styling method. As you can see in this example, we have heading 1 tag and inside this heading 1 tag, we have a text, welcome. And now I want to change the font color of this text. For that, we are going to use inline styling method. First, we need to use style attribute inside this heading 1 tag. Then we need to assign a CSS property, in our case, color. And then we need to provide the value, and the value is green. And if you notice, as you can see, we separate property and value using colon sign. And we end our line with semicolon. At the same way, if you want to add another property, yes, you can. Something like that. Suppose you want to increase the font size. For that, you need to use this property, font size, colon, and you need to provide the value, which is 15 pixel. So this is the inline styling method. We use CSS code directly in our HTML tag. Now you might think this is the good process, but it is not. It's worked when you have little amount of HTML tag, because when you have lots of HTML tag, then it's not possible to style all the tag one by one. Yes, you can, but it is not a good habit. Because whenever you need to change any property or a value, then it's very difficult to find out the property. Also, it creates our page very lengthy and heavier. And to resolve this problem, you can use impage style tag. As you can see in this example, this is the basic structure of HTML. If you like to go in impage style tag, then you need to use style tag inside the head tag. Now we can use all the CSS property inside the style tag. And one important thing you need to remember, you can use style tag only inside the head tag, not anywhere else. Then inside this style tag, we need to take a selector, something like that. Suppose you want to select this heading tag and you want to change the font color. In that case, you need to target this heading tag using its tag name, h1. Then inside the curly braces, you can use property and value. Now it's going to apply green color to all the heading 1 tag. If you have multiple heading 1 tag, it's going to select all of it. For now, in our body tag, we have only one heading 1 tag. But this method also comes with a disadvantage. Suppose you have 10 HTML file, then you need to do the same thing in your every HTML file. So this is not the best way to implement CSS. Now, let's talk about the most popular method, which is external style sheet. In this method, we need to create a separate CSS file. Then after create this CSS file, we need to define property and value using the help of selector. Suppose here we create a CSS file, style.css. To create this CSS file, we need to use this extension, .css. And then we need to link this CSS file with our HTML document. Inside the head tag, here we need to use link tag. Link tag is specially used for this purpose. It is used to link CSS document. Inside the link tag, we need to use some attribute. Our first attribute is rel. Rel stands for relation style sheet. Then we need to declare the type of this file, which is text CSS. It means the file format is text and style is CSS. And this is the most important attribute, which is href. In this attribute, we need to provide the file path. href stands for hyperlink reference. And here we need to provide the exact file name, otherwise file path. So this is the best method to use CSS. Using this method, we can connect one CSS file with multiple HTML documents. So this is it for this tutorial. In our upcoming tutorial, we are going to learn about it practically. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with another tutorial related CSS3. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn about CSS color property and background color. We use color property to change text color, and to change the background color of any element, we use background color. It could be any HTML tag. It would be a paragraph, div tag, table, etc. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. As you can see, side by side, I opened my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. As you can see in our body tag, we have a heading tag. And in this heading tag, here we type hello world. If you notice, you can see in my browser, by default, the color is black. Now I want to change the font color. For that, here I'm going to use inline CSS method. So here I'm going to type style attribute. Then I want to use the CSS property named color, and I want to assign red color, red. If I save this file and reload my browser, you can see the result. Now you can see it changed the font color of this text. Here you can take any color name. Suppose you want green color, just you need to type color name. And then you need to save this file. And you can see the result in my browser. And remember, here we can use different formatted color value. We can use hexa value, RGB value, RGBA value, etc. If you search for web safe color, let me show you, and open any page, here you can see the hexa value of this color. With that, also it provides RGB value. This is called hexa value and this is called RGBA value. If I copy this value and replace green with this hexa number and then save this file and back to my document, now you can see the result. It turned our font color into light green color and it's barely visible. So let's change the color. This time I'm going to use this pink shade color. So I'm going to copy this hexa value and I'm going to replace this hexa value with it. After replace the value and save the file and back to the document, now you can see the color. Remember, hexa value come with always 6-digit code, but it start with hashtag sign. As I told you, CSS support multiple color format. It support hexadecimal colors, hexadecimal colors with transparency, RGB colors, RGBA colors, HSL colors, HSLA colors. We are going to learn about it all in our upcoming tutorials. But for this tutorial, I'm going to use hexa value, otherwise color name. Next, I'm going to create a paragraph, P. And inside this paragraph, I'm going to add some dummy text. So I'm going to type lorem 20. Basically, it's going to add 20 words of paragraph with dummy text. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the paragraph in my browser. But I'm going to duplicate this paragraph. So I'm going to select this paragraph and I duplicate it. At first, I'm going to save this file and then I'm going to change the paragraph font color. So this is our first paragraph. So to change the paragraph font color, here I'm going to use inline CSS method. So I'm going to type style attribute and I want to apply color, and I want green color. After save this file, you can see the result. And also I want to add a background color to this paragraph. For that, after semicolon, here I need to type background color and I want background color yellow. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, it add a background color to our first paragraph. And I'm going to do the same thing to our second paragraph. So I copy the attribute with value and property. And also I'm going to paste it in our second paragraph. And this time I'm going to use another color. This time for background, I'm going to use red color. And for font color, I want to use white color. After save this file, you can see the result. Using background color property, we can change any element background color. And using color property, we can change only the font color. And you need to remember that. And now you decide you want to highlight this constructor word from the first paragraph. For that, you need to use span tag. You need to move this word inside the span tag. Let me show you how. So here you need to use a span tag. Span. And inside the span tag, you need to move this word, otherwise the sentence. And then you need to save the file. And to highlight this word, you decide you are going to change the background color of this word. For that, again you need to take style attribute, style, and again you need to use background color property. Background color, and this time you want green background color. green. If I save this file, you can see the result. But there is a problem. Your font color and your background color is same. That's why now your font is not visible. For that, you decide you are going to change the font color now. You are going to change the font color of this portion, constructor. So here you can use the color property. Color, and you decide you are going to use white color. White. After save this file, now you can see the result. So this is how you can use color properties and background color properties. Basically in this tutorial we use inline CSS method. In the next tutorial we are going to learn about basic selectors. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS 3. And in this tutorial we are going to learn CSS basic selectors. When we work with impage method, otherwise external CSS file, then basic selectors are very useful. And it is not useful for inline styling methods. So let's see how many type of basic selectors we have. We have total 3 type of basic selector. We can select element by tag name, by class name, and by ID name. Now let's see how we can select element by tag name. This is the example of tag name selector. We can select the element using a stable tag name. Suppose I want to select all the heading tags in our web page. For that, just we need to type h1, then we need to use curly braces. It's going to select all the heading tag in your web page. Similarly, if you want to select the table tag, otherwise div tag, just you need to put the name and then you need to use curly braces. Then inside the curly braces, you can pass your property and value. Suppose you want to assign red font color to your heading 1 tag. With that, you want to set the font size 15 pixel. Then we need to pass this property and value inside the curly braces. This method is called tag name selector because here we use the HTML tags to target the selector. But there is a little problem with this selector. If you have multiple table tag, otherwise multiple div tag in your web page, in that case, it's going to apply all the properties to all of this div tag. Now, let's talk about our next basic selector, which is class selector. As I told you, suppose we have multiple h1 tag, but you don't want to apply this property all of it. In that case, you can use class name selector. For that, class name selector is very effective. So how we can use it? Let me show you. So as you can see, here we select a class name header. To select the class, you need to use dot sign. After dot sign, you need to pass the class name. In our case, header. Then inside the curly braces, you can use your CSS properties. And to assign this class in your HTML tag, you need to use class attribute. Suppose here you use a div tag. Then inside the div tag, you need to use class attribute. Equal to, inside the double quotes, you need to pass the class name. You can choose your own class name, anything. Now, whatever CSS you use is going to apply on only this div element. Because this div element assigned with header class. Now, let's talk about class selector name specification. We have some limitation to use classes. Let me show you. This is the first method that you can use class. And this is the another example that you can use class. Here you can see after dot we use total 2 words, list hyphen menu. Yes, you can use hyphen sign. Also you can use underscore sign. With that also you can use camel case. But one most important thing you need to remember, you cannot assign otherwise provide any space between 2 words. If you use space between these 2 words, then in that case it's not going to work. So you need to remember this important thing. Now let's talk about another selector, which is ID selector. It is pretty similar with class selector. Just we need to use hashtag sign before the ID name. In our case, hashtag main. Using hashtag, our CSS is going to identify it's an ID. And this is the example that how we can use ID selector. As you can see, we have an unordered list. And in this unordered list, we assign an ID. ID equal to main. To assign this ID, we need to use ID attribute. So now you might have question, what is the difference between ID and class selector? ID should be unique. You can use ID selector one time in one web page. You cannot use same ID multiple times. But you can use same class selector multiple times. If you want to use thousands of times, yes, you can. Now the question is, why is that? Because some elements are created for only one time. In a web page, we do not create a header section multiple times. We create it only for one time. That's why we use ID for that. Basically, ID assigns this element a unique identity. So that's the basic difference between them. Now, let's talk about some descendant selectors. It is pretty advanced and next level selector. Suppose you have hundreds of anchor tags in your website. It could be anywhere. In your header section, content section, sidebar section, footer section, navbar section, etc. But you want to target those anchor tags which is inside the header section, otherwise header element. In that case, we need to use this kind of advanced selector. This is the parent selector, header, and as you can see, it's an ID. Then, I want to target all of this anchor tag which is inside this header section. So I provide a space and target the anchor element. At the same way, if you want to target all of this paragraph which is inside the list item, for that, you can use this one. As you can see, this is a class, .list space, I want to target all the paragraph which is inside the list element. And in our last selector, we target this particular UL tag which have menu ID. Then I provide a space and target all the li tag which is inside this particular UL tag. I know it sounds confusing. Don't worry about it. This is just beginning. I already created particular chapters for these advanced selectors. Now just forget about it. You don't need to remember anything. Even I do not try to remember all of these things. When we work with it, then we search for it. This is just basic introduction video of CSS selector. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with another tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial we are going to learn about CSS border property. Why we need to use border property? CSS border have some properties. Our first property name is border width, and our second property name is border style, and our third property name is border color. Using CSS border width property, we can control the border width. We can make it 2 pixel, 1 pixel, otherwise 100 pixel also. And using border style property, we can change the border style. It could be dotted, dashed. We have total 10 different border style. And we are going to learn about it in this tutorial. And using our third property, we can assign any color to our border. Let me show you an example of this border. As you can see, we have a div element, and in this div element, we have a paragraph. But outside the paragraph, we have a red border. This is the example of border. If you want to create this kind of border, then you need to set border width 2 pixel. With that, you need to type border style solid. This is a solid border. Solid border provide you the straight line. And our third property is border color. As you can see, our border is red color. So this is how we can use this property and create a border. Now, let's talk about border style. As I told you, we have total 10 different style of border. CSS provide total 10 border. First border is solid. Second border is dotted. Then come dashed. Then double. Next, group. Then we have raised border. Next, we have inset. Then outset, none and mix. So these are the border style that we are going to learn in this tutorial. Now let's talk about border shorthand. As you can see in this example, here we use total 3 different property of border, width, style and color. But I don't want to use 3 different lines. I want to do it all the things in a single line. For that, CSS border have shorthand, and this is the example of shorthand. Just you need to type border property and then you need to provide the values. First you need to provide the border width, then you need to provide the border style, and last you need to provide the border color. Now you don't need to type 3 different lines for this job. Now let's talk about a different topic. Suppose you want to assign a border only to right side. In that case, you need to use border right property. And if you want to use only bottom, otherwise only left, then you can use these properties. So these are all border related properties that I'm going to cover in this tutorial. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. As you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. As you can see in this page, here we create a h1 tag, heading tag, and also we have total 2 paragraphs. Now I decide I want to give a border to this heading tag. For that, I'm going to use impage styling method. So inside the head tag, I'm going to use style tag, style. And inside the style tag, first we need to select the heading 1 tag. In our previous tutorial, we already learned about some basic selector. We learned about tag selector. So here I'm going to use HTML tag selector, which is h1. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use border properties. First, I'm going to assign border width property. Border width, and I want to assign 2 pixel border. 2 pixel. Our next property is border style. Border style, and I want solid border. Solid. And our last property is border color. Border color, and I want to assign red border. Red. After save this file, you can see the result. Here you can see it add a red border to this heading 1 tag. We can use border property in any HTML tag. It could be table, paragraph, li tag, whatever. Now let's do some experiment with this value. Suppose I want to increase the border width. So I'm going to type 5 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. It increased the border width up to 5 pixel. Now it's very visible. And now I'm going to show you different border style. First, I'm going to show you dotted border style. So I'm going to remove solid and type dotted. After save this file, you can see the result. This is the example of dotted border style. Now our border made with dots. Now let's talk about another border style, which is dashed. So I'm going to remove dotted and type dashed. And save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. Now our border made with dash. Next border I'm going to apply, which is double. It's going to provide double borders. Double. And save this file. Let's zoom the page a little bit. I hope now it's clear for you. Now it provides double border style. Next border style that I'm going to apply, which is group. If I save this file, you can see the result. Let's zoom the file a little bit. So this is called group border style. If you notice, you can see it's look like a picture frame. Basically, it provides little 3D view. And next border that I'm going to apply, which is raised. Raised, and save this file, you can see the result. It's quite similar with grouped, just it opposite the light direction. Next border that I'm going to apply, which is inset. If I save this file, you can see the result. Basically, grouped, raised, inset, outset, both the border style provide 3D view. These effects are depend on the border color value. Now, let's talk about another border style, which is none. As you can see, there is no border. None value define no borders. Our next and last border style is mix. For mix, we do not type the name. Just we provide the values. Let me show you how. Here, first we need to provide the top value, then right value, then bottom, then left. So at top, I want dotted border. Dotted. At right, and then I provide space, and at right, I want dashed border. Dashed. And at bottom, I want solid border. Solid. And at left, I want double border. Double. If I save this file, you can see the different result. Now this border made with mixed border style. At top, we have dotted border. At right, we have dashed border. At left, we have double border. And at bottom, we have solid border. So this is how mixed border style works. Now, let's talk about shorthand method. How we can use shorthand method and type all the things in a one single line. So first, I'm going to comment out all the lines. Then, Here I'm going to type border property, border. As I told you, at first we need to assign the border width. So I'm going to assign 2 pixel border. Then we need to provide border style, which is solid. With that, we need to provide the border color. And after space, I'm going to use border color green. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. Now we don't need to type 3 lines to achieve this result. We can do it with a single line. Now you decide, I don't want border all the direction. I want to border at bottom position. For that, you need to use different border property. So I'm going to comment out this line. And here, I'm going to type border bottom. Border bottom. And I want 3 pixel border. With that, I want solid border. Solid. And our border color is red. That's it. If I save this file, now you can see, now it assigns border only at bottom position. Similarly, if you want to assign border at right position, yes, you can. Just you need to change in property. Now you need to type border dash right. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now it assigned border at right position. And one most important thing that I forgot to talk about, which is border radius. Suppose I comment out this line and I want this border. So I uncomment this line. Now, as you can see, we have solid border. But if you notice, edges are very sharp. I don't want sharp edge in my border. I want to make it smooth. For that, we have border radius property. So I'm going to type border radius. Here I'm going to pass 5 pixel. If I save this file, now you can see, now our border edges are curved. And you can control the curvedness of this border if you increase and otherwise decrease the value. Suppose this time I'm going to pass 50 pixel, border radius 50 pixel, and save this file. Now you can see the different shape of this border. So using border radius property, we can control the border edges. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk about outline. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial, we are going to learn about CSS outline. What is the usage of outline property? But before, we need to learn how many properties we have in outline. We have total 4 outline property: outline width, outline style, outline color, and outline offset. As like border, we have 10 different outline style. Let me show you an example. Here you can see a div element, and in this div element, we have a paragraph. And this is the border of this div element. If I set offset value, and if I assign offset outline to this div element, let me show you, then it's going to look something like that. Here you can see another border outside the red border, and we call it outline. Basically, we use outline to create 2 different borders. Now, if you notice, you can see we have a space between border and outline. And we can assign this space using outline offset property. And if I talk about outline styles, we have nearly similar styles that we have in border: solid, dotted, dash, double, grouped, raised, inset, outset, none. Now, let's talk about outline shorthand. Similar to CSS border property, CSS outline also have shorthand. We don't need to use these 3 lines to create outline. Just we need to type 1 line. But before, just we need to use this property, outline. After use outline property, we need to pass total 3 value. First, we need to pass outline width. Then we need to pass outline style and color. So this is how we can use shorthand. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use outline. As usual, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. So as you can see, inside this HTML page, we have a heading 1 tag. Also, we have 2 paragraph tag. Now, at first, I'm going to assign a border to our paragraph tags. For that, I'm going to use style tag inside the head tag. Style. And inside the style tag, first I'm going to select the paragraph using p tag. Then inside the curly braces, our first property name is border. border and I want 3 pixel border, 3 pixel. With that I want solid border, solid. Also I want to use red color. If I save this file, you can see the result in my browser. Now I'm going to create outline to this paragraph. For that, as I told you, first we need to use outline width property. Outline width, and I'm going to use 3 pixel. Our next property name is outline style. Outline style, I'm going to use solid. And our last property is outline color. Outline color, green. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, here you can see the result. Here it create a outline outside the border area. And if you want to change the outline style, yes, you can. If you want to use dotted outline, then you can see the result. So this is how you can use outline and border together. And if you want to provide gap between outline and border, in that case you need to use a property named outline offset. Let me show you. Some type outline offset, and I'm going to pass 3 pixel value, 3 pixel. After save this file, you can see the result. It provides little gap between outline and border. If I increase the value, so I'm going to pass 8 pixel and save this file. Now you can see the result. Now the gap between outline and border is 8 pixel. Now let me show you how can we use the shorthand to achieve the same result. For that, I'm going to remove all of this line. And this time we need to use only outline property. Outline. Our first value is outline width, which is 3 pixel. Our next value is outline style, and I'm going to use solid. And our outline color is green. If I save this file, you can see the result. So this is how we can use outline shorthand property. And remember, we can use outline property in any HTML tag. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk about padding. Welcome back, guys. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn about CSS padding. Why is padding is most important part in CSS? Now let's talk about how many properties we have in CSS padding. We have total 4 property related CSS padding. Padding top, padding right, padding bottom, padding left. But before, we need to understand how padding basically works. As you can see in this example, inside this div element we have a paragraph. But if you notice, you can see we have a space between this paragraph and the border. Basically, I talk about this gap, and we call this gap padding. According to this example, the gap between border and paragraph is called padding. We can control the padding each of the side. Suppose, if you want to add same padding in every direction, in that case you can use the same value. Also you can use shorthand for that. Padding 10 pixel. In that case you don't need to type 4 line for that. If I provide padding 10 pixel, then it's going to assign 10 pixel padding each of the side. But what if you use different padding in different side? For padding top you use 10 pixel. For right you use 20 pixel. For bottom you use 15 pixel. And for left you use 25 pixel. For that also you can use shorthand. Just you need to provide total 4 different value. First you need to provide the top value, then you need to provide the right value, then bottom, and then left value. So without wasting your time and to clear this topic, let's start the practical. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. And as you can see, inside our body tag, we have a heading 1 tag. At first, I'm going to create a div tag inside the body tag. So I'm going to type div, D. And inside this div tag, I'm going to assign a paragraph tag, P. And for paragraph, I'm going to type lorem, and I want to add total 20 word. And I'm going to save this file. And now, I want to assign a class to this div. To assign a class, we need to use class attribute. Class, and I'm going to assign, and our class name is test. And I'm going to save this file. And now I want to style this div element using its class name. For that, here I'm going to type dot test. Then inside the curly braces, first I'm going to assign border to this paragraph. Border. And I want to add 2 pixel border. And our border style is solid. With that, I want black color border. And I want to set this file. For now, you can see in this paragraph, we have a little gap in top side and bottom side. We called it margin, not padding. And we are going to learn about margin in the next tutorial. Now, right back to the topic. So for now, I'm going to remove this paragraph tag. I don't need this paragraph tag. And set this file again. Now you can see by default it do not provide any margin to this text. Now let's add some padding. Padding, and I want padding 10 pixel at every direction. If I set this file, you can see the result. Now from every direction, it add 10 pixel padding. If I increase it, so I'm going to make it 30 pixel and save it again. Now you can see the result. The distance between border and text is 30 pixel now at every direction. Remember, padding do not spread outside the border. It spread inside the border. If I set a background color to this div, let me show you. So I'm going to type background color red. With that, I want to use font color white. And if I save this file, now it's more clear for you which is the padding area. If I comment out this padding and save this file again, now you can see this is the exact area that our text occupied. But if I use padding and then save this file, now you can see now it adds extra space outside the text area. And now you decide you want to give different padding in different side. Suppose for top you want to give 50 pixel padding. And for right you want to give 30 pixel padding. Otherwise 10 pixel padding. And for bottom you want to give 100 pixel padding. And for left you want to assign 5 pixel padding. If I set this file, you can see the result. From the top side, it provides 50 pixel padding. And from the right side, it assigns 10 pixel padding. From the bottom side, it assigns 100 pixel padding. And from the left side, it assigns 5 pixel padding. So this is how paddings work. Now, let me show you another shorthand method that how you can use padding. For that, I'm going to comment out this line and save it again. Now, I want to assign padding. So first, I'm going to type padding, and from top and bottom, I want to assign 100 pixel padding. And from left and right, I want to assign 10 pixel padding. If I set this file, you can see the result. So this is the another shorthand method. Here, at the first value, we need to provide top and bottom value. And at the second value, we need to provide left and right value. So this is about padding property. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk about margin property. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS3. And in this tutorial, I'm going to talk about CSS margin. It is one of the most useful property in CSS. Now, let me show you how it's work. As you can see in this example, we have a div tag, and inside this div tag, we have a paragraph. In our previous tutorial, we'll learn about padding. We already know padding work from inside, but margin is opposite. It is work from outside. It adds space outside the border area. Now the question is, why we need to use margin? Suppose you want to add another div below this div element. In that case, you need to provide space between these two div. Let me show you how. So this is the example of another div. And between these two div, as you can see, we have a space. And we can assign this space using margin. This is one of the most useful property in CSS. If we do not use margin, then both the element overlapping with each other. Now, let's talk about margin properties. How many properties we have in margin? We have total 4 properties. Margin top, margin right, margin bottom, and margin left. It is pretty similar with padding. And if I talk about the shorthand of this property, then you can use only margin property. If you want to add same margin from all of the direction, in that case, you can use margin and then you can use the value. Then you don't need to type this 4 line for that. It reduces your code. But what? If you need to use different value for all of this direction, yes, you can. Also, you can use shorthand for that. First, you need to provide top value, then right, then bottom, then left. Basically, it follows clockwise direction. First top, then right, then bottom, then left. Now, margin come with another value, which is auto. We use auto value when we need to center a div element in our web page. If you make auto from left and right direction and set some width to this div element, then automatically your div element align in center. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see side by side, we open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. And as you can see in this HTML page, we have one heading tag and two div tag. And inside this div tag, we have some text. And if you notice, you can see in our first div tag, we assign a class named first. And in our second div tag, we assign a class named second. Now using this class, I'm going to select this div element. So inside this style tag, I'm going to select the first class. So I'm going to type dot first. Then inside the curly braces, first I'm going to use border property. Border. And I'm going to assign 2 pixel border. And our border style is solid. And our border color is red. Then I'm going to duplicate this section. And replace first with second. And also I'm going to change the color name, which is green. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now, if you notice, you can see there is no space between these two divs. If you want to provide space using padding, it's not going to work. Let me show you. Suppose in our first tag, I want to add padding bottom. Padding bottom 10 pixel. And save this file. Now you can see it adds some space from the inside, not the outside. So if you want to add space between these two div element, you need to use margin property. So if you use margin bottom and then save this file, now you can see it add little space between these two div element. Basically it add 10 pixel space. And if you make it 100 and then save this file, now you can see the distance. Similarly, I want to add margin in our second div element. This time I'm going to use margin top and I'm going to pass 50 pixel and I'm going to save this file. Margin top 500 pixel. If I save this file, now you can see the distance between div 1 and div 2 element is total 600, because at our first div element we use margin bottom property and we provide 100 pixel, and in our second div element we use margin top property. Margin top property 500 pixel. So the distance between first div element and second div element is 600 pixel. For now, I'm going to remove this margin top property. I don't want it. And save this file again. Now I want to assign margin left property in our second div element. So I have to type margin left. Margin left, and I'm going to assign 150 pixel. If I save this file, here you can see our second div element move right side, because at left side we use 150 pixel margin. And if you want to use shorthand and assign margin from both the direction, for that just you need to use margin property. And if you save this file, now you can see the result. From both the direction it add 150 pixel margin. Now if I create another div element below this second div element, let me show you. Div div, and inside this div element I'm going to type some paragraph. Lorem, and I want to add 30 words. If I save this file, now you can see the distance between second and third div element is 150 pixel, because here we use margin property. Basically it adds margin to our second div element from all of the direction. And if you want to add different margin from different direction, yes you can. Let me show you how. So from top side I want 70 pixel margin, and from right side I want 50 pixel margin, and from bottom side I want 10 pixel margin, and from left side I want 200 pixel margin. If I save this file, now you can see the result. From top side we have 70 pixel margin. If I comment out this line and save it again, now it's more clear for you. From top we have 70 pixel margin. From right we have 50 pixel margin. From bottom we have 10 pixel margin. And from left we have 200 pixel margin. Now, let me show you another shorthand that how we can use margin. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. This time I want to assign margin from top and bottom and right and left. So from top and bottom I want 200 pixel, and from left and right I want 20 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now from top and bottom we have 200 pixel, and from left and right we have 20 pixel. Now let me show you another shorthand. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. This time from upside I'm going to assign 0 value, and from the left and right also I'm going to assign 0 value, and from bottom I want to assign 100 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. From left and right and top we have 0 value, but from the bottom we have 100 pixel. So this is how basically margin works. Now let me talk about another property, which is margin auto. Let me show you the example how we can use auto value. So I'm going to comment out this line, and first I'm going to assign width to this container, because by default div doesn't have width and height. So I'm going to assign an width to this container with 500 pixel, and I'm going to save this file. And also I'm going to increase the page size and zoom out the content little bit. Now our second div element width is 500 pixel. But if you notice, you can see this div element not align in middle. It align in left side. I want to assign equal space at right and left. For that, we need to use margin auto property. So I'm going to type margin from top and bottom I want 50 pixel, and from left and right I want auto. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now from top and bottom it use 50 pixel margin, and from left and right it use auto and make it center. Now it become pretty responsive. Now you can see also it align in center. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can use margin property. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn about this property, width and height. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hey guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with another tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial we are going to learn about two most important property about CSS, which is height and width. As you can see, this is the div, and this is called width property. If you want to increase your div size according to the horizontal position, in that case you need to use width property. And if you want to increase it vertical direction, in that case you need to use height property. You can use width property and height property with percentage value, also pixel value. If you want to go with fixed value, then you need to use pixel value. And if you want to go with adjustable width and height, in that case you need to use percentage value. We are going to learn about units in our upcoming tutorial. This matter is more clear if we start the practical. So let's start the practical. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. Inside the body tag, as you can see, we have a div tag with ID name first. So at first I'm going to select this div using its ID name, and to select the div with ID we need to use hashtag sign. Hashtag ID name is first. Then inside the curly braces, first property I'm going to use, which is width. And I'm going to use fixed width 300 pixels, and I'm going to save this file. If I save this file, you can see nothing in my page. So I decide I'm going to add background color. Background color red, and save this file. Also you can see there is nothing in this page because we just set width, not the height. So I'm going to decide I'm going to assign height to this div element. Height 200 pixel, and I'm going to save this file. Now you can see the div element in my web page. Pixel units are static unit. If I increase, otherwise decrease the browser height and window, then it's not going to reflect in this element because these are all fixed unit. And now I decide I want to assign 50% of browser width to this element. For that, we need to use dynamic unit, which is percentage value. So here, I'm going to remove this static unit and I'm going to replace with 50%. Don't worry, we are going to learn about this unit in our upcoming tutorial. Now you can see this div element take 50% of browser width. If I right click on our browser and inspect the element and change the browser window size as you can see, according to the browser window size, it's changed the element width, because here we take 50% of browser width. At the same way, if you want to increase the width of this element up to 80%, yes, you can. Just you need to change the percentage value. And I'm going to replace 50 with 80. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. But what if we use static value and then change the size? Let me show you. So this time I'm going to use 500 pixel. Now here we use static value. Now we cannot change it dynamically. So if I reduce the browser window size, now you can see our width is not changing according to the browser size, because here we use fixed size. And now I'm going to put some dummy text in this div element. So here I'm going to type lorem 300 word. If I save this file, now you can see in my browser our text content overflown from this div element. If you notice in our style section, here you can see for width and height, both the cases we use static value, but our text adjusts according to the div width. If I increase the div width 500 pixel and then save this file, as you can see, again it adjusts the text, but it is not work pretty well for height. And this is the big issue with height property. You need to use height property when you know your content not going to overflow to this div element. And if you want to resolve this problem, you need to use minimum height and maximum height property. So this is it for this tutorial, and in the next tutorial I'm going to talk about minimum height and maximum height. So thanks for watching this video. Hello guys, nice to see you back. Once again I'm back with another tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial we are going to learn minimum height and maximum height property. Why we need to use minimum height and maximum height property. So let's start the practical. So as you can see, here I open my previous HTML document and browser. And you already know that if we use fixed height, then our content can overflow from this container. To resolve this problem, we do not use height property. Without using height property, we would like to go with maximum height and minimum height property. Let me show you the example. Suppose you have less content. So I'm going to remove some content from this paragraph. Then I'm going to set this file. Now our content is perfectly organized in our div element. And also we have some space in this container. So for this div element, our minimum height requirement is 200 pixel. So I'm going to remove height property and I'm going to replace with minimum height. Minimum height 200 pixel. After save this file, as you can see, there is no changes in our shape. But what if I increase the content little bit? Let me show you. Again, I'm going to add more content. Lorem 200. And then save this file. Now you can see the different result. Now the height increase according to the content size. So we can increase the height as much we want, but we cannot decrease it less than 200. Because here we use minimum height property. We set minimum height 200 pixel. So that's the usage of minimum height property. Now let's talk about maximum height property. But before, I'm going to remove all the content from this paragraph. For now, I'm going to add some less content. Lorem 50. That's it. Now I decide I don't want to increase the height more than 600 pixel. In that case, we need to use maximum height property. So here I'm going to type max height. Maximum height 600 pixel. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, there is no changes. Basically, I want to say I don't want to increase the height more than 600 pixel. And now I'm going to increase the content size. So here I'm going to type lorem 200. After save this file, as you can see, our div container height still not reach 600 pixel. So I'm going to add more content. Lorem, here I'm going to add another 300 word paragraph. If I save this file, now you can see the result. Because of maximum height property, our container cannot reach more than 600 pixel. That's why this time our paragraph overflown from this container. So this is the usage of minimum height and maximum height property. I hope now the topic is clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial you are going to learn two new CSS property. minimum width and maximum width. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. Inside the body tag, we have a heading 1 tag and a div tag, and we set an ID to this div element first. Now we are going to use this ID to style this div element. So here inside the style tag, I'm going to select the ID, hashtag first. Then inside the curly braces, so at first I'm going to assign a border to this div container. So I'm going to use border property. Border, and I want 3 pixel border. And I want solid border. With that I want red color border, red. After save this file, oops, it's not working. I think I did some mistake. Yes, our ID name first spelling is wrong. First, and save it again. After save this file, you can see the result. Now I'm going to assign a fixed width to this div element. So I'm going to use width property. Width 300 pixel, and I'm going to save it again. Now let me show you the problem. As you can see in my current working directory, there is an image named amitabh.jpg. So inside this div element, I'm going to use image tag img. With that, we need to provide the image source in our source attribute. And our image name is amitabh.jpg. If I save this file, here you can see the result. This is the issue. Here you can see our image width is much more larger than div width. As you can see, our div width is 300 pixel, but our image is much more larger. That's why the image overflown from this container. And then I'm going to use image tag img, and inside the image tag I'm going to set width 100%, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, it is fixed to this container. But in this tutorial we are going to learn about minimum width and maximum width. This time I'm going to use minimum width property. Minimum width and maximum width work together. Let me show you how. So here I'm going to set minimum width. Minimum width I'm going to set 300 pixel. Then I'm going to use maximum width. Maximum width I'm going to use 500 pixel. And I want to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, now our div element become 500 pixel width. If I inspect this element, let me show you, and hover my cursor on this image, as you can see, image width is 500 pixel and height is 357 pixel. Because here we set maximum width 500 pixel. So we cannot expand this div element width more than 500 pixel. And if I try to reduce the div element width, we cannot reduce it below than 300 pixel. Because here we set minimum width 300 pixel. It is pretty similar with minimum height and maximum height property. Basically, with this property, we can set upper limit and lower limit. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn about CSS box sizing property. So thanks for watching this video. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial, we are going to learn about box sizing. Before I talk about why we use box sizing, let me show you a problem. Here you can see a div element and we set width 200 pixel. But this div come with 10 pixel border. After using border, it increase the div width. If we use border 10 pixel at left and right, then the total width become 220 pixel. Not only that, if we add padding at left and right, suppose at left we use 10 pixel padding, also at right we use 10 pixel padding. Now total width become 240 pixel, but the actual width is 200 pixel. Because of we use padding of 10 pixel of each of direction, also use 10 pixel border, that's why total width become 240 pixel. To resolve this problem, box sizing going to help us. If we use box sizing, then our div element width become always 200. It's not going to increase the div element width. Ultimately, to resolve this issue, box sizing introduced in CSS. After using box sizing, the total width would be 200 pixel. And to apply this box sizing, we need to use box sizing property. Box sizing and value is border box. Basically, box sizing property came with two values, border box and content box. If we use border box, then we cannot increase the width, whatever we use. If we use padding margin border, also it's not going to increase the width. But if we use content box, then it's going to work as it is. In that case, it can increase the width. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. As you can see side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already create an HTML document named index.html. And inside this HTML document, we have a div tag. And inside this div tag, we have some dummy text. At first, I'm going to assign an ID to this div element. Div ID equal to box. Then inside this style tag, I'm going to select this div element using its ID name, hashtag box. Then inside the curly braces, our first property is width. Width, and I'm going to set 500 pixel. And I want to set this file. And then I'm going to add border to this div element. So I'm going to use border property. Border 2 pixel. And I want solid border. With that, border color is red. And I'm going to set this file. And now I'm going to use padding. After using padding, it increases our width. Let me show you. Padding from each of the direction I want 10 pixel. And set this file. After set this file, you notice it increased the element width. If I inspect this element and hover my cursor on this div element, now you can see our div width become 524 pixel because 500 is actual width of this div. And then we have 2 pixel border of each of this side. So it's become 504. With that, also we have 10 pixel padding at left and right. That's why it become 524. So this is one of the big issue. If we use border padding margin, it increases the div width. But after using box sizing property, it not going to increase the div element width. Box sizing remain the div width what we assign. Let me show you. So here I'm going to type box sizing. Box sizing, and I'm going to use border box property. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, it reduces the div element width. Now, if I use padding 50 pixel and also I use border 5 pixel and save this file, and if I inspect this element and hover my cursor on this element, now you can see it still returned 500 pixel width because we use box sizing property. After using padding and border, it do not increase the div width. But if we use different value for that, if we use box sizing, content box, and then save this file, now you can see if I hover my cursor on this element, our width become 610 pixel because here we do not use box sizing property. Basically, box sizing property shrink the content size which is inside this box. That's why it maintains the actual width. So content box is the default value of this property. So we need to use border box. And after save this file, you can see the result. Again, it become 500 pixel. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn about CSS overflow property. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hey guys, nice to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn about CSS overflow property. As you can see in this example, we have a div element and our text overflow from this div element, and that's the problem. This kind of problem appears when we use fixed height to this div element. Suppose we use 200 pixel height for this div element, and whenever we try to insert more than 200 pixel data, in that case, it's going to overflow from this container. And to handle this situation, CSS introduce overflow property, and it's come with 4 different values. First value that we can use is hidden. We can hide overflow data using this value. Next value is scroll. We can use scroll bar inside this div element to scroll the overflow data. We can read the data after scroll. It could be horizontally, otherwise vertically. our next value is auto, and there is minor difference between scroll and auto. The difference between scroll and auto is, if we use scroll value, then you can see the scroll bar in this div element if there is no overflow data. But if we use auto value, then it shows the scroll bar when our data is overflow. If data is vertically overflow, then auto value provide vertical scroll bar, and if data horizontally overflow, then the auto value provide horizontal scroll bar. And the last value is visible. It is the default value. It's going to show the overflow data as it is. And we have total 3 types of overflow properties. First one is overflow, and second one is overflow X, and third one is overflow Y. Our first property overflow works in every direction. It works for vertically and horizontally in both. Our next property is overflow X. If you want to control the overflow data at horizontal position, then you need to use overflow X. And particularly if you want to control the vertically overflow data, in that case you need to use overflow Y property. So without talking too much, let's start the practical and see how it's work. So finally, we are in my Visual Studio Code Editor, and as usual, here I create a HTML document named index.html, and in this HTML page, we have a div tag with ID name box, and inside this div element, we have a paragraph. And now I am going to select this div element using its ID name. So inside the style tag, I am going to use hashtag, and ID name is box. Then inside the curly braces, first I am going to use width property. Width 250 pixel. Height 250 pixel. So here we use same width and height. And if you notice, you can see here we use fixed height. And with that, I want to assign a border. Border 2 pixel, and I want solid border. With that, our border color is red. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see our content overflown from this div element. And to resolve this problem, CSS introduced overflow property. So first I'm going to type property name overflow. And first value I'm going to use, which is hidden. If I save this file, now you cannot see the overflow data outside the container. Basically, it hides all the overflow content. But I don't want to hide this data. I want to read this data inside this div element. For that, we have another value, which is scroll. If I save this file, now you can see inside this div element, we have a scroll bar. Here we have horizontal scroll bar, also we have vertical scroll bar. Now you can read all the paragraph inside this div element. You can scroll up and scroll down the paragraph. If you notice, you can see only the vertical scroll bar is active, not horizontally. Because our content is text. If we insert an image to this div element, then our horizontal scroll bar also active. And now I'm going to reduce the paragraph size. So I'm going to remove some data. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, now you can see our content not going to overflow from this container. But we still have horizontal and vertical scroll bar. To resolve this problem, we have another value, which is auto. So I'm going to remove scroll value and replace with auto. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now we don't have scroll bar in this div element. But if I add more word to this paragraph, let me show you. Lorem 150 word, and then save this file again. Now you can see our scroll bar is appeared again. This time you can see only the vertical scroll bar, not the horizontal scroll bar. So if we use auto property, we can see this scroll bar if our data overflow from this container. Otherwise, it's not going to show the scroll bar. So most of the cases we use overflow auto value. Now let's talk about the last property, which is visible. So I'm going to remove auto and type visible. If I save this file, you can see the result. Basically, it is the default value and it's going to show the overflow data as it is. Now let's talk about other overflow properties. So here I'm going to use overflow Y, and here I'm going to use hidden value. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see it hides vertically overflow data. But if I pass scroll value, scroll, overflow Y, scroll, and save this file, now you can see vertical scroll bar. If you remember, when we use only overflow property, then our scroll value provide scroll bar in both the direction, vertical and horizontal also. But if we use particularly overflow y and then use scroll value, in that case it's going to show only the vertical scroll bar. And if I reduce the data and save this file again, still you can see the vertical scroll bar. To resolve this problem, if you want to show the scroll bar whenever we have overflow data, in that case we need to use auto property. Auto. After save this file, you can see there is no scroll bar. But if I increase the data, so I'm going to type lorem 150 word and save this file again. Now you can see the scroll bar. Now let's talk about another property, which is overflow x. So I'm going to remove y and type x. After save this file, as you can see, there is no horizontal scroll bar in this div element. Because in this div element, here we use text data. We don't have data that could overflow at x-axis direction. And now I decide I'm going to create a div element inside this box div element. So here I'm going to type div, and here I'm going to use inline styling method. So I'm going to use style attribute, style. First property is height. For height, I'm going to use 100 pixel. For width, I'm going to use 400 pixel. And for background color, I'm going to use red. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now we have horizontal scroll bar in this div element, because now we have the content that overflow at horizontal direction. So this is how we can use this important CSS property, overflow. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with another tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial we are going to learn about CSS border radius property. We already learned about it in our previous tutorials, but in this tutorial we are going to learn about it in details. So as you can see, we have a div element, and inside this div element we have some content. By default, this div element come with sharp corner, but in this example you can see the curve at the corner, and we can control the curve using border radius property. Border radius come with total 4 property: border top left radius, border top right radius, border bottom right radius, border bottom left radius. And if you want to do the same thing in a single line, for that we have a shorthand, and the shorthand is border radius property. Here you can use all the 4 values at once. In this example, we have total 4 different corners: first, second, third and fourth. And if you want to use this shorthand property, then you need to type something like that. For our first corner, we use 20 pixel border radius. For the second, we use 30 pixel border radius. And for the third one, we use 50 pixel border radius. And for the last corner, we use 10 pixel border radius. This is just an example. Let's start the practical and see how we can use it. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. And in this HTML page, we have a div tag with ID name box. At first, I'm going to style this div element using its ID name. So here I'm going to type style tag, style, and inside this style tag, I'm going to select the box element, hashtag box. Then inside the curly braces, our first property is width, and I'm going to set 300 pixel width. Our second property name is padding, and I want to provide 25 pixel padding. Also, I'm going to set a border, and I want 2 pixel border, and our border is solid. With that, I want black color border, black, and I want to set this file. After set this file, here you can see the result. And if you notice, you can see all the corners are very sharp. but I don't want sharp corner for the border. So at first, I want to assign border radius top left corner. For that, we need to use border top left radius. Border top left radius, I'm going to use 10 pixel, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I zoom this page little bit, you can see the result. At the same way, I want to change the radius of top right corner. For that, we need to use border top right radius 50 pixel, and I want to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. And next, I'm going to change bottom right corner radius. For that, we need to use border bottom right radius property. So I'm going to type border bottom right radius property, and here I'm going to pass 50 pixel, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. And our last property name is border bottom left radius. So I'm going to duplicate this section, and I'm going to replace right with left, and here I'm going to set 10 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. So corner to corner, you can change radius using these properties. But what if you want equal radius in every corner? For that, you can use the shorthand. So I'm going to comment out this line, and here I'm going to use another property named border radius. Border radius 30 pixel. Now it's going to provide 30 pixel radius at every corner. If I save this file, you can see the result. And if you want to assign 4 different radius for different corner, yes, you can. Suppose for top left corner, I want to use 30 pixel, and for top right corner, I want to use 50 pixel. So I'll pass 50 pixel. And for bottom right corner, I want to use 10 pixel. And for bottom left corner, I want to use 20 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now, we don't need to type this 4 line for that. Also, we have another shorthand. Let me show you how. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And here, I'm going to pass 10 pixel, 50 pixel. Now you might have question, what does that mean? Here we pass total 2 value. The first border radius value going to apply top left corner and bottom right corner. And the second value going to apply bottom left corner and top right corner. If I save this file, you can see the result. It's work on opposite direction. Not only that, we can use percentage value with border radius. Let me show you how. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And this time, I'm going to use 20% border radius. If I save this file, you can see the result. And if you want to achieve oval shape of any rectangle, for that, you need to use 50% border radius. If I save this file, you can see the result. We can achieve perfect oval shape using this value. And if you want to make a circle using border radius, for that, you need to use equal height and width. So if I use height 300 pixel and then save this file, and our border radius is 50%, then it's going to create a circle. So this is the detailed tutorial about border radius property. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn about CSS box shadow. So let's see what is box shadow and how we can use box shadow. Here you can see a div element, and inside this div element we have some text. And if you notice, you can see there is no shadow to this div element. And if we add shadow to this div element, then it's look like that. Here you can see, after using box shadow, here you can see a shadow at bottom and right. And we can create this shadow using box shadow property. Now let's see how we can use box shadow property. To use box shadow property, total we need to use 5 value. Every value have their different purpose. The first value stands for horizontal offset. Using this value, you can define left and right. Basically, it works at x-axis direction. Our next value stands for v offset, meaning vertically offset. You can compare it with y-axis direction. Using this value, you can control top and bottom side. Our next value stands for blur. You can control the shadow blurriness using this value. If you don't want to use sharp shadow, then you can use this value. And the fourth value stands for spread. How much area you want to spread your shadow, you can control with this value. And the fifth and last value is color. Using this value, you can control the shadow color. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see side by side, I opened my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. And as you can see, inside this HTML code, we have a div tag with ID name box. And now I'm going to style this element. So I'm going to select this div using its ID name. So I'm going to use hashtag box. Then inside the curly braces, first I'm going to use width property with 300 pixel. Our next property is height 200 pixel. With that, I want to add some margin left 200 pixel. If I save this file, you can see nothing here because we do not use any background color. So I'm going to add background color red. If I save this file, you can see the result. And now I want to add box shadow to this div element. For that, we need to use box shadow property. Box shadow. First, we need to use x-axis value. So I'm going to pass 2 pixel. And then we need to pass y-axis value. Also, I'm going to use 2 pixel. For horizontal and vertical shadow, we use 2 pixel. And remember, also you can use minus values to move the shadow. And then I want to use blur value. For blur, I'm going to use 5 pixel. And for now, I don't want to use spread value. So directly I want to jump into the color value. For color, I'm going to use black color. If I save this file, here you can see the result. Basically, after using shadow, it looks like a 3D object. And now I want to move the shadow at x-axis direction. So I'm going to increase the x-axis value. So here I'm going to pass 8 pixel. After save this file, here you can see the result. And the same way, if you want to move it downward, then you need to increase y-axis value. But I decide I want to move it upward. So as I told you, we can use minus value here. So I'm going to use minus 8 pixel. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, now you can see we move our shadow upward. So this is how we can place our shadow any direction. If I use minus value for x-axis, now you can see we successfully change the shadow direction. And one most important thing you need to remember, blur value, color value and spread value are optional. If you do not provide, also it's going to work. Let me show you. If I remove both the value and save the file, you can see the result. But if you notice, you can see this time we have a solid shadow because we remove the blur value. So without blur, our shadow do not look so pretty. So I'm going to add some blur, 3 pixel. And I want to save this file. And if you want to make this shadow sharp again, just need to pass 0 pixel. That's it. Now let's talk about spread value. And I want to spread it up to 10 pixel. So here, after blur property, after blur value, I'm going to type 10 pixel. And I'm going to save this file again. After save this file, as you can see, now our shadow spread up to 10 pixel. And if I add little blurriness, something 10 pixel blur, and save this file, Now you can see the result. Spread value spread the shadow at every direction. And if you want to change the color, yes, you can. Suppose you want to use blue color. I know it's look very disgusting, but for the example, I'm going to use it. And I want to save this file. So this is how shadow works. Now you want to add another box shadow to this element. Yes, you can. Just you need to use comma and you need to provide same values. This time I want 8 pixel box shadow at x-axis direction. Also for y-axis direction I'm going to use 5 pixel. And for blur again I'm going to use 10 pixel. And for spread value I'm going to use 5 pixel. No, I'm not going to use spread value for this example. So I'm going to use color. And for color I'm going to use black color. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, here you can see we have another shadow. Here we add another black color shadow. If I increase the value, something 15 pixel, and save this file again, now you can see the shadow very clearly. So this is how we can use multiple shadow at multiple direction. Here you can use multiple shadow as much you want. So this is how you can use shadow property. For now, I'm going to remove this value. Basically, I'm going to comment out this line. Now let's talk about another value, which is inset. Here you can see the shadow outside the box. But now I want to use the shadow inside the box. So how is it possible? Yes, it is possible if we use inset value. So after color property, I'm going to type inset. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see this shadow from the inside. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn about float property. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn about CSS float property. It is the most useful property in CSS. Basically, without this property, we cannot imagine a website. So let's understand float value with images. Here you can see a div element. And if I create another div element, something like that, then it's going to place it below this previous div element. But if you notice, you can see at the right side, we have lot of blank space. But by default, it's going to place the div below the previous div element. So we need to move this div element this side. I want to place the new div element right side of the previous div element. Basically, the first div element occupies the whole browser width. That's why we don't have any place for our second div element to place it aside this div element. To resolve this problem, CSS introduced float property. Using float property, we can adjust this second div element right side of this previous div element. And our float property comes with total two values, left and right. For blue div, we need to use float left, and for red div, we need to use float right. And also, we have a default value for float, which is none. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. And as you can see in this HTML page, we have a total two div element, 1 and 2. And I already styled this div element. Our first div element width is 300 pixel. And our second div element width is 200 pixel. But after create this div element, as you can see, we have lot of space at the right side. But by default, CSS places our second div element below the div 1 element. By default, our div elements take complete width of this page. And now we need to remove the unused space using float property. So at our first div element, I'm going to use float property, float left. After save this file, as you can see, now you can see our second div element going background of div 1 element. But if I use float right value to our first div right, if I save this file, as you can see, our first div element moved to the right side and our second div element occupy the blank space. But I don't want this structure. I want to place our first div element at first position, then I want to move our second div element right side. So here I'm going to use float left, and for the second div element I'm going to use float right. If I save this file, now you can see the result. And if I increase the browser width, still you can see it places our elements left and right. Now we have another problem. If you notice, you can see we have a big space between these two div elements. I don't want any space. I want to move second div element left side next to the div 1 element. For that, we need to use float value left in our second div element. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now we don't have space between these two div elements. Also, they are stick with each other. And now I'm going to give you another example. So I'm going to create another div element, and this time its ID is 3. Also, I'm going to write the text 3, and I'm going to duplicate this section, and I'm going to replace our ID 2 with 3, and I'm going to set background color blue. For now, I'm going to remove the float property. I don't need it. And I'm going to set width 500 pixel. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, by default, it places it behind the div 1 and div 2 element, because this is the third div element. And if I use float property, float right, and then save this file, now you can see it places it below than div 2, because we don't have enough space at the right side to place this div element, because its width is 500 pixel. But if we increase the browser width, then what happened? After increase the browser width, now you can see, now it places our div element right side of this div 2 element, because now we have enough space to place it here. But what if we want to place it below than 1 and 2 div element? Let me show you how. Just we need to use float left property. Float left. If we use float left and save this file and reduce the browser width, now you can see, now it perfectly placed that left side of this browser, because we don't have enough space after div 2 element. Basically, using float property, we place div elements right side, otherwise left side, and it make our website pretty responsive. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn about clear property. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hey guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related to CSS, and in this tutorial, we are going to learn about clear property. Now, let's see how many values we have in clear property. We have total 3 clear property: left, right, and both. Now, let's try to understand why we need to use this property. As you can see in this example, we have 2 div elements side by side, and we have some text below this 2 div element. And for this 2 div element, we use minimum height property. And for the footer element, we do not use any float value. But for this 2 div element, we use float right and left value. But the problem is, suppose we have lot of content in our div 1 element. In that case, this div element going to overflow from the footer div element. And that's the big problem if we use float value. But to resolve this problem, CSS introduce clear property. To resolve this property, we need to use clear property to our last div element. And here we need to use clear left. But you might have question why we need to use left value. Because we have overflow data in our left div element. If we have overflow data in our right div element, in that case we need to use right. But what if we have dynamic data and we don't know which div element going to overflow? In that case, we use clear both. If we use both value, it's going to clear it from both the side. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And I already create an HTML document named index.html. And here you can see in this HTML page, we have total 3 div element. And we set 3 ID for that, 1, 2, and 3. If you notice, you can see in our first div element 1 and in our second div element 2, we use float property, left and right. That's why first div element placed at left side and second div element placed at right side. But what about third div element? Here we do not use any float property. That's why our third div element go behind 1 and 2 div element. And I don't want to use float property for the third div element. So I'm going to use clear property for that. So I'm going to type clear both. If I save this file, now you can see the result. For now, I'm going to use 100% width. 100%. And I'm going to save this file. After I use 100% width, still it works as it is. Now, again, I'm going to comment out this line. And I'm going to increase deep to height. Here I'm going to type 400 pixels. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, now you can see, now we have facing the same problem. But this time I'm not going to use clear both property. This time I'm going to use clear right. Because our right side deep container height is much more than left side one. So if I save this file, now you can see the result. Now it works perfectly again. But what if I increase the div one element height? So here I'm going to pass 600 pixel. If I make it 600 pixel height and then save this file, now you can see the problem. Our div container 1 overflow and hide div 3 container. To resolve this problem, we need to use left property because we place our div container 1 left side. So if I pass left, clear value left and save this file, you can see again we resolve our problem. But if we use both property, clear both and save this file, now you can see there is no changes. Now it adjusts according to the overflow element. If our second div element is overflow, it's going to place it according to div 2 element. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with another tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial we are going to learn about CSS fonts. So let's see what type of font property we are going to learn in this tutorial. So these are all font property that we are going to learn in this tutorial. Our first property is font size. Using this property we can define font size. Our next property is font family. Using this property we can define which font we are going to use. Then we have font weight. We can control the boldness of font using this property. Also we have another property named font style. Using font style property we can make our font italic. Then we have font variant and line height, and we are going to learn about it in our tutorial. Our font size property comes with some predefined value. Extra small, small, smaller, medium, large, extra large, extra large, etc. Now let's talk about font size property. In font size property, we can provide value in different units. We can use pixel unit, percentage unit, EM unit, EREM unit, etc. And we are going to learn all about it in this tutorial. Now let's talk about another property which is font family. Using font family property you can define which font you are going to use. And you can use multiple font family at once. Suppose you use font family Arial, Helvetica and Verdana. In case Arial is not available in your system, in that case it's going to use Helvetica. And if Arial and Helvetica both the fonts are not available in your system, then it's going to jump into the Verdana. So in our font family we can pass one value, otherwise we can pass multiple value. And remember, if any of the font family not available in your system, in that case it's going to use the default font of your browser. Now let's talk about another property which is line height. As you can see in this paragraph, we have multiple lines. But if we use line height property, it's going to provide space between lines, something like that. We can control the space between lines using line height property. So without wasting a lot of time, let's start the practical and see how we can use these properties. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And I already create an HTML document named index.html. You can see in our body tag, we have a heading tag. And also we have a div tag, and inside this div tag, we have a big paragraph. And now I'm going to style this box using its class name. So inside the head tag, I'm going to use style tag. Style. Inside this style tag, first I'm going to select this div element using its ID. So I'm going to type dot box. Then inside the curly braces, our first property is width. First I'm going to assign a width to this container. Width 400 pixel. Then I'm going to assign padding. Padding 25 pixel. Our next property is border. Border, and I want 2 pixel border. With that I want solid border. And our border color is red. And I want to save this file. After save this file, here you can see the result. First property that I am going to use, which is font size. Font size, and I am going to take font size 15 pixel. If I save this file, here you can see the result. It reduces our font size. And if you want to reduce it more, then just you need to reduce the value. Suppose I type 8 pixel and save this file. Now you can see our paragraph font is very small and it's very difficult to read this text. So I decide I'm going to increase the font size. I'm going to make it 20 pixel. If I save this file, now you can see the result. So here we use static value. And now I'm going to show you another example where we are going to use dynamic value. For that, I'm going to reduce some line from this paragraph. And I'm going to duplicate this section. And here I'm going to use another class, which is box2. And I'm going to save this file. With that, also we need to style box2 section. So I'm going to duplicate this section and here I'm going to type box2. But this time, here I use font size 10 pixel. If I save the file, you can see the difference between both the font size. But as I told you, we are going to use dynamic value. So for now, I'm going to comment out both the lines and here I'm going to style the body tag. Yes. So I'm going to type body, and then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use font size property. Font size 30 pixel. If I save this file, now you can see it make our all the fonts 30 pixel, which is inside the body tag. Now you might have question. Again I use static value. But I promise you, we are going to use dynamic value. Basically we are going to use percentage value. Now I'm going to use the percentage value. So I'm going to use font size, and here I'm going to pass 25%. It is called relative value. If I save this file, now you can see the difference. To use dynamic value, otherwise percentage value, we should have to compare it with parent tag. And as you can see, our box 1 and box 2, all of the div element inside the body tag. So here we use body tag font size 30 pixel. So when we use 25% of 30 pixel, it make our font size 7.5 pixel. And if we increase the value, suppose 50 pixel, and then set the file, now you can see now our font size is 15 pixel. And if we use 100% and then set the file, now you can see both the font size are same. Now it make our font size 30 pixel because in our parent div we use 30 pixel. The next unit we are going to use for our font size, which is EM. Let me show you. Font size, and I'm going to use 1 EM. This unit also works according to the parent value. And as you can see, our parent value is 30 pixel. If we use 1 EM and then save this file, as you can see, there is no difference of their font size. But if we make it 2 EM and then save this file, now you can see our second div element font size is twice than our first div element. As you can see in our parent tag, here we use 30 pixel. So 1 EM stands for 30 pixel. And if we make it 2 EM, basically it double the value. And as I told you, EM value also work according to the parent container value. At the same way, if we want to reduce the font size, just we need to pass below than 1 value. Suppose I'm going to pass 0.5 EM and then save the file, and here you can see the result. Now it's returned 15 pixel. So this is how this type of value work together. Without this, we have another units, EREM and many more. So we are going to learn about it in our upcoming tutorials. For now, I'm going to talk about another property, which is line height. So I'm going to comment out both the lines and I'm going to save this file. And also I'm going to remove the default font size from the body tag. And in our first box, I'm going to use line height property. Line height. Line height, here I'm going to use 15 pixel. If I save this file, basically we reduce our first div element line height. If I reduce it more, 5 pixel, and then save this file, now you can see our line overlap with each other. At the same way, if we want to increase the line gap, suppose I'm going to pass 50 pixel and then save this file, now you can see the difference. Now we increase the space between these lines. Not only that, also we can use EM unit. Let me show you. Suppose 1 EM is default unit. 1 EM is default size. If I save this file, as you can see, basically there is no difference. And if I want to increase the gap size between these two lines, from the existing gap, I want 2 times gap. For that, we need to pass 2 EM value. If I save this file, you can see the result. Basically, this tutorial is for fonts, not for the units. And I already create another different section for units. So don't worry about it. Now, let's talk about our another property, which is font weight. We can control font thickness and boldness using this property. So I'm going to type font weight. Font weight, here we can use some predefined value. We have bold, bolder, lighter. Suppose I'm going to use bolder. And then I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, it increases our font weight. I know my font is barely visible. So I'm going to increase the font size. Font size 18 pixel. And I'm going to save this file. Now you can see our font look very bold. Font weight property come with some predefined value. We have value between 100 to 900. If we use 100 and then save this file, you can see our fonts look much more thinner. At the same way, if we use 900, this is the highest point, and save this file, now you can see again it make our font bolder. Now let's use another property, which is font family. Font family, and I'm going to use Arial font. Arial. For now, I'm going to use only one font, Arial. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, now you can see the result. Here we use font weight 900. So it make our Arial font bolder. But if I use 100 now and then save this file, you can see our fonts look much more thinner than previous version. And now you can increase the font weight one by one. If we use 700 and then save this file, now you can see it make our font bolder again. For now, I'm going to make font weight normal. And I'm going to save this file. The next property I'm going to use, which is font style. Font style. By default, font style come with 3 values: normal, italic, and oblique. If you want to italic your font and without using I tag, for that just you need to type font style italic. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now it make our font italic style. And the next value we have, which is oblique. Basically, italic and oblique looks very similar. Just they have minor difference between them. Let me tell you the difference. Suppose we use Arial font, and this Arial font come with italic variant. But what if any font don't have any italic version? In that case, we need to use oblique value. This oblique value make this font italic. Now let's talk about next property, which is font variant. Some type font variant. And our font variant property come with total two value, normal and small caps. If we use small caps and then save this file, you can see the result. Basically, it make all the character in capital letters. Also, if you notice, after full stop, it make the second character little bit larger. Not only that, you can use shorthand for all of this property. Let me show you how. So in our second div element, I'm going to use a property named font. At first, we need to provide font style value, and I'm going to use oblique. Next, we need to provide font variant, and I'm going to use small caps. And third, we need to provide font weight, and I'm going to use normal font. Then we need to provide line height, and here I'm going to provide 2em. And also we need to provide font size. So I'm going to use slash, and I'm going to pass 18 pixel. Next, we need to pass the font family. Here you can pass multiple fonts name at once. Also, you can use one font name. For now, I'm going to use Arial font. Arial. If I save this file, now you can see the result. Sorry, this value stands for font size, and this value stands for line height. So font size, I'm going to use 1em value, and for line height, I'm going to use 2em. And if I save this file, you can see the result. First, we need to provide font size, then we need to provide line height. And you need to remember this order to use it in a one-liner. So these are the most important property about font. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn about CSS, text formatting, text decoration, and many more. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn basic text property related CSS. So these are all text related property in CSS. Text align last, text transform, text indent, word spacing, letter spacing. And we are going to learn all about it in this tutorial. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. And in this HTML document, we have a div, and inside this div element, we have a paragraph. And as you can see, here we assign an ID named box, and we style this box. Here we set width, padding, border, and use font family Arial. At first, I'm going to use a property named text align. Text align. By default, our paragraph text align is left. But if I use right and then save this file, now you can see the result. Now our paragraph text align from the right side. Not only that, we have another value for this property, which is center. And I'm going to save this file. Now our paragraph align from the center. With that, we have another value, which is justify. So if I use justify and then save this file, now you can see the result. Now you can see from both the side we have equal space. Now our text align from left side, also from right side. So this is how justify align work with text. And remember, text align default value is left. Now let's talk about another property, which is text align last. So here I'm going to type text align last. This text align property is used for our last line. You can control where you want to align your last line. Suppose if you want to align it right side, right, and then save this file, now you can see the result. Basically it target the last line and it align right side. And if I make it center align and then save this file, and then save this file, you can see the result. Also, we have other value for this property. We have start value. Also, we have last value. If I use start value, it's work like left align. And if we use last value, then it work like right align. Now, let's talk about our next property, which is text transform. So I'm going to type text transform. And first value I'm going to use, which is uppercase. If I make it uppercase and save this file, now you can see it convert all the character in uppercase. These are all in now capital letters. At the opposite way, we have another value called lowercase. After save this file, as you can see, it convert all the character in lowercase. Next value I'm going to use, which is capitalize. If I use this value and then save this file, now you can see it convert all the first character of any word capital. All the word you can see in this paragraph start with capital letter. Also, we have another property, which is none. It is work as default value. So for now, I'm going to use uppercase. And I'm going to save this file. Next property I'm going to use, which is text indent. So I'm going to type text indent. This property particularly work on first line. Using this property, you can move the first line. Suppose you don't want to start your first line from that position. You want to start it after 100 pixel. So you can pass, so I'm to pass 100 pixel. And if I save this file, you can see the result. Now our first line provide 100 pixel margin at left. To clear this topic, for now I'm going to comment out both this line. And if I save it again, now it's more clear for you how it's work. Next property I'm going to use, which is word spacing. So I'm going to type word spacing. Using this property, we can provide space between words. Suppose I want 30 pixel space between our words. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now, so as you can see, the gap between word is 30 pixel. If you want to increase it, just you need to pass bigger value and save this file, you can see the result. For now, I'm going to comment out this line. Next, I'm going to use another property, which is letter spacing. Letter spacing, I want 20 pixel. If I save this file, now you can see the different result. Using word spacing property, we can create space between two words. But using letter spacing property, we can create space between letters. That's why you can see the gap between these letters. For now, I'm going to use 5 pixel because 20 pixel is huge number for letters. And I'm going to save this file. So these are the most useful text formatting properties in CSS. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk about CSS text decoration property. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related to CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn about text decoration properties. Here you can see we have total 3 text decoration property. Text decoration line, text decoration color, text decoration style. If you use text decoration line property, then you have 4 value: underline, overline, line through, and none. And these are all text decoration style property values: solid, dotted, dash, double, wave. And also text decoration property come with shorthand. You don't need to type these 3 lines for property and value. You can use this shorthand: text decoration, underline, red, wavy. First you need to use text decoration property, then you need to pass text decoration line value, which is underline. And next you need to pass text decoration color value. And at last you need to pass text decoration style value. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use these properties. So as you can see side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And I open my previous HTML document. So let's use text decoration property. But first, I'm going to use this property in our heading tag. So here I'm going to select the heading tag h1, then inside the curly braces, I'm going to type text decoration line, text decoration line, and I'm going to use underline property, underline value. If I save this file, here you can see the result. As you can see, it add a underline in our heading 1 tag. And if you don't want to use underline, just need to type another value over line and save this file. You can see the result. You can use text decoration line in any text. It could be paragraph, heading tag, UL tag, etc. Now let me show you another value about text decoration line, which is line through. If I use this value and then save this file, as you can see, it is work like strike tag in our HTML. It add a line middle of this text. For now, I'm going to use underline value. Underline. Text decoration color. Text decoration color. Text decoration color, I'm going to use red color. If I save this file, you can see the result. And our last property is text decoration style. So I'm going to type text decoration style. If I use dashed and then save this file, you can see the result. As like dashed border, it add dash underline to this text. Similarly, you can use other values. If you want to use dotted, you can see the result. Also, you can use double value. It's going to add double underline below this text. And we have another value, which is wavy. If I use this value and then save this file, as you can see, now our underline follow the wave pattern style. And now I'm going to show you the shorthand. How can you use shorthand property? So here I'm going to type text decoration. Text decoration, first we need to pass line value, which is underline. And then we need to pass color value, which is red. Then we need to pass decoration style value, which is wavy. And if I comment out this line and save this file, you can see the same result. I always prefer shorthand without using multiple lines. So this is it for this tutorial. In our next tutorial, we are going to learn about word wrap and word break property. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial we are going to learn two new property, word wrap and word break. So let's see why we need to use word wrap property. So as you can see in this example, we have a div container and also we have a non-breakable word. As you can see, the word is very long. So if you use this kind of big word and you already said div width, then in that case, it's going to overflow to this container. To resolve this problem, CSS introduced word wrap. And this word wrap property come with two value, break word and normal. If we use break word and save this file, then it's going to break the word according to the div size. Now let's talk about our another property, which is word break. This word break property come with total two value, break all and keep all. Keep all value is the default value. So we need to use break all value. Let me show you an example. So as you can see, we have a div element and inside this div element you can see a paragraph. And in this paragraph we have lot of words. And if we use word break and break all value, then it's going to break our word by characters. Basically, it's going to break all the words. If we do not use break all property, then our word Hindi start from the next line. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can use word break property. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it practically. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And I already create an HTML document named index.html. And in this HTML page, as you can see, we have a div element with ID
box. Also we have a heading tag. So at first I'm going to style this div box. So here I'm going to type hashtag and our div ID is box. Then inside the curly braces, first property I'm going to use width 400 pixel. Also I'm going to use border and I want 1 pixel border. With that I want solid border and our border color is red. And I'm going to save this file. Let's make it 2 pixel. Now it's more visible. And now I'm going to add a word which is going to take more than 400 pixel width. So let me show you. So I'm going to increase lorem. LOREM. If I save this file, you can see the problem. Now our word overflow from this div element. Now we need to break the word according to the div size. For that we need to use a property and the property called word wrap. So here I'm going to type word wrap and we need to use a value called break word. If I use this value and then save this file, you can see the result. Now it break the word according to the div width. If I zoom this page little bit, now it's more clear for you. So this is the usage of word wrap property and it's come with another value which is normal and it's the default value. So I'm not going to use this value. Basically word wrap used to break long words, but now I'm going to increase this word length little bit. So I'm going to type some D after that and I'm going to save this file. If I save this file, now you can see the different result. It did not break the word. Basically it moved it to the next line. As I told you, word wrap is only used to break long words, not the medium sized words. To resolve this problem, we need to use another property which is word break. So I'm going to comment out this line and in the next line I'm going to use word break. Word break property we need to use break all value. If we save this file, you can see the result. It successfully break the long word and also it successfully break the small word. So this is the usage of both the properties. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS and in this tutorial we are going to learn about a new property which is text shadow. Now let's see what is text shadow. Here is a word called hello world and it don't have any shadow. But if I use text shadow to this word, now it's look like that. Now you can see a shadow behind all the characters. And to create this text shadow, we need to use text shadow property. As you can see, first we pass 2 pixel, 2 pixel, 5 pixel and orange. Our first value 2 pixel stands for H shadow. H shadow stands for horizontal shadow. And our next value stands for vertical shadow, V shadow. And our third value stands for blur radius. Horizontal shadow work on left and right direction and vertical shadow work on top and bottom direction. And using blur value you can control the sharpness of this shadow. And our last value stands for color. Here you can use color name, hexadecimal value, RGBA value, etc. Now let's try to understand horizontal and vertical shadow with graphical interface. Here you can see we have x-axis direction and y-axis direction. X-axis stands for horizontal shadow and y-axis stands for vertical shadow. If you want to move your shadow horizontally right side, then you need to pass 1, 2, 3, 4 value. And if you want to move it left side, then you need to pass minus value, minus 1, 2, 3, 4. At the same way, vertical shadow work. If you move your shadow downside, then you need to pass 1, 2, 3, 4 value. And if you want to move your shadow upward, then you need to use minus value, minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4. So I hope now it's clear for you what is H shadow and what is V shadow. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document name index.html. And as you can see, in our body tag, we have a heading 1 tag. So at first, I'm going to style this heading tag. So I'm going to select this heading tag using its tag name h1. Then inside the curly braces, first property I'm going to use color black. Second property I'm going to use, which is text shadow. First I'm going to provide the horizontal value 2 pixel. Then we need to provide the vertical axis value 2 pixel. If you notice, you can see here we use positive horizontal value, so it's going to move our shadow right side, and also use positive vertical value. It means it's going to move the shadow downward. Then we need to pass blur value. For blur value, I'm going to pass 5 pixel, and we need to pass color. For color, I'm going to use green. If I save this file, you can see the result. And if I remove the blur value and then save this file, now you can see our shadow looking very sharp. And if I want to move it left side, so I'm going to pass minus value, minus 2 pixel at horizontal direction. If I save this file, you can see the result. And also if you want to move it upward, then you need to use minus vertical value. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now again I'm going to use blur value, but this time I'm going to use 2 pixel blur value. After save this file, as you can see, it add 2 pixel blurriness to this shadow. And if you remove the color and then save this file, then by default it's going to add black color as a shadow. So this is how we can use text shadow property. It is one of the most useful property in CSS. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial we are going to learn about CSS white space property. This property came with total 5 value: normal, no wrap, pre-line, pre-wrap. Normal is the default value. Now I'm going to explain you what is white space and why we need to use this property. As you can see in this example, we have a div element, and inside this div element we have a dummy paragraph. And if you notice, you can see here we set fixed width to this container 200 pixel. Then I use the default value white space normal. As I told you, normal is the default value, so it is work as it is. But if we use white space no wrap value, then you can see the difference. Now you can see the whole paragraph in a single line, and you can see our content are overflow from this container. And if you want to hide overflow content, yes, you can. Just you need to use overflow hidden. Sometimes we need to show in a single line. That's why we need to use no wrap value. And this property come with another value, which is pre-tag in our HTML. If you know how pre-tag work in HTML, then you can understand. Here you can provide as much space you want. You can provide lot of white space in your text. And it is also similar with no wrap value. Let me explain the topic with example. As you can see, here we use pre-tag, and in this div element we have total 3 lines, but we do not use any break tag to break the line. But if you notice the output, here you can see it print as it is to our HTML structure. It print both the lines separately. Suppose if I provide space between dollar and seat, here you can see the example. Also it provides the space in our output section inside this div element. So that's the usage of pre-value. By default, HTML tag do not take this space, but here we use pre-value. That's why it take this space. It provides the same space what we provide in our HTML structure. Now let's talk about another value, which is pre-line. It is pretty similar with pre-value, but it do not take more than one single space. It's only count the single space. That's the difference between pre-line and pre-value. And if I talk about our next value, which is pre-wrap, it is also work like pre-tag. It take white space as it is, enter tag as it is, but no wrap do not work on it. You cannot show everything in a single line here. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. As you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already create an HTML document named index.html. So as usual, in this HTML page we have a div tag with ID name box, and we style this div tag. Here we set 300 pixel fixed width and set a border 2 pixel solid black. At first I am going to zoom this page little bit that you can see it clearly. At first I am going to make it one liner, so I am going to use no wrap value. So I am going to type white space no wrap. If I save this file, here you can see the result. Now it make our paragraph one liner. And also you can see horizontal scroll bar at bottom. And if I break the paragraph in our HTML tag using enter, still you can see it print our paragraph in a single line. Also, if I provide multiple space and then save the file, still you can see the same result. And if you want to hide this overflow data, then you can use overflow hidden property. Overflow hidden. And save this file. For now, I don't want this, so I'm going to comment out this line. And this time I'm going to show you pre-value. So white space pre. If I save this file, now you can see the result. Now you can see the white space before this word. If I pass more white space and save this file, still you can see the result. Also you can see from here we break our line. If I break this line again and then save this file, still you can see the result. Pre-value support no wrap. That's why our content can overflow from this container. Also it support white space. Not only that, also it support line breaks. If you notice, you can see our last line overflow from this container because there is not enough space for this line in this container. That's why it overflow and print all the content in a single line. Now let's talk about our another value, which is pre-line. If we use pre-line and then save this file, here you can see the difference. It do not support no wrap, but it support the new line. If I split this line and then save this file, here you can see the result. If we use pre-line value, then it do not print our paragraph in a single line. Now let's talk about the last value, which is pre-wrap. So I'm going to type pre-wrap and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, now you can see the result. Pre-wrap also do not support no wrap, but it support white space and line breaks. So that's the difference between all of this value, and it is also come with another value called normal, and it is the default value. So I'm not going to use it here. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial we are going to learn about text overflow. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial we are going to learn about a new property related CSS, and our property name is overflow. So these are the values that come with CSS text overflow property. Clip, and clip is the default value, ellipsis and string. Now let's see why we need to use text overflow property. In the previous tutorial we learned about no wrap, and we know if we use no wrap value, white space no wrap, then it's going to make our whole paragraph in a single line and it overflow from our container. And if we use overflow hidden property, then it hide our text. But now I want to tell our user this text is not over. I want to show here triple dots, otherwise etc, etc. If we use directly hidden property, as you can see, sometimes it can cut our text and it's not look so professional. And to resolve this problem, you can use text overflow property. So if we use text overflow value ellipsis, then it's going to add triple dot after the sentence. And it's come with another value, string. Here we can specify the exact string what I want to print. Suppose inside the square braces we pass double dot. So it's going to print the same string as it is after this line. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. And as you can see inside the body tag, we have a div tag, and here we set an ID box, and also we style our ID. Here we say 300 pixel width, 2 pixel border, and white space no wrap. After using white space no wrap, as you can see, our content overflow from this container. If I just use overflow and use hidden and save this file, here you can see it doesn't look great. It cut our text. Also user cannot understand is this end or not. But I want to show to the user there is more word left in this paragraph. For that, we need to use text overflow. So I'm going to comment out this line, and here I'm going to type text overflow, and I'm going to use ellipsis. If I save this file, oops, I think there is a problem. We need to use text overflow value with overflow value. So we need to make it overflow hidden and then save this file. Now you can see the result. It add 3 dot last of this line. It means we have more content in this paragraph. So this is the first value. Also we have another value. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And this time I'm going to use another value which is string. We don't need to type the value name. Just we need to pass inside the double quotes. I'm going to pass the exact string what I want to print. I want to print square braces, and then inside the square braces I want to print 2 dots. After save this file, as you can see it's not working. I think there is a problem with the browser. Maybe Chrome doesn't support this feature. So I'm going to copy my URL and I'm going to open Firefox. So as you can see, here I open my Firefox browser, and if I paste this URL and then press enter, now you can see the result. Here you can see it add the exact string what we type in our CSS section. So this is how you can use text overflow property. Here you can pass any string, whatever you want to print. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned.
Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial we are going to learn another new property which is writing mode. So let's see what kind of value we have in this property. So these are all values that we are going to use in this property. Our first value is horizontal hyphen TB, and it's a default value. TB stands for top and bottom. Our next value is vertical RL. RL stands for right to left. Then we have vertical LR. LR stands for left to right. Then we have sideways RL and sideways LR. So as you can see, we have a div element, and in this div element we have a dummy paragraph. And if you use writing mode property, then you can write your paragraph like this. You can vertically rotate your paragraph. Using this property, we can particularly rotate the text content, not the div element. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already create an HTML document named index.html. And if you notice, you can see in this HTML page we have a div tag, and here we set an ID name box, and also we have a paragraph in this div tag. And if you notice, in our style section we already set a fixed width to this div element, and also we use border. So at first I'm going to use our property which is writing mode. Writing mode. First value I'm going to use which is vertical RL. After save this file, here you can see the result. If you notice, now you can see our div width is still 400 pixel, but it rotated the paragraph, and we rotate this paragraph vertically right to left. If I increase the paragraph size, so here I'm going to type lorem 100 and then save this file. Now you can see the result. It starts from right, then it's go to the left side. And if I make it opposite, left to right, so I'm going to type L, then I'm going to type R, and then save this file. Also you can see the result. Now you can see, now our text start from left side and going to right side. Now let me show you another property which is sideways RL. So here I'm going to remove vertical LR and I'm going to type sideways RL. If I save this file, after save this file, as you can see, it's not working because Chrome browser doesn't support this feature. So I'm going to open this file in Firefox browser. If I paste this URL and then open this file, you can see the result. So some features are not supported by Chrome browser. That's why we need to use Firefox browser. Now let's talk about the last value, which is horizontal DB. So I want to use horizontal DB. If I save this file, as you can see, it prints the result as it is. Also, if I open my Firefox browser and then reload this browser, also you can see it print as it is because it is the default value. So this is all about writing more property in CSS. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS 3, and in this tutorial we are going to learn a new property related CSS, and our property name is column count. It is one of the most useful property. So let's see why it is useful. So as you can see, we have a div element, and in this div element we have a paragraph. This is a normal paragraph and it's look boring. It's not look very interesting. But if you notice on newspaper and other magazines, you can see our paragraphs, the paragraph divided in a columns. Sometimes it look like that. It provides space between this column. We can create this part using column count. And these are all column count related property. Column count, column gap, column rule width, column rule style, column rule color, column width, column fill, column span, and column. We already know about column count, and let's see how column gap work. Using column count property, we can divide the paragraph into 3 parts. But using column gap property, we can provide space between these partitions. You can increase the gap size, otherwise you can decrease the gap size. Our next property is also important property, which is column rule. Using this property, you can provide lines between these partitions. And also you can control the thickness using this property. Next property we have column width. Using this property, you can increase the column width, otherwise decrease the column width. Our paragraph divided into 3 columns, but using this property, you can control the size. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. And in this HTML page, we have a div tag and we assign an ID to this div, which is box. And if you notice, here we style this box. Here we use fixed width 600 pixel and also we set border. So first property that I'm going to use, column count. Column count. Column count, and I want to part this paragraph into 3 columns. 3. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, here you can see the result. It part our paragraph into 3 parts. Here you can divide your paragraph into many parts. Suppose if you want to divide this paragraph into 4 sections, yes you can, just you need to pass 4. You need to save this file. But for now, I would like to go with 3 parts. So this is the usage of column count property. Now let's talk about another property, which is column gap. So I have to type column gap, and here I'm going to pass a width. And as you can see, this is the default gap. And if I want to increase the gap, just here I need to pass a value. Suppose I want to increase the gap 50 pixel. And if I set this file, here you can see the result. And if you want more gap, just increase the value. So here I'm going to pass 100 pixel. After set this file, that's the result. For now, I would like to go with 50 pixel. Next property I'm going to use, which is column rule. And we have many column rule related property. So first property I'm going to use column rule width. For now, I'm going to use column width 3 pixel. And next property I'm going to use column rule style. Column rule style. column rule style, and I'm going to use dotted value. If I save this file, here you can see the result. Oops, I think I did some wrong, because here we use PC, not pixel. So we need to use pixel value, px. So if I save this file, now you can see the result. If I remove this border, so I'm going to make it 0 pixel and save this file again. Now you can see this line only appear between the columns, not the left side, not the right side. And we have different styles similar as border property. So I'm not going to show you one by one, because we already familiar with that. And now I'm going to use another property related column rule. So I'm going to duplicate this section, and this time I'm going to use color. Column rule, color. And here I'm going to use red color. If I save this file, now you can see the color of column rules. Not only that, also you can use shorthand for column rule property. Let me show you. So just we need to type column rule. And first value we need to pass column rule width, which is 2 pixel. Next we need to pass column rule style, which is solid. And then we need to pass column rule color. For now I'm going to use green. And I'm going to comment out these 3 lines. If I save this file, as you can see in my browser, now our column rule is green color and its width is 2 pixel and its style is solid. And if you want to increase the column rule width, just need to increase the value. Suppose I use 10 pixel and then save this file, you can see the result. Now let's talk about another property, which is column width. To use this property, we need to comment out this line, column count, because we do not use both the property at once. So I'm going to comment out this line, and here I'm going to use column width. Column width, and I want to make my column width 100 pixel. If I save this file, here you can see it divides our column into 4 parts. But if I reduce the column gap value 0 pixel, and also I'm going to reduce column rule width 1 pixel, and then save this file, now you can see it divides our column into 6 parts, because it's always try to divide our column in equal parts. As you can see, here we use fixed width 600 pixel. So if I divide 600 pixel with 100, then it's going to return 6. That's why it divided into 6 parts. Now let's talk about another property, which is called column span. But before, I'm going to comment out this line, and I'm going to uncomment this line, column count. Also, I'm going to use 20 pixel gap between this column, and our column rule style solid and 2 pixel width, and thickness is 2 pixel. If I save this file, again we are back to the old stage. Now I'm going to show you how can we use column span property. Suppose I want to move this heading 1 tag inside this div element. So I'm going to move this heading 1 tag inside this box div. If I save this file, you can see the result. Heading 1 is much larger for this example, so I'm going to use heading 5 tag, h5, and save it again. Now you can see our heading 5 tag adjust in our column 1, and I don't want it. I want to increase size for this column, for this particular tag. So if I use heading 3, then save this file, now I'm going to show you how exactly it's going to work. So we need to select this tag heading 3, h3. Then inside the curly braces, we need to use column span. Column span. And I'm going to provide all the space inside this div. So I'm going to pass all. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now for this particular tag, we expand the column size. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn about CSS font face rule. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial, we are going to learn a new property @font face. Using this property, you can download any font and you can use it in your web page. Now the question is, why we need to use this property? We already have a property named font family. So as you can see, if we use font family, we can provide Arial, Helvetica and Sans serif in this font family. If Arial font install user system, then it's going to apply Arial font. If it is not, then it is going to check for Helvetica. And also, if the Helvetica is not available, then it's going to jump into the sans serif. And if all of these are not available, then it's going to use the default font of browser. To resolve this problem, previously we used web-safe fonts. Web-safe fonts are supported by many popular operating systems like Windows, macOS, Linux. Also, it's supported by mobile operating systems, Android, iOS. These operating systems use common group of font in their system. So that's the previous method that we can use different fonts. But now we have @fontface property. Using it, we can use any font in our web page. And this is how you can use this fontface property. Fontface, inside the curly braces, you need to pass font family. And here you can take your own name. You can pass any name. And next property you need to use, which is source. And inside the source, you need to pass the URL, the exact font URL. And remember, to take the font name, here you cannot use any space between the name. Here you can use camel case, otherwise hyphen, but you cannot use space. Next, you need to pass the source. And here you need to pass the exact path with the extension. First, you need to pass the folder name, then you need to use slash and your font name. Now, let's see how can you use this font. To use this font, you need to use font family property. Then you need to pass the font name. The font name you assign in your fontface selector. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. And as you can see, inside the body tag, we have a div tag with ID name box. And now we need to use this fontface property. But before, we need to download a font to use it. There are many websites that provide fonts to download, but I would like to prefer Font Squirrel. Here you can see different type of font. For now, I would like to go with Open Sans. This is one of the most useful font in website. So I'm going to select this font, so I'm going to click it here. And if you notice, you can see it also provides different thickness version of this font, light, bold, bolder, italic, etc. And if you want to take a test drive of this font, just you need to select this option, test drive. And if you type something, suppose I'm going to type hello world. Here you can see the result. So it is a very good font to use in our website. And if you want to change the font size, from here you can change the font size. If I use 14 pixel size is used for paragraphs. So if I use it, you can see the result. It is a very good font to use in our website. And if you open this drop down, here you can see different font styles of these fonts. Open Sans bold, bold italic, etc. And if you decide you are going to use this font in your website, then you need to go to this section, Web Font Kit. And these are all web font file extension, WOFF, TTF, EOT, SVG. And WOFF is the most recommended because it supports all of the modern browser. Then after select this extension, we need to download this font. So I'm going to click the download button. As you can see, here we successfully download our font. Then I move this downloaded file in this folder named font. So as you can see, we need to extract this file. So I'm going to press extract here. So after extract, here you can see a folder web fonts. If I open it, these are all fonts that we can use in our web page. Suppose I want to use regular font. So I'm going to open this folder and I'm going to copy this particular file, Open Sans regular web font .woff. And I'm going to move this file to the main font folder. And also I'm going to delete these unnecessary files. I don't need it. Now let's back to the Visual Studio Code editor. So as you can see, again we are in my Visual Studio Code editor. At first we need to use CSS font face rule property. So here I'm going to type @font face. Then we need to use curly braces. At first we need to use font family property. Font family. And in this font family property, we need to pass a value. We need to pass the font name. And if I show you my font name, our font name is Open Sans. So here I'm going to type Open Sans. And then we need to provide the source path of this font. So I'm going to type src. And here we need to use URL value to locate this font. As you know, URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator. And inside the round braces, we need to provide the font path. So as you know, our font is in our font folder. Font / and our font name is Open Sans Regular Web Font. That's it. If I save this file and if I use it in our box div, so I'm going to type hashtag box inside the curly braces. Here I want to use Open Sans font for our paragraph. So again we need to use font family. So basically I'm going to copy this line and I'm going to paste it here. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I show you my browser, you can see the result. So after save this file, as you can see, it apply Open Sans font in our paragraph. And the same way, if you want to change the font of heading 1 tag, yes, you can. Suppose I'm going to select heading 1, H1, then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use font family, Open Sans. If I save this file, here you can see the result. So this is how you can download any type of font and you can apply it in your browser. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn Google Fonts. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hey guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn why should we use Google Font in our web pages. Now, let's try to understand what is Google Fonts. So as you can see, we have a server. And in this server, we have our HTML file, CSS images, and our fonts. If visitor is increased to this website, then our server loading time increased. Our server take time to complete the request because there are many visitors at the same time. Suppose one visitor try to access this page and our server try to fill its request. At the same time, two other visitor came and send the request. In that situation, it increased the server response time. At the same time, this server going to serve HTML, CSS, images, and fonts. But if we use Google Fonts, then it reduces our server load because then we directly use Google server to serve the font. This time our server going to deliver HTML, CSS, and images. But for the fonts, it going to use Google server. And that's decrease our loading time and open our page faster than previous stage. This time we are going to access all the fonts from Google server. Now let's start the practical and see how we can use Google Fonts. To access the Google font, you need to visit this website, fonts.google.com. It's going to redirect you this page. Here you can see a lot of fonts. And from here, you can search any font that you imagine. For now, I would like to go with Montserrat font, so I'm going to select this font. From here, you can change the font size. And these are the styles provided by this font. To access this font, you need to click on this button, Get Font. From here, you can download this font in your local system. Also, you can use it from the Google server. For that, you need to click Get Embedded Code. Here you can see this font is available for web, Android device, iOS device, and Flutter applications. But we are going to use it for web. If we select web, also you can see we have two other options, link and import. For now, we are going to use link option because we do not learn about import rules. We are familiar with link tags. We are going to learn import rule method in our upcoming tutorials. So for now, I would like to go with links. Just you need to copy this code. Then back to the Visual Studio Code. In your Visual Studio Code, you need to paste this code inside the head tag. So below the meta tag, I'm going to paste this code. And I'm going to save this file. Now, we are able to use this font. And now I'm going to use this particular font for this h1 tag. So below the title tag, here I'm going to use style tag. And inside this style tag, and inside this style tag, then inside this style tag, I'm going to select this h1 tag, h1. Then in this curly braces, first I'm going to use a property named font family. Font family. Then let's back to the browser. Here you can see the font family Montserrat sans serif. So now copy this section and back to the Visual Studio Code. And here I'm going to pass this value. After save this file and run this code, you can see the result in our browser. It changed heading 1 font. Not only that, also you can use any font weight value between 100 to 900. So this is how you can use Google Font on your web page. It is a very easy process. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn about CSS list style. Now let's see what is list style and how it's work. These are all list style property. List style image, list style position, list style type, and list style. So as you can see, this is the example of list, and in this list we have total 4 list items. But if you notice the list style icon, it's an image. It is not a bullet point, otherwise square box. You can use any image as a list style image. Then come list style position. We have 2 types of position, inside and outside, and we are going to learn it practically. Then our next property is list style type. As you know, we have total 2 types of list item, order list and unordered list. Now, let's talk about our last property, which is list style. We use this property as a one-liner. If you don't want to type this 3 property, then you can use this one. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. And if you notice, you can see inside the body tag, we have a heading tag. Also, we have an unordered list and a ordered list. And now, I'm going to style this unordered list. So for that, here I'm going to use style tag. Style, and inside the style tag, first we need to select the unordered list, UL. And remember, if you want to apply all the list properties, then you need to use UL tag, otherwise OL tag, not the list items. I want to say not the LI tags. So here I'm going to use UL. Then inside the curly braces, first property I'm going to use list style type. List style type. List style type, I'm going to use circle value. If I save this file, you can see the result. If you notice, you can see in my browser, it make our list item pointer circle. And if you want to use square boxes, yes, you can. Just you need to type square. If I save this file, you can see the result. And if you don't want to show any bullet point, also you can use a value called none. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now there is no bullet point before the list items. For now, I would like to go with circle value. Now let's talk about order list. So I'm going to duplicate this section and I'm going to replace UL with OL. Order list style is different from unordered list. If you want to use alphabetic, then you need to type upper alpha. If I use upper alpha, as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4 replace with ABCD. Similarly, if you want to use lower alpha, and then save this file, now you can see capital ABCD replaced with small abcd. Also, we have other values, upper Roman and lower Roman. So if I type lower Roman and then save this file, here you can see the result. Now our list items start with Roman numbers. And if I pass upper Roman, and then save this file, now you can see the result. And the default value is decimal. If I pass decimal and then save this file, you can see the result. That's the default value. That's why it print 1, 2, 3, 4. So these are the most popular order list values. And if you don't want to show anything, just you can pass none here and then save this file. For now, I would like to go with upper alpha. So here I'm going to type upper alpha. And now I'm going to talk about list style position. In list style position property, we have total 2 values. But first, I'm going to use border. Border 2 pixel solid border. With that, our border color is red. And I'm going to save this file. At first, I'm going to type list style position. List style position. And I'm going to pass inside. If I save this file, you can see the result. It moved the list item little bit inside of this box. And if I use outside and then save this file, here you can see the result. After using inside value, it move our list item little bit right side. So that's the usage of this property. Now let's talk about another property, which is list style image. So here I'm going to type list style image. Then here we need to use URL value, URL. Then inside the round braces, we need to provide the file path. URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator. And inside the round braces, we need to provide the image file path. Now let's download an image from the website. So as you can see on your screen, here we open a website named Icon Finder. From here, you can download lots of icons. You can search any type of icon and download it. So from the search bar, I'm going to type right arrow. After search this icon, you can see the result. It provides free and premium both type of icon. So from here, I'm going to select free versions. So these are all free icons that you can download. I would like to go with this one. So I'm going to click this icon. After click on this icon, you can see here it provides different type of format. PNG, SVG and other formats. For this example, I'm going to use PNG. Also, you can select your own resolution. I don't want bigger icon. That's why I'm going to use 48 pixel size. And then I'm going to click on download button. After click on download button, as you can see, it download in our download folder. Now let's move this icon from the download folder to our current working directory. So as you can see in my current working directory, I already moved this PNG image in my directory and I rename this file arrow.png. And now I'm going to use this PNG file in my URL section. So inside this URL bar, I'm going to provide the file path arrow.png. After save this file, you can see the result. But there is a problem. As you can see, still our image are larger than bullet points. And there is no easy way to resolve this problem. Yes, we can use combinator selector, otherwise we can create blank content to align it, otherwise reduce the size. But basically, we are in now just initial stage. So I'm going to reduce the image size using Photoshop. So as you can see, I open this image in Photoshop application and now I'm going to reduce the image size. So I'm going to select this image section and here you can see the option image size. And I want to make it 12 pixel by 12 pixel. I think it is good for it. Otherwise, I can make it 16 pixel. Okay. Then I'm going to press OK. And I'm going to save this file as a PNG file, export as PNG. Also, I'm going to replace this image with this image. Yes. And then again, I'm going to jump into the Visual Studio Code editor. If I save this file, you can see the result. This is the basic section of tutorial. We don't know about advanced selector yet, so I could not show you many examples. In our upcoming tutorials and advanced section, we are going to learn about different type of selectors. Then I can show you the examples. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn about CSS background image property. background image, background repeat, and background position. Now let's try to understand what is background image. If you want to set image in your background, then you can use this property, background image. If you want to use this property, you need to type background-image, then inside the URL, you need to pass the image file path, something like that. Suppose you have an image named 1.jpg, and you need to put this image file path on this URL section. So let's see how we can use it practically. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. So at first, inside the style tag, I'm going to style the body tag. So I'm going to type body, and inside this body tag, I'm going to apply the background image. And here I'm going to type background image URL flower.jpg. If I save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, it covers our whole page background with this image. Also, it repeats the background image again and again to cover this space. So this is the first property. Now, let's talk about the second property, which is background repeat. Background repeat property comes with 6 values: repeat, no repeat, repeat X, repeat Y, space, and rounded. Repeat is the default value, and if you use no repeat, then it's not going to repeat the image again and again. Also, you can repeat your image from x-axis direction and also from y-axis direction. And if you use space value, then it's going to provide space between this image. And if you use round value, then it's going to stretch your image. These are all predefined value of background repeat property. Now let's see how we can apply it practically. So at first, I'm going to use this property background repeat. Background repeat. And here I'm going to apply no repeat. No repeat. If I save this page, as you can see, now our image do not repeat itself. Now it's appeared just for one time. And now I want to repeat this image from x-axis direction. So here I'm going to pass background repeat, repeat x. If I save this file, you can see the result. At the same way, if you want to repeat your image y-axis direction, just you need to pass repeat y. After save this file, you can see the result. And now I'm going to use the next value, which is space. Background repeat space. If I save this file, you can see the result. If I extend the browser width, now it's clear for you. Now you can see it provides space between this image. If we have enough content, then it's going to work horizontally and vertically also. Let me prove you that. So I'm going to reduce the browser size, and I'm going to duplicate this box 5 times and then save this file again. Now you can see the result. This is the usage of space value. For now, I'm going to remove all the unnecessary contents. But this is how space value work in background repeat property. The next value I'm going to use, which is round. So here I'm going to replace space with round. After save this file, you can see the result. As I told you, round value stretch our image. Now let's talk about background position value. These are all predefined value of background position. Left top, left center, left bottom, right top, right center, right bottom, center center, center bottom. Also you can use percentage value for CSS background position property. With that also you can pass pixel value at y-axis direction and x-axis direction. So let's see how we can use it practically. So at first I'm going to use background repeat value no repeat. No repeat. Then I'm going to use background position property. Background position. If I save this file, by default it's coming left top position. So I'm going to use right top property. Right top. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now it move our background image right top position. This is the right top position. Then I'm going to use right center. After save this file, here you can see the result. We don't have enough content. That's why it move it upward. So I'm going to duplicate this line box section 5 times. If I save this file, now you can see the result. I think it is not a good example, so I'm going to remove all of it. Also, I'm going to remove the content inside the box D. Then I'm going to style this box D using its ID, hashtag box. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to set width and height. Width 100%, height 800 pixel. And then I'm going to add a border. Border 1 pixel, solid, and border color is red. After save this file, as you can see, this is the size of our box. And now I'm going to use all of these properties inside this box D. And I'm going to remove the body tag. If I save this file, now it's more clear for you. Let's increase the border width 3 pixel. Now our borders are much more visible. So as you can see, here we use right center and you can see the position. Now I decide I'm going to move our background image right bottom. For that we need to use right bottom value. At the same way we have left side value. If you want to move it left bottom, just you need to replace right with left. And then you need to save this file. And if you want to place it left center position, in that case just you need to replace bottom value with center. And if we use left center value, you can see the result. At the same way, we have center value. If you want to place this image center of this div element, just you need to pass center. If I save this file, you can see the result. And if you want to place it center top, just you need to pass center top. Now it's going to move our image center top position. Also, you can move it center bottom position. Not only that, as I told you, you can use percentage value to move your background image. So I'm going to duplicate this section and I'm going to comment out the previous line. And here, I want to move our image using percentage value. From x-axis, I want to move it 25%. And from the y-axis, I'm going to move it 50%. If I save this file, you can see the position. From x-axis, it moved 25% and from y-axis, it moved 50%. Also, you can use pixel unit. So I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous line. And this time I'm going to use pixel unit. From x-axis, I want to move it 300 pixel. And from the y-axis, I want to move it 200 pixel. If I save this file, now you can see the position. From x-axis it moved 300 pixel and from y-axis it moved 200 pixel. Not only that, you can use multiple background images at once. For that, just you need to use comma between these value. Comma, again I'm going to type URL and inside the URL we need to provide another file path. So if I show you my current working directory, there you can see another image, man.jpg. And I'm going to use this image, man.jpg. Then again, we need to provide background repeat value for this image. So again, I'm going to pass comma and here I'm going to pass no repeat. Also, we need to define the position. So I'm going to use comma and I'm going to define right bottom corner, right bottom. If I save this file, here you can see the image. Basically, our previous image is overlapping with this image. That's why I'm going to move it left top corner. Left top. So as you can see, at the same div element, here we use different backgrounds. Also, we can provide different background repeat property and different background position property. So in that way, you can use multiple images at the background. And if you want to use shorthand of these three property, just you need to type background. And then first you need to provide the URL file path. So to copy the file path, then you need to provide background repeat property value, which is no repeat. And also you need to define the position. And I'm going to pass left top. And I'm going to comment out all of these previous lines. If I save this file, you can see the result. Not only that, if you want to apply background color, yes, you can. Just you need to pass background color here. Suppose I want to use gold color background. Gold. And then save this file, you can see the result. So at the same time, we can use background color. Also, we can use images. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can use these three property related background. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn about a new property, which is background attachment. We have total two property related background attachment, scroll and fixed. Scroll is the default value. And if you use fixed value, then it's going to fix your background image. And you can scroll your text, otherwise content, over the background image. So let's see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So as you can see in this HTML, we have a div tag with ID name box. Also you can see in our body tag, we use a background. Here we use a background, a flower image. And now I'm going to add some dummy text in this box. So here I'm going to type lorem 1000. After press enter and save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see we have a scroll bar at right side. And if I reduce the browser width, let me show you something like that. Now you can see if I scroll down my scroll bar, also our background image move with the scroll bar. To resolve this problem, we need to use background attachment property. So let's use the property. So inside the curly braces, I want to use the property name background attachment. And I'm going to use fixed value. If I save this file, then again back to the browser and scroll the content, this time you can see the different result. Now you can see, after scroll this content, as you can see, the background image fixed its own place. Just our content moving upward and downward. And if we use another value, which is scroll, and then save this file, and if I scroll down my page, now you can see, again our background is moving with the content, because scroll is the default value. To fix the background, you need to use fixed value. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn about background size. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned. Hello guys, nice to see you back. Once again, I am back with another tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn about CSS background size property. These are all values related background size property. Our first value is auto. Second value is length. Here you can provide pixel value for your background size. Then you can use percentage. You can define background size with percentage value. Then come cover. And last one is contain. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. So as usual, we have a div tag with ID box. You can see in our box, here we set border and a background. And we set our background no repeat. And our background position is left top. For now, I'm going to remove the background position, left top. I don't need it. So this is our background image look without background size property. But I want to reduce the background size. For that, I'm going to use the property background size, and here I'm going to use pixel value. I'm going to pass 150 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. It reduced the background image size. As you can see, here we pass only one value. It's mean for both the axis is going to apply 150 pixel. But if I pass 200 for y-axis and then save this file, now you can see now it apply 150 pixel for x-axis and 200 pixel for y-axis. So we can control background image x-axis size and y-axis size differently. As you can see, our box div height is 800 pixel. So to pass 800. After save this file, as you can see, we increase the background size at y-axis direction. But this time for x-axis direction, I want to use 100%. Because for this box width, we use 100% size. So after save this file, now you can see the result. Now it's cover our whole div with this background image. So you can use fixed unit and dynamic unit together. Otherwise, also you can use only percentage value. Let me show you. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line. So from both the direction, I want 100% width and height for this background image. If I save this file, here you can see the result. At the same way, if you want to use only 30%, then save this file, also you can see the result. So this is how you can control background image size with these values. And now I'm going to use predefined value. This time I'm going to use a value called cover. If I save this file, you can see the result. If we use cover value, it's going to cover whole div with this background image. But if you notice, you can see from the right side, it cut our image. Basically, this value resize the background image to cover the entire container. Even if it has to stretch the image or cut a little bit of the one side of image. Now, let's talk about our another value, which is contain. So I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous line. And I'm going to replace cover with contain. Before I save this file, let me tell you what this value going to do. Basically, it's going to resize the background image to make sure the image is fully visible. So if I save this file, now you can see our image is completely visible. And according to the image ratio, as you can see, our bottom portion is not covered by this image. So this is the usage of background size property. I hope now it's clear for you. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn about CSS background origin. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn background origin property. Now, let's see what are the values provided by background origin. So these are all values that we can use in our background origin property. Padding box, border box, content box. Now you might have question, what's that mean? So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So let me explain with the practical. So as you can see side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And here I open a HTML document named index.html. So if you notice, in this box div, we set width 60%. Also we set height 800 pixel. With that, here we use padding. 30 pixel padding of each of the direction. Also we have 3 pixel border. But I'm going to make it 20 pixel. And I want to save this file. And here we define background size 200 pixel. Also we use background property as a one-liner. So let's use background origin property. Background origin. And as I told you, this property comes with 3 values. Padding box, border box and content box. Padding box is the default value. If we use padding box, our background image starts from this padding. But if we use content box, after save this file, now you can see our background image start from the content area because we use this value. So if I increase the background size, 500 pixel and then set this file, you can see the result. Our background image starts from the content area. Basically, using this property, we can declare from where I want to start our background. This value only works if we use no repeat value. But if we remove the no repeat value and then set this file, now you can see again it starts from the actual origin place. So I'm going to use no repeat value. Now let's jump into the next value, which is padding box. Padding box, if I use this value and then set this file, now you can see our background image start from the padding area. But if we use border box and then set this file, now you can see our image slightly move inside the border. This time our background image start from the border area. If I use border style dotted, then set this file, now it's more clear for you. So we can start our background image from the padding area, also from the content area. So that's the usage of background origin property. I hope now it's clear for you. Thank you. Thanks for watching this video. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial we are going to learn about a new property related background, which is background clip. Basically this property related with background color. This property is pretty similar with our previous property background origin. Now let's talk about the values of this property. These are all values that I'm going to use with background clip, padding box, border box and content box. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side I opened my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. As usual, we have a div tag with ID name box, and inside this div tag we have some dummy text content. And we already styled this div tag using its ID name box. Here we set with 60% height 300 pixel, and also I provide padding which is 30 pixel each of the direction. With that we have dotted border. So let's start the property name, which is background clip. Background clip. Here the first value I'm going to use, which is content box. Content box. If I set this file, it's not going to work because we do not provide any background color to this box. So I'm going to pass background color white. So if I set this file, now you can see it provides background color white to the content area only. And now I want to cover the padding area with this background color. Then just we need to pass padding box. After set this file, here you can see the result. With that, if you want to cover the border area with the background color, for that just you need to pass border box property. Border box. If I set this file, you can see the result. So that's the one of the usage of this property. Now let me show you another example. We can use this property with background image also. Now let's add a background image to our heading 1 tag. So here type background image, and I'm going to use background image URL. We have an image of flower in our background, flower.jpg. If I set this file, you can see the result. It add flower background image in our heading tag. Now I'm going to use the font size. So I'm going to type font size and I'm going to use 150 pixel. Then also I'm going to change the font family. So I'm going to type font family and I'm going to use impact font. Impact. Only the impact. I don't want anything else. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, it is look like that. And if you don't want to repeat your background, just you need to use no repeat value. Background repeat, no repeat. For now, I would like to go with repeated background. And then I'm going to use background clip property. Background clip. And here I'm going to pass text. And I'm going to make my color transparent. If I save this file, you can see the result. Here you can see we perfectly clip the background image according to the heading 1 text. If I reduce the size, if I make it 100 pixel and then save this file, now you can see it's look much better than previous one. If I make body background color white, now it much more visible. And one thing I forgot to talk about, background clip property come with another value, which is text, and this value work on only the text. I hope now it's clear for you how we can use background clip property. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hey guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS, and this is the most important part of this tutorial. In this tutorial, we are going to learn about color modes. Here we are going to learn how can we assign color to an element using different mode. The first mode we have is color name. You can use any color name, suppose red, yellow, blue, dark gray, whatever you want to use. Next we have hexadecimal code, and third one is RGB value. RGB stands for red, green and blue. At the same way we have RGBA. A stands for alpha value. Using A value we can control the transparency of this color. And then we have HSL value. HSL stands for hue, saturation and lightness. And similar to RGBA value, we have HSLA. A stands for alpha value. Now let's talk about the color name value, how we can use color name value. So these are all most popular color in CSS that we use. Red, green, blue, orange, yellow, pink, magenta, brown, tomato, violet, etc. And there are a lot of color names which I don't define here. You can search it in websites. Just you need to search WebSub color in your browser, and then it's going to provide all the color names. Now let's talk about hexadecimal mode. This is the example of hexadecimal mode. Hexadecimal color code start with hash character. Then we need to pass total 6 digits. As you can see here we pass a value FF0000. This color code stands for red color. And at the next example here we use hashtag 0000FF, and this color code stands for blue color. If you search it WebSub color with hexadecimal code, you can find the hexa codes of any color. Our next color mode is RGB. R stands for red, G stands for green and B stands for blue. First we need to provide the red value, and we need to provide the value between 0 and 255. Not less than 0, not more than 255. And this is how we can create any color. And if I pass the exact color code, it's going to return red color because our green value is 0, also our blue value is 0. And for the red value, we use the highest value, 255. That's why it's going to return the perfect red color. Don't worry, I'm going to show you the example with practically. Next value is HSL. HSL stands for H for hue, S for saturation, L for lightness. In hue, here you can pass value between 0 to 360. If you pass 0, then it's going to return red color. If you pass 120, it's going to return green color. And next value, saturation stands for intensity. You can control the color intensity using this value. You can control the brightness of this color, otherwise dullness of this color using this property. And our next value, lightness, you control the light of this color. And here you can pass value between 0 to 100%. Don't worry, I'm going to show the example with practically. And our last two color values are RGBA and HSLA. A stands for alpha value. It's mean opacity of any color. Here you can pass value between 0 to 1. If you pass 0 value, then it's going to make your object completely transparent. And to provide full color, you need to pass 1 value. And if you want to apply the 50% color, otherwise 50% transparency, then you need to pass 0.5 value. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use these color modes. So as usual, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. So at first, I'm going to color our H1 tag, heading 1. So here I use color property. As you know, our first color mode is color name. So here, I'm going to provide a color. By default, it comes with black color. So I want red color. So I'm going to pass the color name, red. If I save this file, you can see the result. There is nothing special. And now I'm going to use different color mode in our box div. So here I'm going to use a property named background color. So I'm going to uncomment this line, and at first I'm going to use a color name called blue, and I'm going to save this file. As you can see, after pass this color name, it fill our box with blue color. If you want to use gold color, G-O-L-D, gold, you can see the result. It provides the gold color. Also, you can search for any color name. Let's search a color name which is start with F. Here you can see a color name forced green. If I use this color and save this file, you can see the result. Here we can use hundreds of color names. Now let's talk about the second mode, which is hexadecimal code. To use hexadecimal value, first we need to type hexacode hash. Then I want blue color. For blue color, we need to use this color code 0000FF. If I use this color, as you can see this time our box fill with blue color. And if we use red color, only the pure red color, then you need to pass it start with FF then 0000. If I set this file, you can see the result. And if I use blue and red together, so I would pass FF00FF and then set this file, it's going to return pink color. If you have knowledge about color wheel, then you can understand why it's written pink color. And if I use FF value for green color, now we have 6F in our hexadecimal value. It's going to return pure white color, because if we mix RGB at once with full potential, then it's going to return white color. So using this combination, we can use many colors. Our Visual Studio provides the color palette. If I drag our mouse and change the value, as you can see, it provides a lot of hexadecimal version of this color. Suppose I want to use green color. So these are all green color variant with hexadecimal value. Here you can see the hexadecimal value. If I use this color and save this file, as you can see, it applies the color in our box. Now let's talk about RGB mode. So I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous one. And this time I'm going to type RGB. Then inside the round braces, first we need to pass R value. R stands for red. So I'm going to use 255. And for green, I'm going to pass 0. And for blue, also I'm going to pass 0. If I save this file, it's going to return pure red color. But if I use 255 value for blue, again it's going to return pink color. At the same way, if I pass 255 for green value, it's going to return white color. If I open this color palette, which is provided by Visual Studio Code Editor, here you can see the RGB value. If I drag my mouse and select any color, otherwise any color variant, here you can see the RGB value. If I use this code and save this file, as you can see, it applies this exact color in our box. Now let's talk about another color mode, which is HSL. So I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out the previous line. And I'm going to replace RGB with HSL. Hue, saturation and lightness. For hue, I'm going to pass 120. It is for green color. And for saturation, I'm going to use 50%. Also for lightness, I'm going to use 50% light. If I save this file, as you can see, it's written green color. And if I increase the value of saturation, then you can see, if I make it 100%, it's going to return pure green color. But if I increase the lightness value, suppose I'm going to make it 100%, then it is going to return the exact white color. Because if I increase the lightness of any color, it's turned into white. So we need to use below than 100%. Suppose I'm going to use 90%. Now you can see, now it used this very light green color. So if I change the color using this color palette, you can see the HSL value. From here, you can use any color. If you decrease the lightness value of this color, then it's going to provide the darker version of this color. And now I'm going to pass 240 value. 240. This stands for blue color variant. If I save this file, now you can see it provides darker version of blue color. and if I make it 100% and then save this file, also if I make light 50%, here you can see the result. Now it provides exact blue color. Now let's talk about the alpha value. I'm going to use the alpha value with RGBA value. So I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous line, and here I'm going to pass RGBA. As you know, first here we need to pass red color value. For red color, I'm going to use pure red 255, and for green, I'm going to use 0. Also for blue, I'm going to use 0. But for alpha, for now, I'm going to use 1. If I save this file, as you can see, it provides pure red color. Now, I'm going to attach a background image to this box div. So I'm going to type background image URL, and I'm going to provide our flower image. If I save this file, you can see the result. Sorry, we need to use this background image in our body tag, not the div element. So I'm going to cut this section and I'm going to paste it inside the body tag. And I want to save this file. Now, as you can see, we cannot see our background image through this box div because our div is filled with red color and it is not transparent. But if I want to make it complete transparent, we need to pass 0 value as alpha. If I make it 0, then save this file. Now you can see our box is completely transparent. And if I want to decrease the transparency, we need to increase the value 1 by 1. First, I'm going to use 0.1 and then save this file. Now you can see our box is still transparent, but you can see a red layer. And the same way, if I increase the value, if I make it 5 and then save this file, as you can see, now our box color is semi-transparent. So this is how you can control the transparency. If I pass 9 value and then save this file, you can see the result. At the same way, HSLA value work. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And if I pass HSLA, for hue I'm going to use 120 degree. And for saturation, I'm going to use 100%. Also for lightness, I'm going to use 50%. And for alpha value, I'm going to use 1. If I save this file, as you can see, it written pure green color. But this time our box is not transparent. If I make it 0 and then save this file, now you can see it completely transparent. And if I increase the value a little bit, 0.3, and then save this file, now it's semi-transparent. So this is how you can control the transparency of any color. So this is it for this tutorial. I hope now it's clear for you how we can use different mode in our color property. And also we learn about transparency. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hey guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn about gradient colors. Now the question is, what is gradient? If you want to apply more than one color in a single element, in that case, you need to use gradient. Now, let's try to talk about different CSS gradient types. In how many styles we can apply gradient color? We can apply gradient in linear style. Also, we can apply radial gradients. And also, we have repeating linear gradient and repeating radial gradients. Now, at first, let's try to understand what is linear gradient. This is the example of linear gradient. Linear gradient color flow one side to another side. It may be flow top to bottom, left to right, right to left, and bottom to top. As you can see in our first example, at top, here we use dark green color. But at bottom, here we use light green color. At the same way, in our second example, at the left side, we use dark yellow, and at the right side, we use light yellow. But in our third example, at right side, we use dark blue color, at left side, we use light blue color. And in our last example, at bottom, we use dark pink color, and at top, we use light pink color. Also, you can provide the value diagonal and angle wise. Now, let's talk about radial gradient. This is the example of radial gradient. This gradient style not going to start from any side. It can be start from the center, also from the right bottom, left top, etc. If you notice the fourth example, as you can see, our gradient color start from the top left corner. At the top left corner, you can see the dark variant of this color. And at the right bottom corner, you can see the lighter version of this color. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can apply it. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And I already created a HTML document named index.html. So as you notice, in our body tag, we have a div tag with class named box. And I styled this div tag in our style section. Here we set 90% width and we set 600 pixel height. And also we set a solid 2 pixel border. And our background color is gray. So as you can see in this box, we apply only one color, which is gray. But I want to apply multiple color in our background. For that, we need to use gradient colors. So I'm going to delete this line and I'm going to apply this property, name background. And I want to apply linear gradient. Linear gradient. As I told you, linear gradient color work directionally. It can be moved from the left to right side, up to down, and down to up, also from the right side to left side. Here you can apply multiple color as much you want, but I would like to start with 2 color. So our first color is red and our second color is yellow. If I save this file, you can see the result. By default, it moved top to bottom. It apply red color at the top and it apply yellow color at the bottom. And now I want to provide the direction. I want to direct it at the right side. So here I'm going to type, so this starting position we need to pass comma to right. You can see the result. It starts from left side and we direct it at the right side. That's why yellow color appear at the right side. And if I pass value to left and save this file, now you can see it shift red color at the right side. Now it moving right to left side. Also you can change the direction. You can make it top, otherwise bottom. But now I'm going to show you how can we spread the color at diagonal position. Suppose I want to set the direction at this corner. For that, we need to pass bottom right. Let me show you. To bottom right. If I set this file, you can see the angle. Now the colors start from this corner and it end this corner. And this is how you can set top right, top left, bottom left, whatever you want. Not only that, also you can pass particular angle. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line. And this time I'm going to pass particular angle. Suppose I want to pass 45 degree. If I set this file, you can see the result. Now our gradient color start from the 45 degree angle. So you can rotate linear gradient color at any direction. And also you can pass minus value. Suppose you pass minus 45 degree. If I set this file, you can see the result. Now it's changed the linear gradient direction. With that, as I told you, we can apply multiple colors. We can apply more than 2 colors. So here I'm going to apply another color called green. If I set this file, you can see the result. Basically, you can apply color as much you want. If you want to apply blue color with green color, yes, you can. Just you need to pass the value. After comma, you need to type blue. After set this file, you can see the result. And remember, you can type any type of color values. For now, here we use color names. but you can apply RGB, hexa value, otherwise transparent colors. Let me show you the example. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And this time at first I'm going to remove this degree value, and after red color I want to apply color in RGBA mode. So I'm going to type RGBA. As you know, A value stands for alpha. For red I'm going to type 255. For green I'm going to pass 0, and for blue I'm going to pass 255 again. And for alpha value I'm going to use 0.5. It's mean semi-transparent. If I save this file, you can see the result. Oops, there is some typing error in my code. We need to close the round braces. If I save this file again, you can see the result. We already learned about different color modes in our previous tutorial. So our color is semi-transparent. But if I pass only 0, then save this file, now you can see our color is fully transparent. Now you can see only the red color. I hope now it's clear for you. Now let's talk about repeated linear gradient colors. Let me show you how we can use it. So I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out this line. And at first, I'm going to change the value name. For that, we need to type repeated linear gradient. Repeating linear gradient. Red, green, and blue. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. Now you might have questioned what is the difference between these two values. You might think their working process is same, but it's not. But here we can use percentage value with the color. Let me show you. Suppose for green, I'm going to apply 10%. Also for blue, I'm going to apply 20%. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see our gradient color is repeating. This is called repeating linear gradient. Also you can provide direction. So here I'm going to pass 45 degree. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now let's talk about radial gradient value. I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous line, and I'm going to remove this line. And as a value, this time I'm going to type radial gradient. And I'm going to start with two colors, red and yellow. If I save this file, you can see the result. Here I do not provide any direction, and it is the default position. That's why radial gradient start from the center. At the center position, it starts with red color and then it spread yellow at the corners. Also, you can provide as much color you want. Suppose with red yellow, I want to apply green color and set this file. You can see the result. Not only that, also you can define the ratio of this color. Suppose I want to apply red color 5%. And for yellow, I'm going to use 15%. And for green, you can take any value. I'm going to use 60%. If I save this file, you can see the result. Also, you can define shape of this gradient. You can use ellipse, also circle. Let me show you. If I set my box height 300 pixels and then save this file, now you can see our gradient shape is ellipse. It is the default shape, but I don't want ellipse shape. I want circle. For that, here you need to type circle. After save this file, as you can see, now it apply circle shape. Not only that, also you can define the size of the gradient. And to define the size, we have total 4 values. Our first value is furthest corner, and it's the default value. Then we have closest side. Also we have closest corner, and our last value is furthest side. So I'm going to apply one by one all of these. So at first, I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line. And at first, I'm going to remove this value, circle. The first value I'm going to use, which is closest side. After that, we need to type a keyword, which is at. After that, we need to provide the direction. So for direction, I'm going to pass 50% and 50%. It's mean the center. If I save this file, you can see the result. And now I'm going to move this circle at left side. So I'm going to use 20%. If I save this file, you can see the result. Our first value stands for x-axis direction and our second value stands for y-axis direction. And if you want to move it vertically, then you need to change the second value. Suppose I want to move it 90%. If I save this file, you can see the result. From the left, I move 20% and from the top, here I move 90%. And for now, I'm going to remove this percentage value of this color. I don't want it. And I'm going to save this file again. Now, I'm going to apply another side, which is farthest side. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see now our color can move farthest side as much as possible. Because here we use farthest side, but the position of the center is still remains same, which is 20% by 90%. If I make it 50% by 50% from the x-axis and from the y-axis, if I make it 50% by 50%, you can see the result. The next value we have is farthest corner. If we use farthest corner and then save this file, then our color try to reach the corner as much as possible. After save this file, you can see the result. Also we have closest corner. So if we replace farthest with closest and then save this file, closest side, not corner. So if I make it side, then save this file, you can see the result. If I move it 20% by 90% and then save this file, this is how it's work at closest side. But if I make it closest corner and then save this file, now the color try to reach the closest corner. But if I replace closest with farthest and then save this file, you can see the result. Now it try to reach the farthest corner. This is how this gradient value works together, and we need to experiment with that. Now let's talk about the last value, which is repeating radial gradient. So again, I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous line. For now, I'm going to remove all of it. And I'm going to type the value name, repeating radial gradient. And semicolon to end this line. First color I'm going to use red. The second color I'm going to use yellow. And the third color I'm going to use green. For green, I'm going to apply 15%. And for yellow, here I'm going to apply 10%. If I save this file, you can see the result. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk about another gradient property, which is conic gradient. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned. Nice to see you back, guys. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about a new gradient property, which is conic gradient. Now you might have questioned, what type of gradient is that? A conic gradient is a gradient with color transition, rotate around the center point. To create conic gradient, you must define at least two colors. Now let's define conic gradient. So let's remove the background color, and here I'm going to use another property, which is background image. And I'm going to apply conic gradient. Conic gradient. Then we need to use round braces. At first, I'm going to apply 3-color conic gradient. So at first, I'm going to pass red, and our second color is yellow, and the third color is green. If I save this file, you can see the result. This is conic gradient with 3 color. Now I'm going to apply 2 more color. So next I'm going to apply blue and black. If I save this file, this is how it's look. Not only that, also you can define degree. Also you can define degree for each color. Let me show you. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line. And I'm going to reduce to color. Suppose for red color, I want to apply 90 degree. For yellow color, also I want to apply 90 degree. And for the green color, I'm going to apply 180 degree. If I save this file, you can see the result. So as you can see, combine it take 360 degree. Now let's create a pie chart with that. If I type border radius 50% and then save this file, it's going to turn into a pie chart. Not only that, also you can specify the starting angle of this color. Let me show you. So again, I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous line. And this time I'm going to use only 2 color. And also I'm going to remove these values, degrees. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, our colors start from this straight line, this angle. But we can rotate this gradient. Let me show you how. Now here I'm going to pass from 90 degree. If I save this file, you can see the result. We rotate it up to 90 degree. If I pass 45, you can see the result. Now it rotates this angle 45 degree. Not only that, also you can change this center position. Let me show you how. So again, I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous line. And this time I'm going to change the position. So here I'm going to type at 60% from x-axis, and from y-axis I'm going to use 45%. If I save this file, you can see the result. So this is how we can use conic gradient color. Also it comes with another value, which is repeating conic gradient. So again I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line. And this time I'm going to apply repeating conic gradient. I think there is a spelling mistake. Repeating conic gradient. And I'm going to apply total 2 color. Red 10% and yellow 20%. If I save this file, you can see the result. So this is the new gradient color property in CSS. If you want to explore it, then you need to try yourself. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial we are going to learn about a CSS new property named opacity. Basically we use opacity to transparent any HTML element. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. If you notice, you can see we have a div tag, and also we set an ID box, and inside this div tag we have an image, one heading to tag and one paragraph. And now I'm going to use opacity property in our box tag. So here I'm going to type opacity, and here we need to pass value between 0 to 1. Suppose I'm going to pass 0.5. It's means semi-transparent. If I save this file, here you can see the result. Now our whole div section becomes semi-transparent. And if you make it fully transparent, just you need to reduce the value 0.0. Otherwise, directly 0. If I set this 5, as you can see, now our div element is not visible. Now it's completely transparent. And if you want to make it fully visible, here you need to pass 1. If I save this file, this is the result. In our previous tutorial, we learned about RGBA color. A color stands for alpha value. It is going to transparent our background colors. But if we use opacity property, it's going to transparent all of the content. All of the content inside this box element. It's going to transparent the image, the text, everything. Now, if you want to particularly transparent this image, just you need to use opacity property in your image tag. So inside the image tag, I'm going to type opacity and I want to make it semi-transparent. So I'm going to pass 0.3. If I save this file, you can see the result. Basically, there is nothing so much in this property, but it is very useful property. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS property. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn about a new CSS property which is background blend mode. Now the question is, what does that mean? Suppose at the same time you use gradient background color, also background image. And now you decide you are going to blend both the background. You want to blend image with the background color. And you can create different effect with it. And this is possible by this property, background blending mode. And these are all CSS background blend mode values. Normal, color edge, hue, multiple, color burn, color, screen, hard light, saturation, overlay, soft light, etc. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using LiveServer extension, and I already create an HTML document named index.html. If you notice, you can see we have a div tag in this document. And here we use gradient color, gradient background color to this div tag. With the gradient background color, and now I'm going to put an image with this background. For that, I'm going to use background image property, background dash image. So here, after comma, I'm going to use URL. Then inside the round braces, inside the single quotes, I'm going to provide the image name, flower.jpg. If I show you my current working directory, you can see the image name. So F should be capital. After save this file, you cannot see the image because before I use the flower image, here we use a gradient background. Now the flower image is behind the gradient background. So I'm going to use the property background blend mode. Background blend mode. First value I'm going to use, which is screen. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see our image try to match with the gradient background and it's returned this effect if we use screen blending mode. And now I'm going to use another value. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one, and here I'm going to use overlay. If I save this file, you can see the result. So again, I'm going to duplicate this line and I'm going to use another value, which is multiple. If I save this file, you can see the result. Next value I'm going to use darken. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one, and here I'm going to replace multiply with darken. After save this file, you can see the result. Next, I'm going to use color value. So I'm going to comment out this line and I want to replace darken with color. After save this file, you can see the result. Every time it's going to return different result. And you should try one by one all this value to get the different result. And remember, normal is the default value. Also, you can use multiple image. If you don't want to use any gradient color and you want to blend between two images, yes, you can. Just you need to pass two background images. And then you can apply same blending modes one by one. Now let's talk about the another blend mode property, which is mixed blend mode. The difference between mixed blend mode and blend mode is, in background blend mode property, we need to use background color and background image in a same property. I want to say we need to use the image and background gradient color in a background. But in mixed blend mode, you can use one of the value in your property. I want to say, suppose you use gradient color, and you want to blend the background color with the text. Otherwise, you can blend different 2D element at once. Now, let's talk about the values. These are all values that we can use in mixed blend modes. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. For now, I am going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line. And this time, I am going to use only the background image. So I want to remove the gradient color and I want to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. Also, I am going to comment out this line. And now I am going to put a text in this div element. So here I am going to use h2 tag, h2, and inside the heading 2 tag I am going to type hello world. And I am going to save this file. And now we need to style this h2 element. So here I am going to select h2 and inside the curly braces, first property I am going to use background. Background, and I am going to use red color background. Red. The second property I am going to use text align. Text align center. And I am going to set the font size. Font size, and I want to make it 55 pixel. After save this file, you can see the result. And also, I want to place it middle. So I am going to add some margin top. Margin top side I want to assign 200 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. And also if you want to change the font style, yes you can. Just you need to type font family Arial. That's it. And now I want to apply the mixed blend mode property in our h2 element. Mix blend mode. First value I am going to use, which is screen. If I save this file, here you can see the result. And next I am going to apply another value, which is overlay. After save this file, you can see the result. Next, I am going to use another value. So I am going to comment out both the line, and this time I am going to apply difference value. If I save this file, you can see the result. So one by one, you can try all the values and it's going to give you different effect. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn about display property. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn a new property called display. The display property specifies the display behavior of an element. Let me simplify it. The display property in CSS specifies how an HTML element should be displayed on the web page. It defines the type of rendering box used for the element, which affect its layout and positioning in relation to other elements. Now let's talk about the values of this property. These are all values of this property. Here you can see we have total 21 values. And in this tutorial, I'm going to cover these 5 values: non, inline block, and list item. And I create separate section for these 4 values: flex, grid, inline flex, and inline grid. So don't worry about it. In our upcoming tutorial, we are going to learn about it. And we are going to learn table-related values in our upcoming tutorials. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already create an HTML document named index.html. So in our body tag, we have a unordered list. And in this list, we have total 5 list items. So we are going to start our journey with display property. So inside this style tag, first I'm going to select h1 tag, h1. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use display property, display. First value I'm going to use, which is none. Basically, none value used to hide the element, none. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see it hide the h1 tag from this page. If we use none value, it's going to completely remove the element. At the same way, if you want to hide the unordered list, just you need to type, first you need to select this element, UL, then inside the curly braces, again you need to use display property, display none. If I save this file, as you can see, there is no unordered list in this page. Now it is completely blank. Remember, this element and tags still available in our page. Just none property hide this element. If I select this document and press Ctrl U, you can see the result. Here you can see all the li tags. Also you can see the heading tag. It is very useful value. When we use hover effect, otherwise animation, then we use this value. So for now, I'm going to remove this none value. I don't need it. Now let's talk about our next value, which is inline. So as you can see, there is a list and we have total 5 list items. And now I'm going to add border all of this list item that you can understand all the li tags clearly. So I'm going to type li, then inside the curly braces, I'm going to add border 1 pixel, and I want solid border. With that, border color is red. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see li items take all the width of this element. A one item take complete row. To clear it more easily, I am going to add the border in our UL tag. So I'm going to copy this property and value and I'm going to paste it here. And this time I'm going to use black color border, black. And I want 2 pixel border. After save this file, as you can see, the unordered list consume the whole area, the whole blank area. So if I specify width of this UL tag, suppose width 300 pixel, then save this file. Now you can see our list items consume the exact width of this container, which is specified in our width section, 300 pixel. And now I want to show all the list items side by side. I don't want to show them one below the other. So we need to display inline all the li items. So inside the li items, I'm going to use display property, display inline. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see it print all the item in a single row. It means side by side. This inline value is very useful for text related properties, suppose like span, list items, etc. Most of the time we use inline value with anchor tags. Now let's talk about the block value. For that, I'm going to use some dummy span tag. Span. And inside the span tag, I'm going to type 1. Then I duplicate this span tag 4 times. And I'm going to numbering this span tag 2, 5. Before I set this file, as you can see, we do not use display property for this span tag. So if I set this file, you can see the result. Now you can see it print all the items one by one in a single row. If we use display property block, basically it's going to play the opposite role of inline. Let me show you. So if I select all the tags, span, and then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use display property, display, and I'm going to use display block. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see it print all the item in a different row. If I add the border, so I'm going to copy this line and paste it here and save this file, you can see the result. Now it plays the opposite role of inline value. Basically, display block value convert the span element into a div element. Now these elements are work as a div element. Let me show you. Now we can assign width 300 pixel. After assigning the width, you can see the result. But what? If I uncomment this line, assign width, now you can see our width property do not work properly in span tag because span is a text related tag. But if we use display property block, it convert it and now it's work like a div element. Now let's talk about our another property, which is inline block. As you can see, all the list items are aligned in a single line because here we use inline property. But you want to assign width to this item. If you use inline value, then you cannot assign width to these items. Also, I want to assign padding and margin from all the direction. If we assign padding or margin, let me show you some type padding 20 pixel. If I save this file, it's going to assign padding from the left side and the right side. It's not going to assign padding from the top and bottom. If I save this file, you can see the result. If we assign margin to this list item, it's not going to work from all of the direction. It's going to work only the left and right side. Let me show you. Margin, I want to add 5 pixel margin, px. If I save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, it provides 5 pixel margin from left side and right side, but it do not provide 5 pixel margin from top and bottom. To resolve this problem, we have inline block value. I want to print all the element in a single line. Also, I want to assign margin. Don't worry about 5. If I increase the browser width, now it's aligned to the single line. But if we use inline block value, inline block, and then save this file, now you can see it provides margin from top and bottom. Now you can see it print all the element in a single row. Also, it works as a block element. That's why we can assign width, margin, etc. Span tag, li tag, anchor tags, these are all text related elements. By default, it do not work like a div element. That's why we cannot provide width, height, margin, etc. But we can convert this element as a div element using inline property, block property, inline block property, etc. Now, let's talk about the last property for this tutorial, which is list item. As you can see, in our span tag, we use display block. But for now, I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line. And if we convert list item, display value, list item, and then save this file, after save this file, as you can see, there is no changes because list item convert the span tags into a list items. Now it's work like a list items of UL tag. It's pretty confusing. Let me clear the concept with example. So here I'm going to create a div tag. Div, and I'm going to assign a class name dot, and the class name is box. And inside this div tag, I'm going to take total 2 paragraph tag p, and in this paragraph tag, I'm going to use span tag. Span, and in a paragraph, I'm going to use total 3 span tags. So I'm going to duplicate this span tag 2 times. This is span 1. This is span 2. And this is span number 3. Then I'm going to duplicate the whole section again. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. And now I'm going to select all the paragraph tag inside this box. So inside this style tag, first I'm going to type dot box. Don't worry, we are going to learn about advanced selector in our upcoming tutorial. For now, I'm going to show you the example. Box, and I want to select all the paragraph inside this box. Then inside the curly braces, first property I'm going to use background color. Background color, I'm going to use blue. Next property I'm going to use little padding. Padding 10 pixel. Also, I'm going to use little margin. Margin 20 pixel. At last, I'm going to use the display property. Display, and I want list item. And I want to save this file. After save this file, here you can see the result. Now you can see it work as a list items. And also, if I comment out this section, for now I don't need this section, and I'm going to save it again. Now you can see the actual result. Now you can see it convert all the paragraph tag into a list item. And also you can see the bullet points. But you notice here we do not use any li tag or ul tag. Just we use paragraph tag and span tag, but it still work as list items. So this is the power of list item value. And now we can apply all the list item property in these items. Now we are able to use list style image property, list style position, etc. Let me show you. So I'm going to use a property called list style position. List style position. By default, our value is outside. So I'm going to use inside value. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see our list item points move to the inside of this container. So this is the power of this value. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the upcoming tutorials. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial we are going to learn about a new property, which is visibility. Visibility pretty similar with display none property. And these are all values related visibility property. Visible, hidden, collapse. I know you are already familiar with visible and hidden value, but collapse property work with tables. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side, I opened my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So as you can see in our body tag, we have unordered list and a paragraph. And I'm going to use visibility property in our style tag. So at first, I'm going to select UL tag, UL. Then inside the curly braces, first property I'm going to use display. Now you might have questioned why I use display property. Let me show you. Display. And here I'm going to type display value none. If I use display value none and then save this file, as you can see, it hide our UL tag. It completely removed the UL tag. That's why our paragraph tag shift to upward. But if I comment out this line and use visibility hidden and then save this file, now you can see the different. As you can see, it hide our UL tag, but still we have the exact area in this section. And that's the main difference between display and visibility property. Basically, it is very useful with hover effect and animations. Now, let's talk about our last value, which is collapse. For that, as I told you, we need to create a table. So here, inside the body tag, after the UL tag, I'm going to create a table. And inside this table, I'm going to create two table data, TD. Inside the table, first we need to create table row, TR. And I'm going to create total 2 table row. So I duplicate this section. And inside this table row, I'm going to create 2 columns. So type TD. And here I'm going to type 1. And I'm going to create another TD tag. So I duplicate this section. And this time I'm going to type 2. This is cell number 1 and this is cell number 2. And I'm going to duplicate all this section. And replace 1 with 3. And replace 2 with 4. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the table, but you cannot see the table cells because here we do not use any border. So inside the table tag, I'm going to use border. And I'm going to use border 1. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now it add border to this table. So as you can see, we have total 2 rows in this table and 2 columns in this table. And now I want to hide the 4th column value from this table. For that, we need to use visibility property. I want to hide this 4th one. So I'm going to assign a class to this TD tag. Class. And our class name is 4. Then inside the style tag, here I'm going to type .4. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use the property named visibility. Visibility equal to hidden. If I save this file, you can see the result. After save this file, as you can see, it successfully hide the cell number 4 from this table. So this is the way that you can hide cell from this table. But what if you need to hide a row from this table? Let me show you. So I'm going to remove this example. Also I'm going to remove this class. Then in this TR tag, I'm going to assign a class. class X. You can assign any class name. So I'm going to select this class, inside the style tag X, inside the curly braces visibility. And this time I'm going to use this value, collapse. And if I save this file, it's not working because here we do not use top. Now, if I save this file, you can see the result. It successfully hide one row from this table. So this is the usage of this value, collapse. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial, we are going to create this basic layout design. It is a very easy and basic layout design, and I'm going to create this design using those properties which we learned in our previous tutorials. Here, I'm not going to use any advanced CSS properties. Basically, in this tutorial, I'm going to wrap up all the CSS properties which we learned in our previous tutorials. As you can see, in this layout, we are going to create heading section, a menu section, a content section, sidebar section, and footer section. So let's start the practical and see how we can use the basic CSS properties to create the layout. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor, and here we are going to try to create a basic HTML layout. So at first, I'm going to take a div element inside the body tag, div. Then, inside this div element, I'm going to take total 5 another div element, div, and I'm going to duplicate it 4 times. And now, I'm going to assign an ID to our parent div element, div ID, and I'm going to type wrapper. You can assign any name. It is up to you. Also, I'm going to assign an ID to our first div element, which is inside the container. Otherwise, you can call it wrapper. So here I'm going to type ID. This div element is for header section. So I want to assign header. And in our second div element, I'm going to assign ID main. And in our third div element, I'm going to assign ID content. And in our fourth div element, I'm going to type ID sidebar. This is the sidebar section. And in our fifth div element, here I'm going to assign ID footer. Then inside the header div element, here I'm going to use heading 1 tag h1. Then I'm going to type, you can type anything. So for now, I'm going to type hello world. Otherwise, you can type your own website name. For now, I'm going to type hello world. And then I'm going to jump into the menu section. And here I'm going to use UL tag. And inside the unordered list, I'm going to use li tag, li. Also inside the li tag, I'm going to use anchor tag. As you know, anchor tag is used for links. So I'll type A, and inside this anchor tag, our first link name is home. Then I'm going to duplicate this section multiple times. And in our second menu link, here I'm going to type about us. And in our third link, here I'm going to type gallery. And in our fourth item, I'm going to pass contact us. And then I'm going to jump into the content section. At first, inside the content section, I'm going to pass heading to tag. And here I'm going to type basic design layout. Basic design layout. Then I'm going to type to dummy paragraph. So here I use p tag, and I'm going to type lorem 30 word. Also, I'm going to duplicate this section. So here I pass total 2 paragraph. And then I'm going to jump into the sidebar section. Also in this section, I want to print the menu option. So I copy the UL tag with the li tag. Then I'm going to paste it inside the sidebar section. Then inside the footer section, here I want to type a dummy text. Otherwise, you can type any word. Otherwise, you can type any paragraph. Otherwise, you can provide some link. So basically, I'm going to type my website @copyright 2024. So this is our basic HTML structure of our website. And if I save this file and show you my browser, let me show you. Now you can see, now our website look like that. And that's look very boring and useless. And now we are going to start this CSS. So let's start this styling with wrapper element. So I'm going to use style tag inside the head tag, style. Then inside this style tag, I'm going to select the wrapper. I want to select the parent div element. And I'm going to use the ID wrapper. So I copy the ID name and I'm going to paste it here. Then inside the curly braces, the first property I'm going to use border. Border, I want 1 pixel solid border. With that, I want black color border, black. And I'm going to save this file. And also I'm going to assign width to this wrapper container. Width, and I want to set width 1000 pixel. After save this file, if I show you my browser, let me show you, it's look like that. Now I'm going to open my website and my editor side by side. Then inside the wrapper, also I'm going to use another property called background color. Background, and I want to set white color. And remember, when you start styling your HTML page, you need to start with body tag. So at first, I'm going to select the body tag. Body, then inside the curly braces, I'm going to select font family property. Font family. And I'm going to use Arial font. Arial. And I want to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. It changed all the fonts which is inside the body tag. And then I'm going to assign a background color to our body tag. So also I'm going to type background inside the body tag. Then I'm going to use gray color background. Gray. And I want to save this file. And here you can see the result. And now I want to center this div element inside this web page. For that, I'm going to use margin property. Let me show you. So inside the wrapper, I'm going to type margin. From top and bottom, I want 0 pixel margin, 0. And from left and right, I want auto margin, auto. So let's save the file and back to the browser. Now you can see it successfully aligned the parent container middle of this page. From the left and right, it provides equal space. And if you notice, you can see there is a margin from this top side. But we do not use any margin from the top and bottom. For that, inside your body tag, we need to use another property. So inside the body tag, here we need to type margin. Margin 0. And also we need to make padding property 0. And if I save this file and back to the browser, you can see the result. Now we don't have any space from the top side. And now we are going to design the layout from the inside. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code. And now we are going to style the header section. So I'm going to type hashtag header. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use a property called background. Background, and I want to set crimson color. Crimson. And I want to set this file. Also, I'm going to duplicate this section. And this time I want to select the menu section. So I'm going to type hashtag menu. And here we are going to set background color light salmon. And I want to set this file. And also I'm going to use this same color in our footer section. So I duplicate this section again. And this time I want to select footer. So copy the ID name footer and I'm going to paste it here. Replace menu with footer. And for the sidebar, I'm going to use light blue. So I'm going to duplicate this section and replace menu with sidebar. So I copy the ID name and I want to replace with menu. And I want to save this file. After save this file, if I show you my browser, here you can see the result. Sorry, for the sidebar section, I want to use light blue. So I'm going to replace the color light salmon to light blue. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, our layout look like that. Now at first, I want to assign height to our header section. So I'm going to type inside the header section, height property, height, and I'm going to assign 100 pixel height, and I'm going to save this file. Let's open the browser and editor side by side. After provide 100 pixel height to this header section, you can see the result. Now let's jump into the menu option. Here you can see the menu item as a list item, and the items are below to each other. But I want to print these menu items inline. For that, we need to use display inline property. Otherwise, you can use inline block property. So let's select all the list items which is inside the menu tag. So here I'm going to type hashtag menu. Then inside the menu, all the li tag. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use display and I'm going to use inline block value. And I want to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. Now it print the value side by side. Now you can see it print the items beside of each other. Now these items are arranged in a line. Also, it's going to work as a block element. I want to say also it's going to work as a div element. Now here we can assign padding, margin, whatever we want to use. And now I'm going to target all the anchor tag which is inside the menu. For that, I'm going to duplicate this section and I'm going to select all the li inside the menu tag, all the li tag. Then inside the li tag, I want to select all the anchor tag. Then I'm going to use display property, just block. And I want to save this file. And now I'm going to provide some padding to these anchor tags. For that, I'm going to use padding property. Padding from left and right, I'm going to pass 5 pixel. And from top and bottom, I'm going to pass 10 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. From top and bottom, I'm going to pass 5 pixel. And from left and right, I'm going to pass 10 pixel. After save this file, you can see the result. I think it is not enough, so I'm going to increase the value. From top and bottom, I'm going to use 10 pixel, and from left and right, I'm going to use 15 pixel. After save this file, you can see the result. And now we need to provide width to this content area. Also, we need to provide width to this sidebar area. So as you know, our total width of this container is 1000 pixel. So for the content area, I'm going to use 800 pixel, and for the sidebar area, I'm going to use 200 pixel. So at first, we need to select the content area using its ID name, hashtag content. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to assign width. Width 800 pixel. Then inside the sidebar, also I'm going to assign width. Width 200 pixel. If I save this file, now it's look like that. And now we need to shift the sidebar section at the right side. To do it, we need to use float property, and we already familiar with that. So inside the content section, I'm going to type float left. And for the sidebar, I'm going to use float property right. And I want to save this file. After save this file, it's look like that. As you can see, our content overflow from the container. Also, you can see our footer tag, our footer section below the sidebar section. Now, if you remember, in our float tutorials, we learn about another property named clear. In our previous element, sidebar, we used float property. That's why it's going to push the footer section below the sidebar section. Now, we need to clear the footer section. Basically, the clear property control the flow next to the floated element. So if I use clear, and I want to use clear both. If I save this file, you can see the result. We already learned about this property in our previous tutorial. so I'm not going to explain it in depth. Now, let's add some more content to our paragraph tags. So, inside this paragraph tag, again I'm going to use lorem. And this time I want to add 100 word. And I'm going to do the same thing for our next paragraph. Lorem 100. After save this file, you can see the result. Basically, I use the extra content to fill the content area. And then I'm going to assign some padding to our footer section. So type padding. And I'm going to use the shorthand. From top and bottom, I want to provide 5 pixels. And from left and right, I want to provide 10 pixels. And from left and right, I'm going to provide 10 pixels. After save this file, you can see the result. And if you want to move this content at the right side, just you need to use text align property. Text align right. And you need to save this file. After save this file, you can see it moved the content right side. And now if you notice, our sidebar section is not look so good. So for that, I'm going to use minimum height property. Also, I'm going to use the minimum height property for the content area. So I'm going to use minimum height, and I want to assign minimum height 500 pixel. Then I'm going to copy this section, and I'm going to use the same value for the sidebar section. Minimum height 500 pixel. If I save this file, now it's look pretty good. And now you notice, you can see there is a gap between header section and menu section. This gap is provided by our UL tag. By default, unordered list provide this gap. And now we need to target the UL tag, which is inside the menu tag. So here I'm going to type hashtag menu. Then inside the menu, I'm going to target the UL tag, UL. Then inside the curly braces, we need to make margin property and padding property 0. So I'm going to type margin 0. Also, we need to make padding 0. If I save this file, you can see the result. Also, you can see the same thing for the heading 1 tag. It is also provide little margin from the top. So also we need to make it 0. So here I'm going to type hashtag header. Then I'm going to select the h1 tag, which is inside the heading tag. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to type margin property, margin 0. Also, I'm going to make padding 0. If I save this file, you can see the result. And now I want to remove all the underline from the anchor tags, which is inside the menu. So I'm going to select all the anchor tag which is inside the menu. For that, we need to use text decoration property. Text decoration none. And I want to save this file. And also, I want to change the default color of this anchor tag. By default, it provides blue color, but I want black color for this font. So I'm going to use color property, color black. And I'm going to save this file. Also, we need to do the same thing for the sidebar menu option. So here I'm going to type hashtag sidebar. Then inside the sidebar, I want to target all the anchor tag. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use text decoration property. Text decoration none. And also I'm going to use color. Color, I want black color. And I'm going to save this file. And now, if you notice, you can see there is no gap between the content and the sidebar of the browser. For that, I'm going to add little padding to this content section. So let's jump into the content section, and I'm going to use padding property. Padding, and I'm going to assign 10 pixel padding from all of the direction. Before I save this file, I'm going to tell you something. If I save this file, it's going to increase the actual container width. Because as I told you, if we add padding from every direction, otherwise side by side, it's going to increase the element width. Let me show you. After save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, it provides little space at the left side Also, it provides little space at the right side. But our HTML structure is completely rearranged. To resolve this problem, we need to use box sizing property, and we already learned about it in our previous tutorial. So here I'm going to type box sizing, and I'm going to use border box value. If I save this file, you can see the result. Basically, as I told you, we are going to use only these properties which we learned in our previous tutorials. That's why I'm not going to use any advanced property to create this layout. I just use only the basic properties which we learned in our previous tutorials. After using box sizing property, we can add as much padding we want. Basically, it shrinks the content area and add the padding around it. And now I would like to change the heading background color. Here I use black color, but I don't want black color. So for that, I'm going to use color white. And I'm going to save this file. And also, I'm going to assign little margin to it. So from the top, I'm going to assign 40 pixel. And from the right, I want to use 0 pixel. From the bottom, also I'm going to use 0 pixel. And from the left, I want to assign 20 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. And now I want to add little padding to the header section. So here, I'm going to type assign the padding from the top side. So I'm going to use padding top property. Padding top. Padding top, I'm going to use 20 pixel. Also, I'm going to reduce some height. Here I'm going to pass 80 pixel height. And I'm going to set this file. I just try to fix the vertical alignment of the heading 1 tag. So I'm going to increase the padding top value. I'm going to make it 30 pixel. Then set this file again. I think 40 is perfect. After set this file, you can see the result. Yes, 40 is perfect. Here, I just try to create a basic layout with this property which we learned in our previous tutorial. We do not use any advanced CSS properties. And this design is not responsive. It is just a static design. Here we do not apply any position property. Also, we do not apply any animation, hover effects, etc. Because this is the end of basic CSS section. From the next tutorial, we are going to jump into the advanced section. We are going to learn about position, z-index, media queries, etc. We are going to learn about units, variable, functions, and many more. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial, we are going to learn about a new property, which is CSS position. Basically, this property comes with 5 values: static, relative, absolute, fixed, and sticky. And to use the value properly, we need to use some helping properties. And these are all helping properties that we can use it with position properties. Left, right, top, and bottom. We cannot use left and right together. Just we need to use one property between them. At the same way, from top and bottom, we need to use one property. And to understand left, right, and top and bottom position, we need to understand axis, x-axis and y-axis. Suppose you want to move the element to the right side. For that, you need to use x-axis, positive x-axis value. And if you want to move it left side, in that case, you need to pass minus values. And at the same way, if you provide positive y-axis value, then it's going to move the element downward. And if you provide minus value, then it's going to move the element upward. So without talking too much, let's start the practical and see how we can do it. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. So as you can see in our HTML document, we have one heading tag and two paragraph tag. And between these two paragraph tag, we have a div tag with ID text. And in our style section, we already styled this div element. So we are going to experiment with position property. So at first, I'm going to use relative value. Position relative. Position relative. Basically, here I use only one property, position relative. But I do not use top, left, bottom value. If I save this file, it's not going to change anything. Let me show you. After saving this file, as you can see, there is no changes. As I told you earlier, to use position property, we need to use another supportive property. So I'm going to use left property. Left, and from the left, I'm going to move it 100 pixel. If I save this file, now you can see the result. It moved our element 100 pixel from the left side. Also, I want to move it from the top side. So I'm going to use top property. Top 100 pixel. If I save this file again, you can see the result. It moved the element 100 pixel from the top side. Relative position moved the element from the exact position from the element. So if I pass minus 100 pixel from the top, then save this file, now you can see the result. So this is how relative position works. Now let's talk about our next property, which is absolute. At first, I'm going to comment out both the line and I'm going to change the position relative to absolute. If I save this file, now you can see the result. In CSS, absolute positioning is a layout technique that allows you to precisely control the position of an element relative to its containing or nearest position ancestors. As you can see, we do not use left and top property, just to use position absolute. Our second paragraph, by default, go behind this element. And now I'm going to use top property, top and left property. So here I'm going to type, from top, I want to assign 100 pixel. If I save this file, it's going to work according to absolute position of the screen. This is the absolute position of our window. So it's going to move the element 100 pixel from this position. If I save this file, you can see the result. If I make it 10 pixel and save this file, now you can see, now it's more clear for you. Basically, it's work according to parent element. Similarly, if I try to move it left side, for that I'm going to use left value, left 20 pixel. Sorry, 20 pixel, not 200 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. As I told you, this position work according to the parent element. And as you can see, in our case, our parent element is body tag. Just you need to remember one thing. Relative position work according to the exact position, but absolute position work according to parent element. Now let's talk about our next value, which is position fixed. But before I use this value, I'm going to duplicate this paragraph tag multiple times. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, here you can see the scroll bar. If I scroll down the scroll bar, as you can see, it moves our div element with the scroll bar. But if I use fixed value, position fixed, and then save this file, now you can see there is no changes. But if I scroll down my page, as you can see, our element is fixed to its position. Our element is not moving with this scroll bar. So that's the usage of fixed value. But if we use absolute, otherwise relative, then it's going to move the element with the scroll. Now let's talk about the next value, which is sticky. But before, again, I'm going to duplicate this paragraph multiple times and save this file. Then here I'm going to use position sticky and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see before the element we have total 4 paragraphs, and also I use top and left property. For now, I'm going to change the values. From top, I want to stick it 50 pixel, and from the left also I'm going to stick it 50 pixel, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, so if I scroll down this page, as you can see, this element stick to the exact position what we mentioned in our style section. Top 50 and left 50. If I try to scroll down my page, as you can see, it's not moving. The position sticky property in CSS is a hybrid position of relative and position fixed. Until it gets specified scroll position, what we mentioned using top and left property, it behaves as a relative position. And after reach the scroll position, it's become fixed. This behavior is particularly useful for creating elements like header, sidebar, and footer. Sorry, not the footer. We do not use it for footer. Basically, we use it for header and sidebar. Whenever users scroll down the page, sometimes we need to stick the sidebar and header section to our viewport area. That's why we need to use the position sticky. And now I'm going to show you how we can use absolute value and relative value together. So at first, I'm going to clear all the elements from our body tag. I'm going to remove all of it. So for now, our body is completely black. So at first, inside the body tag, I'm going to assign two paragraph tag using P. And I want some dummy text. Lorem 200. Then, after this paragraph, I'm going to create a div tag. Div, and I want to assign a class name, box. Then inside this div tag, here I'm going to create another div tag, div dot box2. And now at first I'm going to style this box div element. So inside this style tag, I'm going to type dot box. Then inside the curly braces, first I'm going to assign width 500 pixel, and also I'm going to assign height 500 pixel. Then I'm going to assign background color, background yellow, otherwise red color. And I want to save this file. So after save this file, as you can see, this is our div element, and it is a parent div element. Then I'm going to style the box2 element dot box2. Then inside the curly braces, first property I'm going to use width 100 pixel. Then I'm going to use height 100 pixel, and background color is pink. But I'm going to use position property, position absolute, and from the top I want 50 pixel, and from the left I want 50 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. As I told you earlier, absolute positioning works according to the parent div element, otherwise parent element. But you can see it's not working according to it. To resolve this problem, we need to use position property in our box div element. So I'm going to type position, and we need to make our position relative. If I save this file, now it's work according to the exact parent element. Now if I move our parent div element left and right, it's going to move the child div element according to the parent div element. Let me show you. So from the top, I want to move it 100 pixel, and from the left, I want to move it 200 pixel. After save this file, you can see the result. So this is how relative position and absolute position work together. Remember, absolute positioning work according to immediate relative element. So I hope now it's clear for you how positioning work in CSS. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial we are going to learn about CSS Z-index. Z-index property depend on CSS position property. And if you do not use position property, then you are not able to use Z-index property. So let's try to understand how we can use this property. I know you are already familiar with x-axis and y-axis. Vertical direction stands for y-axis and horizontal direction stands for x-axis. Now let's try to understand what is Z-index. Without x-axis and y-axis, we have another axis, which is known as z-axis. It is pretty similar with stack order. Let's understand it with this image. So as you can see, we have a 3 div element, div A, B and C. It's mean first we create div A, then we create div B, and last we create div C. That's why it's follow this order. B is top of A element and C is top of B element. And using position property, we arrange it in this way. And now I want to bring B above the all. Otherwise, if I want to bring it above the all, in that case, we need to use z-index. In one sentence, it can control the stacking order of positioned element on a page. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it practically. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So in our body tag, we have total 3 div items, div A, div B and div C. Also, here we assign ID, box 1, box 2 and box 3. And if I show you my style section, as you can see, in our body tag, we use Arial font. Then we style the div element. Here we assign 200 pixel width and 200 pixel height. And we set position absolute. Then we assign a border, a solid border. Then one by one we design the boxes. As you can see, in our box A, here we use dark green color. Also, we set position from the top and left. From top, we assign 100 pixel and from left, we assign 50 pixel. Then in our box 2, from top, we assign 150 pixel and from left, we assign 100 pixel. And in our box 3, we assign from top 200 pixel and from left, 150 pixel. So basically, I want to say we set 3 different position for these 3 different element. And as I told you, we need to use position property to use z-index. That's why to all our div we use position absolute. And now I'm going to use z-index property. Suppose I want to move B above the all. For that, in our box 2, I'm going to use z-index property. Z-index, and here I'm going to pass 1. By default, z-index value is auto. And if I save this file, as you can see, it moved B element above the all. At the same way, if you want to show A above the all, for that, you need to use same z-index. So I'm going to copy this z-index and remove it. Then, inside the box 1, I'm going to paste it here. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now it moved A element above the all. Not only that, also you can use z-index value in minus. Let me show you. For that, I'm going to comment out this line. Then, in our box 2, again I'm going to use z-index. Z-index minus 1. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see, now it moved B element behind the A and C. And now I'm going to create another box. So I'm going to duplicate this section and replace C with D. And also I'm going to change the ID. Call box 4. Also we need to CSS this element, so I'm going to duplicate this section and replace 3 with 4. And we need to position it, so I'm going to change the top and left value. Here I'm going to pass 250 and also I'm going to increase the left value, which is 200. And then I'm going to change the color and here I'm going to set orange color. And now I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. And now I'm going to comment out z-index from box 2. If I save this file, you can see the stack order. And now I want to bring A above the all. So, in our box 1, I'm going to use z-index 1 and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. And now I want to bring B above the A. For that, we need to use z-index property. Z-index value 2. If I pass z-index value 2 and then save this file, you can see the result. At the same way, I want to bring C above the A and B. For that, again I'm going to use z-index property and here I'm going to pass z-index value 3. And if I save this file, you can see the result. Also, I want to bring box 4 above the ABC. So here, I'm going to pass z-index value 4. If I save this file, you can see the result. So this is how you can arrange the item using Z-index property. I hope now it's clear for you how Z-index works. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial we are going to learn a new property which is media query. Basically media query is used to create different CSS for different platforms. And if I talk about the media types, these are all media types. And here we have 4 types of media: all, print, screen and speech. And all type going to work for everything. It's going to work for print, screen and speech together. Suppose someone try to print your website, and using print type media, you can control the print style of your printout. I want to say you can create separately CSS for particularly print purpose. And the most commonly used media type is screen. Screen means mobile screen, computer screen, tablet screen. All these device screen come with different resolution. And to create our web page perfectly responsive, we need to follow all of these. I want to say we need to create different CSS for mobile screen, laptop screen, otherwise tablet screen. And last one is media type speech. Blind people cannot read our web pages, so they use screen readers. And speech type media going to read the text on your website. Especially in this tutorial, I am going to focus on screen media type because screen type is most popular and useful one. Now, let's try to understand what is screen. Here you can see a browser, and we call the browser with viewport. For different viewport size, we type different CSS. Suppose this is a viewport, and its resolution is 1920. Similarly, we have other viewport, 1440, 1366, 1024, and between 700 and 900. These are all commonly used viewport size for media query. Between 700 to 900, we use this viewport for mobile screen. Also, we have resolution for low-end phones, which is between 320 to 480. To create your web page perfectly responsive, we need to type different CSS for all of this resolution. Now let's see how we can use media screen. At first, you need to type @media. Then as you know, we are going to use for screen. So here we need to type screen. Then here we set maximum width property 900 pixel. In media query, here we run 2 conditions using AND keyword. First one is screen and second one is the value we provide inside the round braces. It going to true the condition when our screen width is below than 900 pixel because here we set maximum width 900 pixel. 900 pixel is the breakpoint of our screen, and we can create different breakpoint for different resolution, for mobile, for laptop, for tab. Now let's see how we can type CSS inside this media query. If our condition is true, if our resolution below than 900 pixel, then it's going to set container class width 50%. Now let's see, without this maximum width condition, how many options we have. So these are all conditions that we can use with media query. Similar to maximum width, we have minimum height, minimum width, orientation, scan, all of it. Not only that, also you can use maximum width and minimum width together. And to use multiple conditions at once, also it supports logical operators. And not only. Suppose you want to set CSS between 600 and 900. In that case, you can use AND operator. Also, you can use NOT operator if you don't want to target both the condition. Also, it supports orientation, resolution. Also, you can target using colors, etc. So, without wasting your important time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So in our HTML document, and inside the body tag, just we type a heading tag, CSS Media Query Tutorials. And here we set body background color white and font family Arial, Helvetica sans serif. At first, I am going to show you a basic demo, how media screen works. But before, in our browser, I am going to open inspect section and I select this option. After select this option, as you can see, it provides viewport width in this section. Also, it provides height. So from here, we can control the viewport width. For now, our viewport width is 898 resolution. If you notice, you can see our body background color is white. Now, I want to set different background color in different resolution. For that, we need to use media screen. So here I'm going to type @media screen. Inside the round braces, we need to set a condition. And here I'm going to use a property called maximum width to set the condition. Max width colon 800 pixel. It means if the viewport width is below than 800 pixel, then it's going to trigger this condition. So here I'm going to set background color. First, we're going to select the tag body. Then inside the curly braces, at first we need to select the body tag. Body, then inside the curly braces, I'm going to set background color, background, and I want to set pink color, pink. Then I'm going to duplicate this section. This time I'm going to set maximum width 600 pixel. If maximum width is below than 600 pixel, then I'm going to set background color red. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, as you can see, there is no changes in my viewport area. Still it returned white background color because our resolution is greater than 800 pixel. And now I'm going to decrease the width of this viewport area. So as you can see, we are decreasing this viewport area width. Now you notice after less than 800 pixel, it triggered this condition and set background color pink. If I reduce it below than 600, now you can see now our background color become red color because now our resolution is 584 pixel. As I told you, these are called breakpoint. First we set breakpoint at 800 pixel, then we set breakpoint at 600 pixel. Now you might have question, what does that mean? What is the actual use for? Suppose you use tablet and your screen resolution is greater than 800 pixel. Then you can see your website body color is white. And if you use mobile screen resolution between 800 to 600, in that case, in your mobile you can see your background color is pink. And if your device resolution is below than 600 pixel, in that case you can see different CSS. Now its background turn into red color. Now let's add another breakpoint. So I'm going to duplicate this section and this time I'm going to set breakpoint at 400 pixel. But this time I'm not going to change the background color. Here I'm going to use different property. I want to change the font size. Font size, and I want to make it 12 pixel. And I want to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, there is no changes because our screen resolution is greater than 400 pixel. But if I decrease the screen resolution, now you can see it changed the font size. Now it make the font 12 pixel. And if I increase it, now you can see it increased the font size. This is how media query works. And now I am going to open my previous project, which is basic HTML layout design. So in our previous tutorial, we create this project which is called basic HTML design layout. This HTML design layout is not responsive. We do not use any media query to make it responsive. If I reduce the browser resolution, as you can see, there is no breakpoint. And our website is partially visible. And also you can see the horizontal scroll bar. And now I want to make it responsive using media query. If we do not make it responsive, if someone try to open it in their mobile phone, otherwise tablet, in that case, they need to use scroll bar to view this page. So I'm going to use media query to make it responsive. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code. At first, I'm going to create media query for wrapper. As you can see in our wrapper section, here we set width 1000 pixel. So here, I'm going to create media query. @media screen, and inside the round braces, here I need to set the condition, and here I'm going to set maximum width. Max width colon, and I'm going to set 1000 pixel. Let's take it more than 1000, something 1020. Then I want to change wrapper width. So inside this section, I'm going to select the wrapper, this tag. So I copy this section, and here I'm going to type wrapper. Inside the curly braces, I'm going to set width, and I'm going to set wrapper width 800 pixel. And then I'm going to duplicate this section, and this time if our breakpoint is 810, some type 810, then I'm going to make wrapper width 500. Also, I'm going to create another breakpoint. So I'm going to duplicate this section, and this time I'm going to set maximum width 510, and then I'm going to set wrapper width auto. If we use auto value, then it's going to take exact width of this resolution. Now let's save the file and back to the browser. And now I'm going to try to reduce the browser width. So if I try to reduce the browser width, as you can see, first it active this breakpoint. Now our browser width is less than 1020 pixel, and if I reduce it more, now it active this breakpoint. Now our browser width is less than 810 pixel, and it set wrapper width 500 pixel. And if I reduce it more, less than 510 pixel, now you can see our wrapper width is equal to our viewport width, because here we use auto value. Now you notice you can see our text overflow from this container, because inside this wrapper div we have a div element where we use fixed height and width. That's why you can see the horizontal scroll bar. Basically our target is we need to hide this scroll bar. Now let me show you the content section. As you can see in our content section, here we use fixed width 800 pixel. So in our media queries section, we need to control the content width. So I'm going to copy the selector content, then back to our first breakpoint. Then here I'm going to select the content part. Then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to set width value, and I'm going to use percentage value. I'm going to use 80%. At the same way, we need to handle the sidebar section. If I show you my sidebar section, as you can see here we used fixed width 200 pixel. So I'm going to copy the sidebar selector. Then in our first breakpoint, I'm going to set sidebar inside the curly braces. I'm going to use width property, and here I'm going to take 20%. Let's take below than 20% because we have padding, border, etc. So here I'm going to take 18%. Now let's save the file and back to the browser. And this time I'm going to open my console section, and I'm going to select the elite. As you can see, now our browser width is 1380. If I reduce the browser width and make below than 1020, now you can see our browser width is 1002, and this condition is matched with our first breakpoint. That's why it reduced the wrapper width. Also it set new width to our content section, also in our sidebar section. And also we need to handle content section and sidebar section for lower resolution. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to copy these sections. So if our resolution below than 510, then I want to make content width auto. Also sidebar width auto. And I'm going to save this file. If I show you the sidebar section, here you can see we use float property, float right. That's why I'm going to use sidebar value 100%, not auto. Also, I'm going to use content width 100%. It's going to do the exact thing like auto. Also, we need to remove float from this content and sidebar section. So here I'm going to use float property, float none. Also, I'm going to use the same value in our sidebar section. So I copy the value and I'm going to paste it here. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I show you my browser and try to reduce the browser viewport area, now you can see after below than 800 pixel, our sidebar section is not look so perfect. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code. And I jump into the media screen section. This is our second condition. If our media screen below than 810 pixel, then it make our wrapper 500 pixel. But also we need to handle the content section and sidebar section. So I'm going to copy the same value with the selector. And here I want to paste it. And I want to save this file. If I save this file and back to my browser, as you can see, it's not resolved the problem. So I'm going to increase the sidebar section width. So here I'm going to make it 25%. And also I'm going to make content section 75%. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I back to my browser, after save this file, as you can see, still it not working because I think I did some mistake. Yes, I changed the value in our first condition. We need to change the value at that position. So here I'm going to type 75%. And for sidebar, I'm going to use 25%. And in our first condition, I'm going to use 80% width for our content section and 18% width for our sidebar section. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I back to my browser again, now you can see it resolved the problem. Now we have another problem at that point. If you notice, our sidebar height is limited. We need to increase this sidebar height. So I'm going to make it nearly 800 pixel. So let's back to the code editor. And this time I'm going to use another property, height. Height, if I show you my previous height for sidebar, by default, its height is minimum height 500 pixel. So I'm going to change the minimum height. So I copy this property and value and back to the media query. And here I'm going to pass minimum height 900 pixel. If I save this file and back to my browser, now you can see it's worked perfect. This resolution is for tablet. Now let's reduce the browser width. Now I'm going to make it less than 510 pixel. After make it less than 510 pixel, as you can see, now our wrapper take 100% width. Now if I scroll down my page, it increase our sidebar section height because in our previous condition we use 900 pixel. So we need to adjust the height. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code, and this time I'm going to set minimum height in our sidebar. I'm going to set minimum height 300 pixel. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I back to my browser, you can see the result. Still it take huge amount of space. Let's reduce the value. So I'm going to make it 150 pixel. If I show you my browser, also we can print our sidebar menu option in inline. Also, we need to align the footer text at middle. So let's align the footer text at middle. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to select the footer element. So I'm going to copy this section footer and I'm going to paste it here. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to type text align center. And I'm going to save this file. And if I show you my browser, as you can see, now it's aligned in middle. At the same way, we can align our header section text at middle. So again, I am back to my Visual Studio Code editor, and this time I'm going to target this element, header h1. Then back to my media query section, and here I'm going to type inside the curly braces text align center. After save this file, if I show you my browser, you can see the result. Also, if you don't want to show your sidebar menu at mobile resolution, if you want to hide this section, yes, you can. You can particularly hide this section for mobile resolution. Let me show you. Let us back to the Visual Studio Code, and for the sidebar section, here I'm going to use display none property. Display none. If I save this file and comment out all these unnecessary lines, because here we use display none, that's why we don't need it, and back to my browser, now you can see there is no sidebar section above the footer section. Just we have content section and menu section and header section. But if I increase the browser width, let me show you. After increase the browser width, it threw another condition. It threw tablet version condition. That's why again it returned this sidebar section. But if I reduce the resolution, you can see again it hides the sidebar section. So this is how you can control different CSS for different resolution. I hope now it's clear for you how we can use media queries. In our upcoming tutorial, we are going to learn more about advanced media queries. Also, we are going to learn about advanced responsiveness. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS styling. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn table tag styling. We are going to learn all the CSS properties related table. So let's see the properties name which is used to formatting our table. So these are all properties that I'm going to use in this tutorial. Border spacing, border collapse, vertical align, caption side, empty cell, and table layout. Using these CSS properties, you can bypass HTML attribute such as border, cell padding, cell spacing, vertical alignment. We don't need to use this attribute if we use these properties. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. And as you can see in my browser, here we create a table. And in this table, in our first row, we create a heading. And in this row, we have total 3 columns. First name, last name, and savings. And also you can see the table structure in our HTML page. Inside this table tag, first we have tr, table row. And inside our first table row, we have table header. Then we have table data. As you know, tr tag stands for table row and td tag stands for table data. Otherwise, table column. Now, let's see how we can use CSS properties in this table. So at first, as you can see inside this style tag, we have table and table data and table header. And here is it 1 pixel solid border and our border color is black. So at first, I'm going to use our first property, which is border spacing. So here, I'm going to select the tag name table. Then inside the curly braces, our property name is border spacing. And I'm going to set border spacing 10 pixel. If I save this file, here you can see the result. Now you can see in my table, from every side it adds space to our border. And if you want more gap, then you need to increase the value. If I pass 20 and then save this file, you can see the result. Not only that, you can specify different gaps for column and row. Suppose for column, I am going to take 10 pixel space, and for rows, I am going to take 20 pixel space. If I save this file, you can see the result. For column wise, it take 10 pixel, and for row wise, it take 20 pixel. And if you do not want to show gap between columns, just make it 1 pixel, and then save this file. you can see the result. But for now, I'm going to add equal amount of space from all of the direction. So just I'm going to pass 10 pixels from all of the direction. Now let's talk about our next property. So at first I'm going to comment out this line, and next I'm going to use border collapse. Border underscore collapse. This is table related property. So we need to use this property inside the table selector. This property comes with two values, separate and collapse. The default value is separate. So here I'm going to use a value called collapse. Now if I save this file, as you can see it shows single border for the cells. But if I use the default value separate and then save this file, now you can see the result. Now you can see it add extra border to our cells. Now you can see it add border for all the TD tags. And if you don't want to show the space, then you need to use collapse value. Collapse. That's the difference. Now let's talk about our next property, which is vertical align. For that, we need to add some extra data in our cells. Also, we need to assign fixed width to our table. So first I'm going to add some dummy data. So after Mohan, I want to add lorem and I want to add 5 dummy word, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, here I'm going to add fixed width to this table. So I'm going to pass with 300 pixels. If I save this file, you can see the result. Let's add little more dummy data for this example. So again, I'm going to add lorem 10 and I'm going to save this file again. Now you can see after that more data in this table, it increases the row height and it aligns second column data at middle. By default, vertically it aligns the data at middle, and now I want to move it top. For that, we have a HTML attribute which is valign. But as I told you, we are not going to use any HTML attribute. We are going to use CSS. So let's jump into this style tag. At first, we need to target all the table data. So here I'm going to type TD. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to pass a property, vertical align. And here I'm going to use the property called vertical align. Vertical align, and I want to align it top. So I'm going to pass top. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see it align our data at the top. This property comes with 3 values, top, bottom and middle. And if you want to place it bottom, just you need to pass bottom. That's it. So I hope now it's clear for you how vertical alignment works. Now let's talk about padding. If you remember, in HTML, basically we use cell padding. And if you do not remember, let me show you the attribute. So inside the table tag, I'm going to use the attribute called cell padding. Cell padding, and I'm going to assign 10 pixels. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see in every cell, from all of the direction it add 10 pixel padding. And now I'm going to do the same thing using CSS, not using this attribute. So I'm going to remove this line. And if you want to do the same thing, just you need to use padding. Suppose in our table data cells, I want to add the padding, but not in our table header. So here I'm going to use padding 10 pixel. And if I save this file, you can see the result. It do not add padding in our first row because our first row made with th data, which is table header, and we assign padding in our table data td tags. That's why it start at padding from the second row. And if you want to target th tag, just you need to pass comma th. And if I save this file, you can see the result. Now it add padding to our table header tags. Now let's talk about the next property, which is caption side. But before, let me try to explain it. What is caption? In our table tag, we have a tag named caption. Let me show you. caption tag. And inside this caption, I'm going to type employee. And if I save this file, you can see the caption above the table, employee. This is employee table. We can change the position of this caption. So I'm going to select inside this style tag, I'm going to select the caption tag. So I'm going to type caption. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use our property which is called caption side. And it's come with total 2 value, bottom and top. By default, it come with top value. So I'm going to use bottom value. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see the caption at the bottom. Now let's talk about our next property, which is empty cell. If you notice in our table, in our every cell we have data. And now I'm going to remove one of the data from our cell. So I'm going to remove 150. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. Now you have the choice. Either you can show this table cell, otherwise you can hide this table cell. So I'm going to use, and inside the table tag, we need to use the property called empty cell. Empty cells, it's come with total 2 value, hide and show. Show is the default value, so I'm going to use hide. After save this file, as you can see, it do not change anything because here we use border collapse value. But if I use separate, let me show you, then save this file, now you can see the result. Now you can see it hide the particular cell. So that's the usage of empty cell property. Our next and last property is table layout. So I'm going to use this property. So after empty cell, I'm going to type table layout. This property comes with total 2 value, auto and fixed. First, I'm going to use auto value. After save this file, you cannot see any changes. But let me show you. Suppose in our second table row, in our first column, I want to add a big word. After ornob, I want to add some B. If I save this file, you can see the result. But if you remember, here we use fixed width to this table, 300 pixel. But still it extend our table. It increase the width of this table. So according to data size, it can increase the fixed width. But if I use table layout fixed and then save this file, now you can see the result. It overflow the data from the cell, but it doesn't extend the table width. So if I use auto value, which is the default value, then save this file, then again it back to the old situation. So these are all properties that I cover in this tutorial. I hope now it's clear for you how we can use these properties with table cells. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial we are going to learn about a new property, which is CSS resize. Basically, resize is going to give you the facility to change the div size by the user. You can change the height and width using drag and drop. Now, let's talk about the values. How many values we have in this property? Horizontal, vertical, both, and none. And none is the default property. So let's start the practical and see how we can use these values. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. Also you can see here I create a div element. And here I set 300 pixel height and 500 pixel width. If I try to resize it using cursor, no, it's not going to work. So I'm going to use the resize property. But if I use only the resize property, then it's not going to work. With that, we need to use another helping property. So here I'm going to type resize vertical. And if I save this file, as you can see, there is nothing. We cannot resize the div vertically. To use the resize property, we need to use overflow property. So here I'm going to type overflow auto. And now I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see at the corner, we have resize option. Now we can resize it vertically. We can resize it at vertical direction. For better understand, let's add some dummy paragraph in this div box. So I'm going to type p tag, then inside this p tag I'm going to type lorem and I want to add 300 word, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, we have vertical scroll bar. But if I increase the box size, now you can see it removed the vertical scroll bar because we don't have overflow data. We vertically increase the div height. And now let's increase the div width. For that, here we need to pass horizontal value, resize horizontal. If I save this file, now we have the option to increase the div width, but we cannot resize the div height because this time we pass horizontal value. And if you want to resize it from the both direction, for that you need to use both value, resize both. If I save this file, this time you can resize the div element from the both the direction. As you know, in HTML form we have a tag called text area, and by default text area support resizing. Let me show you. So here I'm going to type inside this div tag, otherwise outside this div tag, text area, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, here you can see the text area. By default it come with resize feature, but if you want to stop this resizing, for that you need to use resize none value. Let me show you how. So here, first I'm going to select the text area. Then inside the round braces, then inside the curly braces, I'm going to pass resize none and save this file. After save this file, now you can see there is no option to resize the text area box because here we use resize none value. So this is it for this tutorial. I hope now it's clear for you how can we use resize property. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial we are going to learn about a new property called CSS cursor. As you can see inside the red square box, we have a cursor. You can see the cursor inside the red square box, and if you want to change the cursor style, then you need to use cursor property. And these are all values that used to change cursor style. As you can see, nearly we have total 36 value: default, none, context menu, help, pointer, progress, wait, cell, etc. So let's start the practical and see how we can use these values. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So here you can see in this browser, we already created a div element. Now I'm going to use the property called cursor. So here inside this box, I'm going to type property name cursor, and I want to assign help value, help. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, now you can see with the arrow sign we have question mark sign. It's mean it's indicate help. And then I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line. This time I'm going to change the value. Here I'm going to change cursor pointer. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the result. Now it replaces the arrow sign with pointer sign. And the next value I'm going to use, which is progress. So I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous line and replace pointer with progress. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the result. You can see with the arrow we have circle, a loading circle. It indicates progressing. Then I'm going to use another cursor style. So I'm going to duplicate this line again and comment out previous line. And this time I'm going to use context menu. So I'm going to replace progress with context menu. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see nothing. After using context menu, there is no changes. It's work like default value. The next value I'm going to use auto. So again I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line and replace context menu with auto. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this element, you can see it's work like default value. Next I'm going to jump into the another value, which is wait. So again I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one and replace auto with wait. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, as you can see, it's pretty similar with loading, otherwise progress. This is for wait sign. Then again I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one and replace wait with cell. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the result. It add a plus sign. Now it's look like a addition sign. And if you don't want to show your cursor, when you hover your cursor in this div element, then you need to use none value. So again I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line and replace cell with none value. None. If I set this file and hover my cursor on it, you can see it hide my cursor because this time we use none value. So it's very difficult to show all the value one by one. So I create this file for you and here I apply all the values one by one to these paragraph tags. So if you hover your cursor on this paragraph items, you can see the different results. Crosshair, default, resize, resize, grab, grabbing, help, move, resize, any resize, no drop, none, not allow, all of it. So you can experiment by yourself and you can check all the value one by one. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the first tutorial related advanced CSS and we are going to start with CSS measurement units. If you want to assign width and height to an object, then you should know how many type of units we have in CSS. Here you can see a list of units that we are going to learn in this tutorial. Pixel, percentage, EM, REM, viewport width, etc. I know you are already familiar with some units like pixel, percentage, EM. Most of the cases we use pixel and percentage. So without these, we have some other most useful units. In this tutorial, we are divide units in two parts. First one is absolute units and second one is relative units. This is the list of absolute unit, centimeter, millimeter, inches, pixel, points, etc. Absolute units are fixed units. And most of the time we use pixel unit. It is very popular. It is very popular in CSS. Without that, we have relative units. These relative units are depend on other parent objects. EM, REM, VH, percentage, these are all very popular relative units. So one by one, I am going to try to explore all of the unit in this tutorial. So let's start the practical. As you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. And in this HTML document, inside the body tag, we have a heading tag. And here I type CSS units. Then inside the body tag, we have a div tag with ID name box. Then I style this body section. First I assign a font family Arial Helvetica. And also I style this box using its ID name. First I provide a border, a solid border with 2 pixels. Then I provide a background color. Also I provide width and height. Width 600 pixels and height 300 pixels. Here we use absolute unit and pixel is a fixed absolute unit. Now the question is what that means. What is the meaning of fixed width? If I reduce the browser width, as you can see, our shape doesn't change according to browser width. You can see the scroll bar below the browser. If I move the scroll bar right side, you can see the complete rectangle shape. It is a fixed unit, so it's not going to change the height and width according to the browser height and width. That's why we call it absolute unit. So let's back to the previous position of this browser. And now I'm going to use a relative value. So I'm going to use percentage value. So here I'm going to type 100% with 100% and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, here you can see our box take 100% width of this browser. If I extend the browser size, as you can see, according to the browser width, it increases the width. Similarly, if I reduce the browser width, now you can see it's also reduce the box width according to the browser. It means it's going to take 100% of browser width. Similarly, if I pass 50% here and then save this file, now you can see it's take 50% of browser width. So this is the example of relative unit. This kind of value depend on parent div element, otherwise window. Now the question is how it's work with parent div. Let me show you an example. So inside this box, I'm going to take another div element, div, and also I'm going to assign an ID, ID box. And I want to move our old box div inside this div. So I'm going to change this div ID name, box1. Now, box1 is our parent div and box is child div. So I'm going to style this div. So copy the ID name and here I'm going to type hashtag our ID name, box1. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use similarly these properties. So I copy this CSS properties and I'm going to paste inside this box1. First, I'm going to change the background color. I don't want any background color. And then I want to assign an absolute width to this div. So I'm going to assign 600 pixel and height 300 pixel. If I save this file, now you can see our child div element take 50% width of this parent container. So as I told you, relative value work relatively according to the parent size. So if I reduce the otherwise increase the browser height and width, it's not going to affect to our box because we set absolute value to its parents. So let me show you. So I'm going to reduce the browser width. So after reduce the browser width, as you can see, here you can see we have a scroll bar, but our box do not change the width. Similarly, if I increase the browser width, also you can see the same result because now it's work according to parent container. But if I remove the parent container, then this box going to change its width. But if I remove the parent div, means box1, then it's going to change the shape according to the browser window. Then it's going to take 50% width of browser window. Here we use 50% value. It means it's going to take 300 pixel because we set box1 width 600 pixel. Similarly, if I pass 20% and then set this file, now you can see, now it's take 20% of 600 pixel. But if I remove the box1, let me show you, and then set this file, now the window become parent to this div. Window means the body tag. And now I'm going to talk about EM and REM value. EM and REM units basically work with font size. Let me show you how. So at first, I'm going to increase the width. I'm going to take 80%. Then, here I'm going to take a property named font size. Font size. Font size 1 EM. And inside this div tag, here I'm going to add a dummy paragraph. Here I'm going to type lorem 100. And I'm going to save this file. So here we add dummy paragraph of 100 words. And we set font size 1 EM. 1 EM value work relatively because it's a relative unit. And the parent of box is body. And as you can see, in our body tag, we do not use any font size. So let's use font size. Font size, and I'm going to use font size 13 pixel. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, now you can see inside the box our font size is reduced. Now 1 EM become 13 pixel. But if I use 2 EM, so I'm going to change the value 2 EM. Then I'm going to save this file. Now you can see it's look too big and it's also overflown to this container. It's mean here we use 2 times value of 13 pixel. Because in our parent tag, here we use 13 pixel font size. And 2 times of 13 pixel is 26 pixel. That's why our font become 26 pixel. Similarly, if you want to take half value of this parent div, in that case, just you need to pass 0.5 pixel, 0.5 em. If I save this file, now our fonts become too small because it's half the value. So our font size become 6 pixel. But if I comment out, otherwise remove this parent element font size, and here I use 1 em value and set this file, now you can see it add a default value for this font. Now the question is, what is the default value of 1 em? The default value of 1 em is 16 pixel. If I show you my browser settings and then go to the appearance, you can see the font size. If I open this font size, now you can see by default it's set 16 pixel. But if I increase the size, suppose I use 28 and back to my window, now you can see now our 1 em font value become 28 pixel. Similarly, if I reduce the value, it become so small. Now 1 em value become 9 pixel because here we set 9 pixel. So it's take the default value of browser font size, and most of the time browser use 16 pixel. And now let's talk about rem unit. So here I'm going to type rem and I'm going to save this file. Rem stands for relative em. It's pretty similar with em, but it not work according to parent. Now you can see the default font size, which is 16 pixel. But if I assign font size to our body, so type font size and I'm going to assign 8 pixel. And if I save this file, as you can see, it do not reduce the font size. It do not work according to parent. This rem unit related to root. If I increase the browser font size, let me show you appearance font size. So I'm going to use 28 pixel font size and then back to the window. Now you can see our one rem value become 28 pixel. So now let's fix the default value, which is 16 pixel. And if I use 2 rem, and as you know, it's going to take 32 pixel. And there is another way that we can manipulate the rem unit using the root tag. And as you know, our root tag is HTML tag. So if I style the HTML, so type HTML, then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to use font size property. Font size, and I'm going to set font size 10 pixel. This is the default value. And if I save this file, now you can see our font size has become 20 pixel because here we use 2 rem. It's mean twice of root font size value. So if I use 1 rem and then set this file, now you can see our font size become 10 pixel because now our root tag font size is 10 pixel. And now I'm going to set em unit to our width. So I'm going to take font size 1 em and width 1 em. If I save this file, it's going to take width 8 pixel. Also, it's going to take font 8 pixel. Let me show you. Because, as I told you, em value work with according to the parent. So if I save this file, you can see the result. It take box width 8 pixel because here we set font size 8 pixel. Also, it take font size 8 pixel. So em value take the font size of the parent and it apply the font size to the width of the child div. And at the similar way, if I use rem value, rem and save this file, now our font size become 10 pixel. Also our width become 10 pixel because it take root value. I hope now it's become so clear that why we use em and rem value only with fonts, not the height and width. So this is the first part of this tutorial. At the next part of the tutorial, we are going to talk about VH and VW. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the another tutorial related CSS unit. And in this tutorial, we are going to start with viewport height and viewport width. So let's start with viewport width. Here you can see a browser window on your screen. And we call total width of browser width is viewport width. And viewport width divided with total 100 part. If we use 50 VW, then it's going to take half of this browser. At the same way, we have viewport height. It is also divided with 100. And if we use 50 VH, then it's going to take 50% of this window. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor and I already created another HTML document named index2.html. So at first, I am going to change the width unit. Here I am going to use 100 VW and for height I am going to use 100 VH. For now, I don't want font size. So I am going to remove it. After save this file, as you can see, here you can see it completely occupies the browser height and browser width. But there is a problem. You can see the scroll bar right and bottom. It's a problem. So I'm going to remove the heading tag H1. Also, I'm going to set margin 0. And also I'm going to remove the border with 0 pixel. And I'm going to save this file. If I save this file, after save this file, you can see it removed the scroll bar from the window and it occupies completely height and width of this window. If I reduce the width, also you can see there is no scroll bar. And also this unit works for height. And now I'm going to reduce the unit value. For that, here I'm going to pass 50 VW. And for height, it remains as it is. After save this file, you can see the result. Now, the width becomes half of this browser window. As you know, these are all relative units. It's pretty similar with percentage. But there is a difference between percentage and viewport and view height. Percentage value work according to the parent element. If we set parent element with 600 pixel and then we use child element with 50%, then it's going to set with 300 pixel. But viewport width and viewport height not work like that. It's always work according to the window size. Let me show you. So I'm going to try to put it in a fixed width. So again, I'm going to take a parent container. Div, inside the div tag, I'm going to assign an ID. ID box1. Then I'm going to move this div inside this parent div tag. And now I'm going to style the box1. Hashtag box1. And inside the curly braces, our first property is border. I'm going to use the same value with 2 pixel solid border. And then I'm going to set height and width with 600 pixel. Height 300 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. So in the parent tag, we use absolute value. And in the child tag, here we use relative value. But here we use viewport height and viewport width. And as I told you, viewport height and viewport width not work relatively to the parent container. It works relatively to the window size. So if I reduce the width of this browser, as you can see, it relatively works with the window, not the parent container. But if I use the percentage value here, so here I'm going to use 50%. And then save this file. Now you can see it takes 50% width of this parent container. So I hope now you realize what is the difference between viewport value and percentage value. Both the units are relative units, but their working method is different. Now let's talk about our last two units, Vmax and Vmin. Vmax stands for viewport maximum and Vmin stands for viewport minimum. So let's start the practical. But before we start the practical, I want to clear Vmax and Vmin unit. On your screen, you can see a browser window. And the browser window height is 300 pixel and the browser window width is 400 pixel. And here we create a div inside this browser window. And also we specify a width to this div element, which is 50 Vmax. It's mean it's going to take 50% value of browser width, which is 200 pixel. Now you might think it is pretty similar with percentage unit, otherwise VW unit. But it is not. Vmax unit always going to take maximum value of browser. Now the question is, what is the meaning of that? As you can see, our browser width is greater than browser height. So it's going to take browser width value. And 50 Vmax of 400 pixel is 200 pixel. That's why it said div width 200 pixel. But what if I reduce the browser window width? Let me show you. At the next example, as you can see, here I reduce the browser width. Now our browser width become 250 pixel and browser height is 300 pixel. Now browser height is greater than browser width. So this time Vmax unit going to take this value, the height value, 300 pixel, and the half of 300 pixel is 150 pixel. So it's going to set the object width 150 pixel because Vmax unit always select the maximum value. And at the opposite way, Vmin unit work. So let's start the practical and clear the concept. So at first, I'm going to remove the parent div element, box 1. I don't need it. Then also I'm going to remove from the style section. And here I'm going to change the width value, 50 Vmax. And here I'm going to save this file. Now the question is, what is the meaning of Vmax? And also I'm going to change the height to understand it better. So here I'm going to pass 50 VH. Vmax going to take the maximum width. It's going to check height and width both, and it's going to take the bigger width. I want to say it's going to compare the viewport height and viewport width, and it's chosen the bigger value. And according to the bigger value, it's going to set the width. Let me show you how. Here you can see our window height is bigger than window width. That's why it takes half of this value. And according to the half of this value, it set the width. Assume that our viewport width is 200 pixel, but our viewport height is 300 pixel. Then it's going to take 50 Vmax value of this height, not the width. And our height is 300 pixel. So it's going to set width 150 pixel. That's why you can see here we use 50 Vmax, but it do not take the 50% of the browser width. It take 50% of the browser height. But what if we increase the browser width and make it bigger than browser height? Let me show you. Now I'm going to increase the browser width. Now you can see our browser width is bigger than browser height. So this time it's going to take the browser width value. And according to the browser width value, it take 50 Vmax, means half of the browser width. Now you can notice our container width occupy the 50% of browser width. But if I reduce the browser width, now it do not occupy the 50% of browser width because browser height is bigger than browser width. So now it set the width 50% of browser height. So this is the usage of Vmax unit. For responsive layout, it is very useful. And at the opposite, we have another unit, which is Vmin. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. Then I'm going to save this file and back to my browser. And now I'm going to change the unit name. 50 Vmin means viewport minimum, and I'm going to save this file again. Then I back to the browser. Now you can see the different result. This unit is completely opposite of Vmax unit. Now you can notice, you can see our browser width is shorter than browser height. That's why it's going to take browser width value. And according to the browser width value, it's going to set the box width. If the window width is 200 pixel, then it's going to set box width 100 pixel. Because here we use 50 of viewport area. But what if we increase the browser width? Let me show you. And now I'm going to increase the browser width. After increase the browser width, now you can see now the browser height is shorter than browser width. That's why it said width of this box 50% of browser height. If I reduce the browser height, as you can see, our box width become so small because now it's take 50% of this much height. If the height is 100 pixel, then it said this box width 50 pixel. So this is how Vmax and Vmin unit work. So this is it for this tutorial. At the next tutorial, we are going to learn CSS variable. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with another tutorial related advanced CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn CSS variable. With that, also we are going to learn var function. So at first, let's see without variables how we can manage our job. And then we are going to learn how we can use variables to easy our job. And we can save our valuable type. At the right side on your screen, you can see a browser. And in this browser, we have a basic web layout. Header, menu bar, footer, sidebar, content, heading, etc. Here you can see our header color and the footer color is similar. Also, when I hover my cursor on these navigation items, you can see the background color is also similar. So basically, we reuse the same color 3 times. If I show you my HTML, as you can see, our header background color is gray. Also, our menu bar hover background color is gray. With that, our footer background color is gray. Totally we use gray color 3 times. Now, suppose we need to change the gray color. I want to replace gray color with green color. For that, we need to change the color name 3 times. From the header section, from the navigation bar, and from the footer. And it is a very time-consuming process. To resolve the problem, CSS introduce CSS variables. And to create these variables, you need to use a pseudo class named root. After colon, you need to type root. Then inside the curly braces, you need to declare the variables. And you can use these variables throughout this website. As you can see, here we create a variable named main color. And in this variable, here we assign a value. And our value name is color, red. You could use any type of value. Pixel value, string value, color value, etc. And then we need to call this variable throughout our website. And if we need to change the color, then just we need to change once. We need to change in our variable section. Suppose I want a green color. Then I'm going to replace red with green. And it's going to apply green color all of this section. And remember, to declare a variable, first we need to type 2 hyphens. And then we need to type the variable name. And between variable, you can use hyphen, otherwise underscore sign. But you cannot leave it blank. So I create a variable. And now I want to use this variable. Suppose I want to use it in class A. For that, and inside the curly braces, here we declare a property named color. And then we need to call var function. Then inside the round braces, we need to call the variable name to apply the value. Then automatically it's going to place red color at that position. Similarly, I want to apply the same color for background. So in class B, here I use a property named background color. Then I call the variable function and I apply this color. And I call this variable name main color. So at the same time, we can change the font color and the background color. And we can create multiple variables name in our root tag. And remember, this is a pseudo class. And we can call this variable as much we want. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side, I opened my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. And as you can see in my browser, there is a basic website layout. Here we use gray color 3 times in header section, in navbar hover section, and at footer section. So for that color, I want to create a variable. So first, I am going to type a pseudo class. And our pseudo class name is root. Then inside the curly braces, and our variable name is main color. then colon, and here I will type a value, and our value name is gray, and semicolon to end this line. So this is our first variable named main color, and I'm going to copy the variable name main color. So here we successfully define the variable in our root tag. It is a global scope. And now we need to call this variable. For that, as you know, we need to use var function. So in our header background, I'm going to type var function. Then inside the round braces, we need to pass the variable name, and our variable name is main color. Then semicolon to end this line. If I save this file, as you can see, it's written the same result. Here you can see it do not change the background color. Similarly, I'm going to copy this var function, and now I want to call this variable at our hover section, navbar hover. So in our menu section, here I'm going to call the variable again, var main color. After save the file, as you can see, there is no changes if I hover my cursor on these menu items. And then I'm going to call the same variable in our footer section. Footer background var main color. And after save this file, you can see the result. And now we need to change this color from the sections. For that, we don't need to do the same job 3 times. Just we need to go to the variable section where we declare the variable, and from this section I'm going to change the color. Here I'm going to type green color. And after save this file, you can see the result. At the same time, we change the background color and the hover background color from the different places. So it saves our time. Similarly, you can create variable for any value. And this time I'm going to create variable for font family. So after main color, I'm going to type hyphen main font. And I want main font Georgia. In our body tag, here we use font family Arial. And now I want to change the font family of header tag. So here, inside this header tag, I'm going to use font family, so I'm going to call the variable var. And inside the var function, I'm going to place the variable name, and our variable name is main font. Then semicolon to end this line. After save the file, you can see the result. It's changed the font family of our header section. So this is the usage of variables. And we have total 2 methods to create variables. When we use root procedure class to declare variables, then it's going to set global scope to our variables. It's mean you can use those variables anywhere in your website. But if you want to use variables in limited area, for that we need to assign local scope to our variable. So let's see how we can create local scope variable. As you can see in our class A, here we create a variable main color. Then inside the same class, we call the variable using var function. Now this variable become local scope variable because we cannot use this variable outside the A class. Suppose we need to style an anchor tag inside the class A. For that, also we can use this variable because here we call this variable inside the class A. Now the variable scope become local scope. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see in our content section, we have paragraph, we have heading 2, also we have a anchor tag. So inside the content section, I'm going to declare a variable. And our variable name is T color. T color, and I'm going to assign to this variable red. Then semicolon to end this line. Now our variable become local scope variable. And I want to change the background. And now I want to change the color of content font. I want red color. For that, here I need to call the var function. Var, inside the round braces, I want T color. Similarly, I want to change the heading to color, which is inside the content portion. So here I will type var, I want to use T color. With that, also I'm going to apply this same color in our anchor tag, which is inside the content. So in color section, I'm going to call the variable var T color. After save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, it successfully applied red color all of the content part. But what if I call this variable outside the content section? Let me show you. As you can see, we have sidebar anchor tags. So I want to apply this variable in sidebar anchor tag. So here I'm going to call the var function, var, and inside the variable I want to use T color. After save this file, as you can see, it do not change our sidebar anchor tag colors, because here we use local scope variable and T color is content local scope variable. So we cannot use it outside content section. But if I call a global scope variable, let me show you. So here I want to use main color and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, it successfully changed our sidebar anchor tag colors. So this is how variables work. I hope now it's clear for you how we can use it. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the first tutorial related CSS functions. Actually it's not, we already covered var function in our previous tutorial. Cal function basically used for mathematical calculations. Now the question is, why should we use mathematical calculations? So let's see an example. So as you can see in class A, here we set width 100% minus 1 em. This is one of the example of cal function. And at the next example, here we use 100% divided by 2. It's mean now the width become 50%. And at the next example, inside the background position, here we declare x-axis position and y-axis position. But we use cal function. Here we use 100% minus 50 pixel. Also 100% minus 20 pixel for y-axis. Also we can use cal function with colors. Let me show you. As you can see, here we take background color in HSL mode. Here we pass hue, saturation and lightness. And for saturation, I use cal function to multiply with 25%. It's mean this value becomes 50%. So I hope now it's clear how we can use cal function. And now I'm going to show you what kind of arithmetic operators we can use in cal function. So these are all arithmetic operators that we can use in cal function: addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it in actual life. As you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Light Server extension. And inside this HTML page, here I create a div. And to this div, we set width 500 pixel and height 300 pixel. And inside this div, we have some dummy text. And now I'm going to change with unit. Here I'm going to use percentage unit, 100%. After save this file, as you can see, it occupies the 100% width of browser. And now I'm going to add some padding to this width. Padding 20 pixel. After save this file, as you can see, it increases our width little bit. And also you can see the scroll bar below. Now the question is, why it's happened? Here we do not use any fixed value. Here we use percentage value. Then why we need to use scroll bar to see the whole div? Because here we use padding. We add padding from every direction. So it's going to add padding from right side. It's going to add padding 20 pixel from the right side and 20 pixel from the left side. That's why we see the scroll bar below. And now we need to reduce it. For that, here we need to use cal function. So I'm going to type calc. Then inside the round braces, first I'm going to pass the percentage value, which is 100%. Minus, from right side, I want to minus 20 pixel. And from the left side, again I'm going to minus 20 pixel. And then, as you can see, here we add border from every direction. So we need to minus 1 pixel border from left and from the right. 1 pixel. After set this file, now you can see the result. It remove our scroll bar and also it take 100% width. Yes, it take 100% width, and from the 100% width, here we minus 42 pixel. If I show you my whole screen, you can see the result. If I increase, otherwise decrease the browser window, as you can see, there is no scroll bar in our browser. And also you can see, after use 100% width, it add 20 pixel padding from every direction. So this is one of the good uses of calc function. And now I want to vertically and horizontally center this box. For that, we need to use fixed value. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And here I'm going to use a fixed value. Fixed value 500 pixel. And also I'm going to remove all the data inside this div tag. So from here, I'm going to remove all the data. Then outside the div tag, I'm going to take a paragraph tag, P. And inside this paragraph tag, I'm going to type nearly 1500 dummy text. Lorem 1500. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, you can see the result. Now let's turn on the full screen to understand it better. And now I want to make div position absolute. And also we need to place it horizontally and vertically centered. For that, let's back to the Visual Studio Code editor. So here I'm going to use position absolute. And from the left, I'm going to take 50%. From the top, I'm going to take 50%. If I set this file, you might think it's going to center our div, but it is not. If I show you my browser, as you can see, it not center our div. Because if I draw a line from this position to this position and divide our browser in two parts, now you can see our 50% start with at that position. From top and left, it is the center point. It is the 50% position. That's why our div starting from at that position. So to make it horizontally aligned and vertically aligned, we need to minus half of the width of this div from the 50%. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code. Here I'm going to use calc function. Calc 50% minus, as you can see, our width is 500 pixel. So from here I'm going to minus 250 pixel. Similarly from height. So copy the value. So from top, I want to minus 150 pixel. And also from here, we need to minus the padding, minus 20 pixel. And also I'm going to minus 1 pixel border, minus 1 pixel. And I'm going to do the same thing with our top property. So I'm going to copy this section and I'm going to paste it here. And this time we need to minus 150 pixel because we set height 300 pixel. So after set this file, if I show you my browser, as you can see, we perfectly make it centered. And if I responsive our screen, as you can see, it automatically places it center. After resize our window, it automatically vertically and horizontally center our div element. So this is one of the example of calc function. Now let me show you another example. And now I am going to fix a div without using fixed position. But also I'm going to make our layout flexible. For that we need total 3 div elements. Let me show you. So I don't need this paragraph anymore, so I'm going to remove this paragraph. And this is div number 1. And I'm going to set an ID name header. Then I duplicate this div 2 times. And this is our second div. And here I'm going to set ID content. And in our last div, I'm going to set ID footer. And I'm going to set this. And also, I'm going to comment out this whole section. Here I comment out the whole section of box style. And also, I'm going to type some text inside this div element. For header section, I'm going to type header. Header. For content, I'm going to type content. And for footer, I'm going to type footer. So at first, I'm going to style the header section. Hashtag header. Inside the curly braces, I'm going to add border. Border 1 pixel. And I want solid border. Solid and black. Then I'm going to set background color. Background green. And I'm going to take width 100% and height 100 pixel. And similar for the content part, I'm going to duplicate this section, and here I'm going to pass background color red. And also I'm going to take 100% width. And for height, here I'm going to use calc function. So first I'm going to change the ID name content. Then I'm going to style the footer section. Hashtag footer. And I want blue color. So let's save the file and back to the browser. So here you can see 3 of the div element, and I'm going to remove this text. So I'm going to comment out this h1 tag and save this file. Let's back to the browser, and now I want to assign this content div element the remaining space. For that, we need to use calc function. So in our content section, here I'm going to type 100 VH, means viewport height. If I save this file, as you can see, our content section take 100% viewport height, but it add a scroll bar. I don't want this scroll bar. I want to fix header and footer. For that, we need to minus header and footer height from this content part. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code. At first, I'm going to remove all the borders. So I comment out the borders. I don't need it. Then I'm going to take margin 0. So from body tag, I'm going to type margin 0. After that, here I'm going to type calc function. Inside the round braces, 100 VH minus, I want to minus header height, and the header height is 100 pixel. Also I want to minus footer height, and our footer height is 100 pixel. After save this file, if I show you my browser, oops, I did a silly mistake. If I show you my code editor, as you can see, here we use calc function in width. We need to use the calc function in height. So I'm going to copy this section. Basically, I'm going to cut this section, and here I'm going to type 100%. I want 100% width. So in our height, I'm going to use the calc function. After save this file, if I show you my browser, you can see the result. Here you can see our content section grab the remaining space. Also, we don't have any scroll bar. If I make it responsive, as you can see, our header and footer section is fixed. But our content portion going to change height according to the remaining space. So this is one of the good example of calc function. I hope you understand. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next video. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial we are going to learn a new property, which is CSS clip path. This property comes with total 4 values: circle, ellipse, inset and polygon. So let's see how we can use this value and create different shape. At first we are going to start with circle. To create a circle we need an image. Now in this image we need to create this circle. Basically, we need to remove the dark part from this image. We need to show which is inside this circle part. To create the circle, we need 3 things. First, we need the radius. Using radius, we can define the circle size. Then, we need to define the position where we need to create this circle. For that, we need to provide x-axis and y-axis. As you can see, we place this circle at the middle. So, for that, we can take x-axis 50% and y-axis 50%. Then, after provide this value, our clip path look like that. So, let's start the practical and see how we can apply it. So, as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. as you can see, inside the body tag, here we insert an image. And now I want to apply circle shape clip path to this image. For that, we need to go to the style section. Style. And inside the style tag, first I'm going to select image. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to apply clip path. Clip path. Clip path circle. As I told you, to create this circle, at first we need to define the radius. So here I'm going to take 30%. Also, you can take value in pixel. And then we need to define the position where we want to place our circle. So I'm going to type at 50%. I want to place it middle. That's why I pass the 50% value from y-axis and 50% from x-axis. And I'm going to save the file. After save this file, you can see the result. And if you want to increase the circle size, just you need to play with this value. Suppose I'm going to pass 60%. If I save this file, you can see the result. And the same way, if you want to decrease the value, then just pass 10%. You can see the result. So this is how it's work. Also, if you want to change the position of this circle, yes, you can. Just you need to play with the x-axis and y-axis value. Suppose from x-axis I want to place it 70%. And from y-axis I want to place it just 30%. If I save this file, you can see the result. From x-axis it take 70%, from y-axis it take 30%. And if you want to create half circle shape, let me show you. So here I'm going to pass y-axis 50% and x-axis 0%. After save this file, you can see the result. Now it create half circle shape. And if you want to place the skip path left top corner, just you need to pass x-axis 0 and y-axis 0. After save this file, you can see the result. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can use circle value. And now let's talk about ellipse shape. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line. But before, let me explain how we can create this shape. So this is the example of ellipse shape. To create this ellipse shape, we need total 4 things. First we need horizontal radius, vertical radius, and then we need x-axis and y-axis position. Now let's apply this value to create this shape. So at first I'm going to replace circle with ellipse. Ellipse, first we need to provide the horizontal value. For horizontal value, I'm going to take 10%. And for vertical value, here I'm going to take 40%. And then I want to place ellipse shape at the center. So here I'm going to pass 50% from x-axis and 50% from y-axis. After save this file, you can see the result. Now let's increase the horizontal value. So I'm going to make it 20%. After save this file, you can see the perfect oval shape. And if you want to make this ellipse shape horizontally, then just replace these values. Make it 40% and make this one 20%. Then save this file again. You can see the result. And changing x-axis and y-axis, you can change the position of this ellipse. Now let's talk about the next value, which is insect. Basically this value going to create a rectangle shape. And to create this shape, we need total 4 values: top, right, bottom and left. So let's start the practical and see how we can create this shape. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line. So here I'm going to type insert. Then at first I'm going to remove all the values, and first we need to provide the top value. From top I'm going to take 10%. And from the right I'm going to take 20%. And from the bottom I'm going to take 15%. And from the left I'm going to take 10%. If I save this file, you can see the result. This is what it creates. And to make it more clear, let's change the value. From the top I'm going to take 25. And from the right I'm going to take 30%. And from the bottom I'm going to take 35%. And from the left I'm going to take 40%. If I save this file, you can see the result. Using this value, you can create a rectangle shape, otherwise any square shape. Now let's talk about the most important shape of this property, which is polygon. Using polygon value, you can create any type of shape. As you can see, here we create a triangle. Also, you can create star shape, any kind of geometric shape. So as you can see in this example, here we create a rectangle shape. To create the rectangle shape, we need total 3 points. And to define every point, we need x-axis value and y-axis value. So we need total 3 pair of x-axis and y-axis value. So we are going to start this rectangle from this point, red point. Then we are going to create this blue point. Then we are going to jump into the yellow point. So let's start the practical and see how we can create this shape. So at first, I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And set this file again. And I'm going to replace insert with polygon. To create the triangle, here we need total 3 points. At first, I want to start from this point. So from the x-axis, I'm going to pass 50%. And from the y-axis, I'm going to pass 0%. And then I want to create another point at right bottom corner. So we need to provide comma. Then, so from the both the axes, we need to take 100%. From x-axis, I'm going to pass 100%, and from the y-axis, I'm going to pass 100%, comma, and then I'm going to create point at left bottom corner. So from the x-axis, I'm going to take 0%, and from the y-axis, I'm going to take 100%. If I set this file, you can see the result. It creates a perfect triangle shape. And now I'm going to create another geometric shape using the same value, polygon. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And again, I'm going to remove all the values and set this file. So at first, I'm going to make point at this position. So again, I'm going to pass from x-axis, I'm going to pass 50%, and from the y-axis, I'm going to pass 0%, comma. This time I'm going to pass total 4 value. And then I want to make point at that position. So from the x-axis, I'm going to pass 100%, and from the y-axis, I'm going to pass 50%. Then I want to make point at this position. So from the x-axis, I'm going to pass 50%, and from the y-axis, I'm going to pass 100%. And next, I'm going to make point at that position. So from the x-axis, I'm going to pass 0%, and from the y-axis, I'm going to pass 50%. If I set this file, you can see the result. This time I create this kind of geometric shape using this polygon shape. And now I'm going to create another example. Here I'm going to create a addition sign. For that, I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one and remove all the values. And set this file. So to create the addition sign, I want to start from this point. So here I'm going to pass 40% from x-axis direction and 0% from y-axis direction. This is our first point. At the second point, I'm going to pass 60% from x-axis direction and 0% from y-axis direction. At the next point, next I'm going to create another point, and I want to create at that position. So from the x-axis, I'm going to take 60% again, and from the y-axis, I'm going to take 40%. Then I'm going to create point at that position. For that, again, I'm going to pass 100% x-axis position and 40% y-axis position. Then I'm going to pass 100% x-axis position and 60% y-axis position, comma. Next, I'm going to pass 60% x-axis position, comma, 100% y-axis position. Next, I'm going to pass 40% x-axis position. We need to remove this unnecessary comma because we need space between these two values. 40% from the x-axis direction and 100% from y-axis direction. Next, I'm going to take 0% from x-axis direction, and from the y-axis direction, I'm going to take 60%. At last, I'm going to take 40% x-axis direction and 40% y-axis direction. Let's save the file and see what it creates. I hope so. It's going to create the addition sign. No, it's not create the addition sign. I think I did some mistake. Here I do not create this point. We need to create this point. I think I forgot to mention some points. The main purpose is using this value you can create different kind of geometric shape. Just you need to mention the right points using x-axis and y-axis value. So this is it for this tutorial. I hope now it's clear for you how we can apply clip path. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with another tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial we are going to learn a new property called shape outside. Basically we use this property for text formatting, but we are going to use this property with clip path. This property comes with 4 values: circle, ellipse, inset and polygon. And now I'm going to show you why we use this property. Suppose we create a circle using clip path. Also you can create the same circle using border radius. But the problem is, after create this circle, still it occupy the text area. But I want to use this white space like this. For that, we need to use shape outside property. After use this property, our text adjusts according to the shape. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. So as you can see in our body tag, we have an image tag and then we have a paragraph. And I set the image float left. And then at first I'm going to apply clip path to this image. So here I'm going to use this property clip path circle. First we need to define the radius. I'm going to use 30%. Also we need to define the position. So I'm going to type at 50% by 50%. So I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. It creates our circle perfectly, but the problem is, here you can see the unnecessary white space. We need to fill up this unnecessary white space with the text. We need to cover this white space. For that, I'm going to use a property called shape outside. Shape outside, and here I'm going to use the value. And here I'm going to pass the exact circle shape value. So I'm going to copy this value. And I'm going to paste it at shape outside. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now it tries to adjust according to the shape. Now let's move the circle a little bit left side. So here I'm going to pass x-axis 20%. Also we need to change this value, x-axis 20%. After save this file, you can see the result. Otherwise you can make it 30% for perfect result. That's looking good. As you can see, this time our paragraph text tried to adjust according to the round shape. And now you can see another problem. Our text nearly attached with this shape. Here we need to provide little bit margin. So here I'm going to pass shape margin 20 pixel. We need to use particularly this property, shape margin. So after save this file, you can see the result. And now I'm going to redirect to a website, which is venfili.com. From here, we can create different shape using clip path. We can create any shape. After create this shape, from here we can copy the clip path property and the value. So I'm going to copy the polygon shape value. And then I'm going to replace clip path value with this value. Then also I'm going to replace it in our shape outside section. If I save this file and back to my browser, here you can see the result. From this website, you can achieve different type of shape: right arrow, close sign, ellipse, hexagon, pentagon, whatever you want to use. This website is very good website. From here, you can extract any kind of shape with the value. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the first tutorial related CSS animation. And we are going to start this tutorial using CSS filter property. Using filter, we can change image effects. And we have total 12 effects that we can use in our image. Our first effect name is none. If you do not want to use any effect, you can use this property. And using blur property, you can blur your image. And using brightness value, you can reduce brightness or increase brightness. And for contrast, you can use contrast value. And drop shadow value work like a shadow of this image. And using grayscale value, we can black and white our image. And using hue rotate, you can fill different color with different angle. And our next value is invert. If you remember the old camera roll, then you can understand the effect very easily. And our next value is opacity. Using opacity value, we can control the transparency of this image. And if you want to control saturation of this image, you can use saturate value. If you want more color in your image or less color in your image, you can use this value. And our next value is sepia. And our last value is URL. This URL value work with SVG images. And in this tutorial, I'm going to cover these 6 effects. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. As you can see, side by side, I opened my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created a HTML document in my current working directory. And as you can see in my browser, there is an image. And I already insert this image using image tag. And as you can see in my style section, we set 600 pixel width to this image and height auto. And I'm going to use all this filter in this image. Effects play a very important role in CSS animation. That's why I start this tutorial with CSS effects. So at first, I'm going to use filter property. Filter. And our first value is none. If I save this file, here you can see there is no changes. There is no changes in this image. Because this is the default value of this property. And our next value is blur. So I'm going to type blur. Suppose I want to blur this image up to 4 pixels. If I save this image, here you can see the result. And if you want to make it more blur, you can increase the value. Suppose 20 pixels. If I save this file, you can see the result. And the default value of this blur property is 0. If I use 0 value and then save this file, here you can see the result. Now our image is clearly visible. And this is the use case of blur value. And our next value is brightness. 100 is the default value of brightness. 100%. And this value work with percentage. If I save this file, you can see there is no changes. And now I want to reduce the brightness. 20%. If I save this file, you can see the result. It reduces the brightness of this image. And if you want to back to the normal brightness, then you need to pass 100. If I save this file, you can see the result. And if you want to increase the brightness of this image, then you need to pass more than 100% value. Suppose I want to pass 300%. If I save this file, you can see the result. And if we pass 0% brightness and then save the file, here you can see now it's completely black. Let's jump into our next value, which is contrast. So I'm going to type contrast. 100 is the default value of contrast, 100%. If I save this file, you can see the result. And if you want to increase contrast of this image, you need to pass more than 100% value. Suppose 200%. If I save this file, now you can see the contrast. And if you want to decrease the contrast, then you need to pass below than 100% value, something 50%. If I save this file, you can see the contrast. And if we pass 0% value and then save the file, now you can see there is no contrast in this image. If we pass 0%, as you can see, our image turn into gray color. Our next value is drop shadow. But before I use this value, I'm going to reduce the image width. 400 pixel. This value is similar to box shadow property. First, we need to provide horizontal shadow. So I'm going to provide 10 pixel. This is for x-axis direction. Next, we need to provide vertical shadow. So for y-axis, I'm going to pass 10 pixel once again. And then I'm going to pass the blurriness of the shadow, which is 7 pixel. And then we need to pass the color of the shadow. I'm going to use green color. If I save this file, here you can see the result. And you can change blurriness of the shadow also. If I pass 0 pixel and then save the file, now you can see it act like a solid shadow. Not only that, you can use negative value in this parameter. Suppose I want this shadow minus y-axis direction. If I save this file, you can see the result. So this is the use case of drop shadow effect. And our last value is grayscale. Let me show you. Grayscale. Using this effect, we can convert our color image into a black and white image. 0% is the default value of this grayscale parameter. If I save this file, here you can see there is no changes. But if I use 100% and then save the file, now you can see it completely turned this image black and white. You need to remember, we need to pass value between 0 to 100%, not more than 100%. And you can use any value between these. Suppose I want to pass 70%. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now the image filled with 70% gray and 30% color. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'm going to cover these remaining filters: hue, rotate, invert, opacity, saturate, sepia, and URL. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the second part of this CSS filter tutorial. And in this tutorial, we are going to cover these 6 filters: hue, rotate, invert, opacity, saturate, sepia, and URL. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. Here you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using Lifesaver extension. And I open my previous HTML document for this example. So at first, I'm going to call the filter property, filter. So our first value is hue rotate. And here you can use 0 to 360 degree value. So I'm going to pass 150 degree, DEG. And then save this file. Here you can see the result. If I pass 100 degree and save this file, you can see the different result. Using this value, you can try 360 combination, 360 degree. If I save this file, you can see the result. There is no negative parameter for this value. Let's jump into our next value, which is invert. So I'm going to type invert. If I save this file, here you can see it completely invert the image. And we can pass parameter 0 to 100%. Suppose I want to pass 0%. If I save this file, here you can see this is the default value of this property. And if I pass 50% and then save the file, if we use 50% value, now it's completely turned into a gray color. And if I increase the value, something 70%, and save this file, now you can see the result. It still invert our image, but you can see the gray layer on it. Similarly, if I reduce the value below than 50%, something 20%, and then save the file, as you can see, it not invert the image completely. So this is the use case of invert value. Our next value is opacity. As you can see, now our image is fully visible. And now I want to make this image transparent. For this, we need to use opacity value. If I save this file, as you can see, there is no changes because we do not provide any parameter in this value. Now I want to make this image semi-transparent. So I want to provide 50%. If I save this file, you can see the result. And if you make this image completely transparent, you need to pass 0%. If I save this file, the images still exist in this place, but we made it completely transparent. And if you make this image completely visible, you need to pass 100% value. So I hope now you can understand this value, how it's work. So I hope now you can understand opacity value, how it's work. Our next value is saturate. This value going to provide strength on color pixels. So I'm going to type saturate. Using this value, you can control the strength of this color. And 100 is the default value of this property, 100%. If I save this file, here you can see there is no changes. And now I want to saturate this color. So I'm going to pass 200%. If I save this file, you can see the result. You can see the change of the color. And if you want to make it desaturate, you need to pass value less than 100%, something 70%. If I save this file, now you can see the color of the image looking very dull. And if I pass 0% value and then save the file, now you can see this image completely turned into a grayscale image, means black and white image. So I hope now you understand what is saturate. And our next value is sepia. So I'm going to type sepia. This filter gives you the vintage look of this image. If I save this file, you can see the result. And here you can pass parameter between 0 to 100%. If I pass 0% and then save this file, now you can see the actual image. And if I increase the value 50% and then save the file, here you can see it applies some sepia effect in this image. And 100 is the highest value of this property. There is no negative value and pixel value for this property. And our last value is URL. For this, you should have knowledge of SVG images. And if you don't have basic knowledge of SVG animation or SVG image, you can check out my course. And this course is available in this platform. Just go to my instructor profile and you can find this course. And last thing I want to say, suppose you want to apply multiple effects in this image. Suppose first you want to use blur effect on this image. So I'm going to type blur 2 pixel. And then I want to apply sepia effect in this image. Sepia 50%. If I save this file, you can see the result. And now I want to increase the brightness of this image. Brightness 200%. If I save this file, you can see the result. So you can add as much effect you want. So I hope now this CSS filter concept is clear for you. In the next tutorial, we are going to understand what is CSS transitions. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn a new property related CSS, which is CSS transition. This is one of the most important property for CSS animation. Now the question is, what is transition? Transition means smoothness. Suppose you want to change the position of one object. Otherwise, you want to increase the object width. Let me show you the example. As you can see in my HTML document, we have total 2 div. And I want to increase the width when I hover on my red object. And I already set a transition in this object. If I hover my cursor in this object, you can see the result. Here you can see when our container extends the width, you can see a smoothness effect. If we did not use the transition effect, the work would be done in one go. Then you cannot see the smoothness when it increases the width. That's why we need to use transition. Similarly, for our next object, we reduce border radius when I hover the object. Let me show you. As you can see, there is a beautiful transition. And if we do not use this transition, then it would be done in one go. It would be done just one blink of in your eye. So, for smoothness purpose, we need to use this transition. Let's talk about properties. Basically, transition come with 5 properties. Transition, transition property, transition duration, transition delay, and transition timing function. Basically, our first property is shorthand of all of these properties. If you want to use this 4 property in one line, in that case, you can use transition property only. So, basically our first property is transition property. Using this property, we can specify where we want to use these transitions. Suppose I want to use this transition for border radius, otherwise width. In that case, we need to declare the property name. Something like transition property border radius, otherwise transition property width. Our next property is transition duration. In this property, you can specify how long you want to run the animation. Our next property is transition delay. We use this property to determine when the transition will begin. And our last property is transition timing function. This property comes with some inbuilt effects. And using these effects, you can control the smoothness of this transition. So this is it. Let's start the practical and see how it's work. Here you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. And here you can see a div inside this document. And the div height is 200 pixel and width is 200 pixel also. And I do not use any hover effect in this div. And now I want to increase width of this div. So at first I'm going to use the transition property. Transition property. And as I told you, I want to increase the width. So I'm going to call the width property. With this property, we need to use another property. We need to use transition duration property. Transition duration. Using this property, we can declare how long we want to run this transition. And I want to run our animation for 2 seconds. So I'm going to type 2s. You can take your own value, otherwise you can use millisecond also. So when I hover my cursor in this div, I want to increase the container width. So I'm going to use pseudo class dot 1 colon hover. Then inside the curly braces, I want to increase the container width. So I'm going to type width 400 pixels. If I set this file and hover my cursor in this div, you can see the transition and you can see the smoothness of this transition. Similarly, if I hover out my cursor, also you can see the smoothness. Let's see what happens if I remove the transition. So I'm going to comment out this two property. If I set this file and hover my cursor in this box, you can see the result. There is no smoothness when it increases the width. Just blink of in your eye, it completes the transformation. That's why we need to use transition property, because it gives beautiful smoothness effect to this transformation. And as you can see, we just apply this transition in our width. But if I increase the height in our hover selector, height 350 pixel, and then set this file, and if I hover my cursor, as you can see, just blink of in your eye, it increases the height. But you can still see the smoothness effect in width. And if you want to add same effect for height, then after width, comma, you need to type the property name, height. And also, you need to declare the duration for this transformation. So I want to use 3 seconds. If I save this file and hover my cursor into this div, you can see the result. Our width transformation complete in 2 seconds, but our height transformation complete in 3 seconds. Not only that, we can apply the same effect for background color. So I'm going to type background green. So also we need to call this property background, height, comma, background. And for background, I want to use 4 seconds. If I save this file and hover my cursor in this div, you can see it took 4 seconds to change the color. So this is the use case of transition property and transition duration. And now I want to use all this value in a single line. So I'm going to comment out these two lines. And now I'm going to call only transition. And now I'm going to use all the value in a single line. So I'm going to copy the values and paste it here. And also I'm going to copy the duration values, and after a space I'm going to paste it. If I save this file and hover my cursor in this div, you can see all the effects at once. Using this property, we can make it one-liner. This is the shorthand of all of this property. At first, you need to declare the transition property names, and then you need to declare the transition duration time. Now, suppose you want to use 2-second transition duration for all of this transformation. In that case, you can type all here, ALL. And also you need to pass only one duration time, 2 seconds. And now it's going to apply the transition effect all of these properties. If I save this file and hover my cursor in this div, you can see the result. In the same time, it applied the smoothness in height, width and background. If you want to use same duration for all of this effect, you can use this shorthand, all. So this is it for this tutorial. In our upcoming tutorial, we are going to talk about transition timing function. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about transition timing function. Using this function, you can control the smoothness of this transition. And these are some common values related transition timing function. Is, linear, is in, is out, is in out, cubic bezier. And also we have 3 another value, but these are not so important. Our first value is. It's a default value. Specify a transition effect with a slow start, then fast, then end slowly. Our next value is linear. Specifies a transition effect with the same speed from start to end. From beginning to end, it maintains the same speed. Our next value is in. Specify a transition effect with a slow start. And our is-out value is play the opposite role of is-in. Specify a transition effect with a slow end. And our next timing value is in-out. Specify a transition effect with a slow start and end. And our last value is cubic Bezier. Let's you define your own values in a cubic Bezier function. So you can set your own timing values. Without this 6 value, we have 3 another value, which is step start, step end, and steps. These are not so important, but it's good to know about it. Let's see how it's working practically. Here you can see I open a website cubic-bezier.com. Here you can see the real-time example of these values. Is, linear, is in, is out, and is in out. At first, I'm going to increase the duration time. Duration 2 seconds. And then I'm going to start this example with default value, is. If I click go button, you can see the result. Our next value is linear. If I click go button, you can see the result. Linear value maintain the same speed from beginning to end. And then come is in. And if I click go button, you can see the result. And then come is out. If I click go button, you can see the result. And our last value is in out. Is in out specifies transition effect with slow start and slow end. Let me show you another example. As you can see, there are 5 different div, and I use 5 different timing function value for them. And if I hover my cursor all of this item, you can see the result. This is for linear, and this is for is, and this is for is in, this is for is out, and this is for is in out. I hope you can understand the difference. So let's jump into the Visual Studio Code editor and see how we can use it. As you can see on your screen, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using LiveServer extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. And as you can see, I already created a div for this example. In our previous tutorial, we learned about transition property and transition duration. But in this tutorial, we are going to learn transition timing function. So I'm going to call this property transition timing function. Let's start the practical with the default value, which is. So I'm going to type is. If I save this file and hover my cursor into this div, you can see the result. This transition effect starts with slow, then fast, and then end with slow. This is the default value. And our next value is linear. So I'm going to type linear. If I save this file and hover my cursor into this div, you can see the result. This transition effect maintains the same speed from beginning to end. And our next value is in. So I'm going to type is in. If I save this file and hover my cursor into this div, it specifies a transition effect with a slow start. Similarly, we have opposite value, is out. So I'm going to type is out. If I save this file and hover my cursor into this box, as you can see, specify a transition effect with a slow end. Our next value is in out. So I'm going to type is in out. If I save this file and once again hover my cursor into this div, you can see the result. It specifies a transition effect with a slow start and end. Let's talk about our another value, which is steps. So I'm going to type steps. Here we can complete our transition with steps. Suppose I want to complete this transition in 2 steps. So I'm going to pass 2 here. If I set this file and hover my cursor into this div, you can see the result. As you can see, in 2 steps, it completes the transition. And if I remove my cursor, you can see the same effect. In 2 steps, it completes the transition. And now I want to complete this transition in 5 steps. If I set this file and hover my cursor into this box, you can see the result. In 5 steps, it completes the transition. So this is the use case of steps value. Most of the time, we are trying to avoid this value. We do not use this value. But for education purpose, you should have knowledge about it. Our next value is step start. So I'm going to type step start. If I set this file and hover my cursor into this div, you can see in a single step it completes the animation. But if I use step end value, step end, and set this file, if I hover my cursor, it's going to start my animation after 2 seconds. Let me show you. So I'm going to hover my cursor into this div. As you can see, after 2 seconds, it starts the animation. And it completes the transition in 1 step. So this is the use case of step end value. Let's jump into our last value, which is cubic Bezier. So I'm going to type cubic Bezier. In cubic Bezier, you can complete the animation in 4 steps. When we use step value, in our transition there is no smoothness. But in cubic Bezier, we can maintain the smoothness of the transition. Suppose, for our first step, I'm going to take 0.5 seconds, comma, for our second step, I'm going to take 0.6 seconds. And for our third step, I'm going to take 1 second. And for our fourth step, I'm going to take 0.1 second. If I save this file and hover my cursor into the red div, you can see the result. It starts with slow and then end fast. For our first step, it took 0.5 seconds. And for our second step, it took 0.6 seconds. And for our third step, it took 1 second. And for our last step, it took 0.1 second. So this is the use case of cubic Bezier value. You can change the duration as you want. So I hope now it's clear for you what is transition timing function property. In our next tutorial, we are going to talk about transition delay property. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn what is transition delay property. Basically, it's mean after how long do you want to start the transition. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using Liveserver extension, and I open my previous HTML document. So let's use transition delay property. So I'm going to type transition delay, and I'm going to pass 3 second value, 3s. If I set this file and hover my cursor in this div, as you can see, after 3 seconds, it starts the transition. Similarly, if I remove my cursor, as you can see, after 3 seconds, it completes the transition. You can set any time as you want. So this is the use case of transition delay function. And now I'm going to use shorthand all of this property. As you can see, total we use 4 transition property. Transition property, transition duration, transition timing function, and transition delay. I want to make it one-liner. For that, so at first I'm going to comment out these 4 transition properties. And then I'm going to call only transition. At first, you need to declare the property name. In our case, with. So I'm going to paste with here. And then we need to pass transition duration value, which is 2 seconds, 2s. And then come transition timing function, which is. And our last value is transition delay value, which is 2 seconds. Now we don't need to use these 4 properties. Just you need to remember, we need to follow this sequence. First you need to pass property, then you need to pass duration, and then you need to pass timing function. At last you need to pass delay. So if I save this file and hover my cursor into this div, you can see after 2 seconds it starts the animation. As you can see, it's worked perfectly. And now I want to tell you one important thing. This is not necessary that we use transition with only hover selector. You can use this transition when you load your page. And also one thing you need to remember, if we do not declare the property, in our case with, so I'm going to comment out this. And then save this file. As you can see, it's not going to work properly. So we need to declare the property before we use this property in our hover selector. And you need to remember it. And now I'm going to use this transition with different pseudo selectors. So I'm going to type active. At first, let's remove the delay value. And then I'm going to save this file. If I hover my cursor in this div, as you can see, it's not working because our pseudo selector is active. We need to press mouse click to run this animation. Let me show you. As you can see, I keep pressing my mouse click and it's run my animation. When our mouse click is active, then it's going to perform the animation, otherwise it's not work. So this is it for this tutorial. I hope now all the transition properties are clear for you. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn a new property, which is transform. And basically, we are going to focus on 2D transformation. At first, let's see some example what is 2D transform. Here you can see two examples. This is the normal div element and this div element is rotated clockwise 20 degrees. Using 2D transformation, we can rotate any div clockwise, otherwise counterclockwise. Similarly, we have another example. This is the normal div. And this div element is skewed 20 degrees along the x-axis and 10 degrees along the y-axis. So we can skew our element, rotate our element, scale our element, and many more. So let's see what are the values in 2D transformation. As you can see, we have total 11 value in 2D transformation. Translate, translate x, translate y, rotate, scale, scale x, scale y, skew, skew x, skew y, and our last value is matrix. And we have another value which is default value, which is none. And using matrix property, you can use all of this value in one line. And in this tutorial, I'm going to cover this 4 value: translate, translate x, translate y, and rotate. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. And as you can see, inside my HTML structure, I already created div element. And I set 200 pixel width and 100 pixel height. And also I set background color and border. So at first, I'm going to start this transformation with rotate value. So I'm going to type transform property. And I'm going to use rotate value. And inside the parenthesis, we need to pass degree parameter. Suppose I want to rotate this element 40 degree. So I'm going to pass 40 deg. If I save this file, you can see the result. Similarly, if I pass 90 degree and then save this file, as you can see, our div element rotate 90 degree. Our rotate value is part of 2D transformation. It not only rotate our element, it also rotate our content. Not only that, you can use negative value also. Suppose I want to rotate it minus 60 degree, minus 60. If I save this file, you can see the result. And if you want to flip this div, you can use minus 180 degree, otherwise 180 degree. If I save this file, you can see it flip our element. So this is the use case of rotate value. Let's talk about our next value, which is translate. So I want to type translate here. And I want to save this file. As you can see, there is no changes. Now the question is, what is the meaning of translate? The translate method moves an element from its current position. As you can see, this is the current position of this element. And I want to move this element 100 pixel x-axis direction and 200 pixel y-axis direction. So in that case, we need to use this value, translate. At first, we need to pass x-axis direction, then we need to pass y-axis direction. So at first, I want to move this element in 100 pixel x-axis direction. So I'm going to pass 100 px. This is for x-axis parameter. And next, I want to move this element 50 pixel y-axis direction. So I want to pass 50 px. If I save this file, as you can see, it moved the element from its current position according to parameter given for the x-axis and y-axis. In x-axis direction 100 pixel and in y-axis direction 50 pixel. Let's jump into our next value, which is translate x. So I'm going to type translate x. and inside the parenthesis, we need to pass only one parameter, which is x-axis parameter. This function moving the element along the x-axis. If I save this file, as you can see, this is the exact position of this element because we do not pass any parameter here. And now I want to move this element 200 pixel x-axis direction. So I'm going to pass 200 here, px. If I set this file, you can see the result. Similarly, we have another value for y-axis direction. So I'm going to type translate capital Y. As you can see, this is the exact position of this element. And now I want to move this element 100 pixel at y-axis direction. So inside the parenthesis, I'm going to pass 100 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. It moved our element 100 pixel at y-axis direction. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'm going to cover these scale properties: scale, scale X, scale Y. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the second tutorial related to the transformation. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn these three values: scale, scale X, and scale Y. Let's try to understand what is scaling and how it's work. Suppose this is our div element, and this is x-axis direction, and this is y-axis direction. And if you want to decrease and increase the size of this element, in that case, you need to use scale value. So let's increase the size of this element. And to increase the size of this element, we need two parameters: x-axis parameter and y-axis parameter. This scale method increase or decrease the size of an element. So let's see how we can use it practically. As you can see on your screen, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Lifesaver extension. And I already created an HTML document named index2.html. So let's try to increase the div element to be 2 times of original width and 3 times of original height. So at first, I'm going to call our property named transform. Transform scale. At first, we need to pass x-axis direction value. And in x-axis direction, I want to scale this element 2 times. So I'm going to pass 2 here. And in y-axis direction, I want to scale it 3 times. So I'm going to pass 3 here. If I save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, it scales our element. And it also scales our text inside this element. In the similar way, you can scale down the element. Let's back to the normal position. If I save this file, it is the normal size of this element. And now I want to decrease the div element to be half of its original width and height. So for x-axis direction, I'm going to pass 0.5. And for y-axis direction, also I'm going to pass 0.5. If I set this file, you can see the result. So this is the use case of scale value. And our next value is scale X. Let me show you. So let's back to the default size. And I'm going to call scale X. And I'm going to save this file. The scale X method increase or decrease the width of an element. Suppose now I want to increase the div element width 2 times. In that case, we need to pass only x-axis value. And I want to increase it 2 times. If I save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, it increased the width 2 times. And if you want to decrease the width, you need to pass value from 0.1 between 0.9. So I'm going to pass 0.5. If I save this file, you can see the result. It decreased the width of this element. So let's back to the default size of this element. And now our next method is scale Y. So I'm going to type scale capital Y. This scale Y method increase or decrease the height of an element. I want to increase the height 3 times of its original size. So I'm going to pass 3 here. If I save this file, you can see the result. And in the same way, if you want to decrease the height, you need to pass value between 0.1 to 0.9. So here I'm going to pass 0.6. 0.6. If I save this file, you can see the result. It scaled down the height of this element. So this is the use case of scale value. I hope now it's clear for you how it's work. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn these 3 values: skew, skew X, and skew Y. But before, we are going to learn another property, which is transform origin. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the third video related CSS story transformation, and in this tutorial we are going to learn these three property: skew, skewx and skewy. This method cues an element along the x-axis and y-axis by the given angles. Inside this parameter we need to pass angles. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. As you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using LiveServer extension, and I already created a HTML document named index.html. So at first we need to call the property named transform. So I'm going to type transform. And at first I'm going to start this tutorial with skewx value. So I'm going to pass skew x, and inside this parenthesis we need to pass angle value. Using this value, we can change only x-axis direction. If we use this value from this point, it's going to change the angle. Suppose I'm going to pass 20 degree. If I save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, from this point, it takes 30 degree angle. Similarly, you can use negative value also. If I pass minus 20 degree and then save this file, as you can see, from this point, it rotates in the right side direction. And also our rotation angle is 20 degree, but in that case minus 20 degree. And as you can see, this rotation move only x-axis direction, not y-axis direction. So let's back to the default position, and I'm going to use skew y value. Skew y. Now the rotation work at vertically direction. If I pass 20 degree here, 20 deg and save this file, you can see the result. From this point, it moved 20 degree y-axis direction. So basically, it's moved downward. And if you want to move it upward, you need to pass minus value. If I pass minus 20 degree and then save this file, you can see the result. So I hope now it's clear for you how skew x and skew y property work. Let's talk about our next value, which is only skew. So at first, I'm going back to the default position, and I'm going to type only skew. In this method, in our first parameter, we need to pass x-axis angle, and then we need to pass y-axis angle. So at first, I'm going to pass 30 degree x-axis angle, and then I'm going to pass 20 degree y-axis angle. If I save this file, you can see the result. Not only that, with positive value, you can use negative value also. Suppose I want to pass minus 20 degree in y-axis direction. If I save this file, you can see the result. So this is up to you, how can you use these values. Let's talk about another property which is related to the transformation. And this property name is transform origin. Now the question is, what is the use case of transform origin property? It is allow you to change the position on transformed element. What does that mean? Suppose this is our div element. If you remember the rotate value, then you can also remember the rotation point, which is center of this element. This rotation point is center from x-axis, also y-axis. But I don't want to rotate my element from middle point. I want to change the rotation point. I want to rotate this element from this point, means left top corner. Similarly, if I want to rotate from this point, then this is our right bottom corner, and this is our left bottom corner, and also this is our right top corner. You can take the point by their name, otherwise you can take percentage or pixel value. And if you want to take the rotation point inside of this div element, something in that position, yes you can. According to white.position, you need to take 20% in x-axis direction, and also you need to take 30% in y-axis direction. Just one thing you need to remember, using this property, you can change the position of transform element. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code editor and see how it's work. As you can see, this is our normal div, and I rotate this div from the center position 20 degree. But if I change the transform origin position from this point, so I'm going to type transform origin, and I'm going to pass from x-axis left position, and from y-axis top position, so I'm going to pass top. Before I save this file, I want to back to this div in the normal position. So I'm going to comment out these two lines. If I save this file, now it is back to the normal position. And now I'm going to uncomment these lines. And now I'm going to save this file. Just focus in this corner. If I save this file, you can see the result. From this corner, it moved 20 degrees. Let's increase the rotation value. So I'm going to type 80 degrees. If I save this file, you can see this result. From this point, it rotated 80 degrees. Let's back to the default position. And once again, I'm going to change the rotation point. So I'm going to type right bottom. Now, from this point, it's going to rotate our element. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now the rotation origin point is this point. Let's back to the default position. Once again, I'm going to change the rotation origin position. But this time, I'm not going to use any corner. Now I want to rotation point something in this place. So, x-axis direction, I'm going to pass 20%. And for y-axis direction, I'm going to take 40%. If I set this file, you can see the result. From this point, it rotates the element 80 degrees. And if I pass x-axis value 0 and y-axis value 100 and then save the file, and also I'm going to change the rotation angle 20 degrees and then save this file again. As you can see, now our rotation point is left bottom corner. Because in x-axis direction we use 0 value, but in y-axis direction we use 100% value. That's why our rotation point is left bottom corner. Now the question is, what is the use case of this property? Basically, this property is used for animation. And as you know, this is our CSS animation tutorial. That's why we need to learn about it. So this is it for this tutorial. In our next tutorial, we are going to learn our next value. We are going to learn our last value, which is matrix. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the last tutorial related to 2D transformation. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn matrix value. Now the question is, what is matrix? The matrix method combines all the 2D transform methods into one. This method takes total 6 parameters containing matrix function which allow you to rotate, scale, move and skew elements. Especially we do not use this element too much. So let's see how it's work. As you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index4.html. At first, I'm going to call the property named transform, and I'm going to call our value matrix. At first, we need to pass scale x value, so I'm going to pass 1. In our x-axis direction, I don't want to scale it. That's why I pass 1 value. And next, we need to pass skew y value, and I'm going to pass minus 0.3. And then we need to pass skew x value, and here I'm going to pass 0. Next, we need to pass scale y value, and here I'm going to pass 1, comma. Now we have only 2 parameters left, translate x and translate y. For translate x, I'm going to pass 0, and for translate y, I'm going to pass 0. If I save this file, as you can see, it is just skew our deep element minus 0.3 degree. And if you want to scale this element 2 times, you need to pass scale x 2 and scale y 2. If I save this file, you can see the result. With skew, it also scale our element. So this is the use case of this matrix method. Now, let's use all the 2D transformation value one by one with hover effect and try to create a hover animation. So I'm going to comment out this line, and at first I'm going to create the pseudo selector div hover. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use transform property, and I'm going to type transform. At first, I'm going to use scale value, and I want to scale this element overall 2 times, so I'm going to pass 2 here. If I save this file and hover my cursor into this div element, you can see the result. As you can see, in a one step, it completes the transition. To provide a smoothness in this transformation, we need to use transition property. So I'm going to type transition. Here, first we need to declare the property name, and our property name is transform. Then we need to declare the transition time, which is 1 second. If I save this file and hover my cursor in this div element, you can see the smoothness of this transformation. But in this example, our div element scale from the center position, But now I want to change the transform origin position. So I'm going to type transform origin left top. If I save this file and hover my cursor in this div element, as you can see from this point, it scale our div element. Let's use our next 2D transformation property, which is translate. So I'm going to duplicate this line and I want to comment out the previous one. And here I'm going to type translate. And I want to move our div element 200 pixel x-axis direction and 150 pixel y-axis direction. If I save this file and hover my cursor in this div element, you can see the result. It moved our div element 200 pixel x-axis direction and 150 pixel y-axis direction. Let's use our next value, which is skew. Once again, I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And here I'm going to type skew. And in x-axis direction, I want to rotate it 20 degree. And in y-axis direction, I want to rotate it 10 degree. If I save this file and hover my cursor into this div, you can see the result. As you know, our transform origin is left top. So when I hover my cursor into this div, you can see the result. So I hope now it's clear for you what is 2D transformation and how we can use it in our animation. So thanks for watching this video. In our next tutorial, we are going to learn 3D transformation. So stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to start 3D transformation. In our previous chapter, we learned about 2D transformation, but in this chapter, we are going to learn 3D transformation. Without 3D transformation, we cannot imagine the animation. So let's see the values related 3D transformation. As you can see, we have total 10 value related 3D transformation. Rotate X, rotate Y, rotate Z, rotate 3D, translate Z, translate 3D, scale 3D, scale Z, perspective and matrix 3D. In rotate X method, we need to pass angle value. Similarly, we need to pass angle value for rotate Y. But for rotate 3D method, we need to pass total 4 parameter, X, Y, Z and angle value. So in this tutorial, we are going to cover these 4 methods: rotate X, rotate Y, rotate Z and rotate 3D. So let's see how these methods are worked in real example. As you can see, we have total 4 div element in our document. And I set 4 different rotate value for this example. If I hover my cursor, rotate X div element, you can see the transformation. In this way, rotate X works. Here we use the rotate X value with perspective. If we use rotate X value, it draw a line in x-axis direction from this point to this point. Let me show you the real example. Assume that it is a div element. And if I use rotate X value, it's going to create a line from this point to this point. This is our transform origin line. And if I pass positive value, something 40 degree, then it's going to rotate our element this way. And if I pass minus 40 degree, then it's going to rotate this element this way. Can you see my face? Absolutely not. But if I use 90 degree angle, then it's going to rotate this element like this. Now the element is not visible properly. But if I rotate it 180 degree, now you can see the opposite part of this element. So in that way, rotate X value worked. Let's talk about our next value, which is rotate Y. If I hover my cursor in this div, you can see the effect. Also we use perspective value with that you can understand this value easily. If we use rotate Y value, it draw a line from this point to this point, mean y-axis direction. That's why we call it rotate Y. And using angle value, you can twist it left side, otherwise right side. Let's see the example how it's work. If we use rotate Y value, it's going to draw a line from this point to this point, means y-axis direction. This is our origin line, and by default, it's always came to the center. And if I pass positive 40 degree parameter, it's going to rotate this element this way. Similarly, if I pass minus 40 degree, then it's going to rotate this element this way. And if I rotate this element 90 degree, now the whole element is less visible and you can see my face. And if I rotate it 180 degree, you can see the opposite part of this element. Our next value is rotate Z. If I hover my cursor on this div, you can see the result. It defines 3D rotation along the z-axis. Let's see how it's work. This is the example of z-axis rotation. It defines 3D rotation along the z-axis. And by default, origin point is always center. And using positive or negative value, we can rotate it this way, otherwise that way. Our last and final value is rotate 3D. It's defined complete 3D rotation. If I hover my cursor on this div, you can see the result. At the end of this example, I will give you the demonstration how it's work. So let's start the practical with rotate X value. As you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created a HTML document named demo.html. As you can see, inside a parent container, I create a box container. And I set similar height and width for our parent container and our child container. And for parent container, I set a gray background color. And for child container, I set chocolate background color. So let's call the transform property and use rotate X value. So I'm going to call transform rotate X. And here we need to pass rotating angle parameter. So I'm going to type 40 degree. If I set this file, here you can see the result. Hey, it's worked properly, but you cannot feel the change too much. So for this, I'm going to use perspective and transition that you can understand it very easily. So I'm going to use it with hover selector. Dot box colon hover. Inside the curly braces, I'm going to call this property. And I'm going to call transition property for smoothness. Transition, and our property name is transform. And our transition duration is 1 second. If I set this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see how it's work. But it is not clear at all. That's why I'm going to use another value, which is perspective. It's going to give you the 3D look. And I don't going to explain how perspective work. For perspective, I will give you a separate video. So let's use the perspective value. So I'm going to type perspective. And inside the parenthesis, we need to pass the value. And our value is 200 pixel. If I set this file and then hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the result, how it's work. Assume that it creates a line from this point to this point, means x-axis direction. And using this value, you can twist it upward, otherwise downward. So this is the use case of rotate X value. Let's change the rotation angle, 90 degree. If I set this file and hover my cursor on this div element, now you can see the result. Now it's completely invisible. And if you want to turn it around completely, then you need to pass 180 degree value. 180 degree. If I set this file and hover my cursor in this div, you can see the result. As you can see, it rotates our div element 180 degree. Not only that, also you can change the transform origin position. Let me show you. So I'm going to call transform origin property. Transform origin. And now I don't want to rotate this element middle of this element. I want to rotate it from this corner. In that case, we need to use right bottom value. Right bottom. Before I set this file, also I'm going to change the rotation angle, which is 30 degree. If I set this file and hover my cursor on this div element, as you can see, from right bottom corner, it rotates 30 degree. So I hope now it's clear for you how rotate X value works. So let's jump into our next value, which is rotate Y. But before, I'm going to comment out this line. And here, just I'm going to type rotate Y. If I set this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the result. As you can see, it divides our element and draw a line from this point to this point. It's mean y-axis direction. And from this line, you can twist it left side, otherwise right side, according to the angle value. Everything is similar to rotate X value. Just it draw a line and divide this element from this point to this point at y-axis direction. That's why we call it rotate Y. Let's talk about our next method, which is rotate Z. So I'm going to type rotate Z. If I set this file and hover my cursor on this div, you can see the result. It draw a line in Z axis. I want to say middle of this div element. Let me show you an example and see how it's work. Here you can see a picture. And if you use rotate x, it draw a line from this point to this point. Using this value, you can rotate your element upside or downside. And if you use rotate y value, you can rotate your element left side or right side. And if you use rotate z value, let me show you how it's work. I hope now it's clear for you how rotate z value worked. Let's talk about our last value, which is rotate 3D. At first, let's see the real demonstration. And if we use rotate 3D, we can use all the rotate value at once. This line is for x-axis rotation line, and this one is for y-axis, and this one is our z-axis line. And now I'm going to rotate it in a x-axis direction. At the same time, I'm going to rotate it in a y-axis direction. And this line is for z-axis direction. And at the same time, we can rotate it in a z-axis direction. Basically, it's defined 3D rotation. So at first, I'm going to call the value rotate 3D. And then inside the parentheses, we need to pass total 4 parameters: x-axis, y-axis, z-axis, and angle. You can specify the axis of rotation using a number for the first 3 arguments. But for 4th argument, you need to specify the angle value. So for x-axis, I'm going to pass 2, comma, and for y-axis, I'm going to pass -1, -1. Similarly, for z-axis, also I'm going to pass -1. But in our 4th parameter, we need to pass angle value. So I'm going to type 45 degree. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the result. So this is the use case of rotate 3D method. So this is it for this tutorial. In our upcoming tutorial, I'm going to cover these 2 values: translate Z and translate 3D. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the another tutorial related 3D transformation. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn these 4 methods: scale X, scale Y, scale Z, and scale 3D. We already learned about scale X and scale Y method in our previous tutorials. But once again, I'm going to repeat this method in this tutorial. But the most important method for 3D is scale Z. It defines a 3D scale transformation by giving a value for the Z-axis. And our last method is scale 3D. Using this method, we can use 3 different values at once. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using LiveServer extension. And I already created a HTML document named index.html. So at first, I'm going to use the property named transform. So I'm going to type transform here. And our first value is scale X. So I'm going to type scale X here. Scale X. And I want to scale this element 2 times in x-axis direction. So I'm going to pass 2 here. If I set this file and hover my cursor in this div element, you can see the result. Similarly, we can use scale Y value. I'm going to change scale Y. If I set this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the result. Because we do not provide any transform origin point, that's why it scale middle of this element. It is the default origin position. But if we use transform origin value with that, let me show you. And then save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the different result. So let's talk about our most important value, which is scale Z. But first I'm going to comment out this line. And I'm going to type scale Z here. Scale Z 2 times. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, as you can see, there is no changes. Because this value only work with 3D transformation. So we need to give it 3D look. So I'm going to comment out this line. And I'm going to use this value with perspective and rotate Y. And also I'm going to uncomment this line. If I set this file and hover my cursor on this div element, now you can see the result. And if I increase the scale Z value, so I'm going to type 7 here and set this file and hover my cursor on this div element, now you can see the difference, how it's work. Similarly, if I decrease the scale value, so I'm going to type 0.5 and set this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the result. I hope now it's clear for you how scale Z method is worked. So let's talk about our last method, which is scale 3D. So I'm going to type scale 3D here. Scale 3D. Using this method, here we need to pass total 3 value: scale x, scale y and scale z. Using that, we can use 3 different value at once. So, for x-axis, I want to scale it 2 times. For y-axis, I want to scale it 3 times. And for z-axis, I want to scale it 5 times. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the result. At first, it scaled this element 2 times in x-axis direction, then 3 times in y-axis direction, and then 5 times in z-axis direction. So this is the use case of scale 3D value. I hope now it's clear for you. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn about a new property, which is perspective. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn this 4 translate method: translate x, translate y, translate z and translate 3D. We already learned about these 2 values in our previous tutorial. But here, I'm going to use it with 3D transformation. So let's see how it's work. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Liveserver extension, and I already created a HTML document named index.html. And as you can see, inside the parent container, we have a box container. Let's use our first value. But before, I'm going to call the transform property. So I'm going to type transform. And our first value is translate x. So I'm going to type translate x. And inside the parenthesis, I'm going to pass 200 pixel. If I save this file and hover my cursor into this div element, you can see the result. It's moved my element 200 pixel in x-axis direction. And if you want to move it opposite direction, in that case, you need to pass minus 200 pixel. If I save my file and hover my cursor in this box, you can see the result. We already learned it in our previous tutorial. So let's make this translation 3D. So I want to pass another value, which is perspective. Perspective 200 pixel. And also I want to pass rotate y value, rotate y. And here I'm going to pass 30 degree. If I save this file and hover my cursor in this div element, you can see the result. As you can see, it moved our div element, also it rotated our div element. And you know, we use perspective, that's why it gives you 3D look. So let's talk about our next value, which is translate y. So I'm going to use translate y. And here I'm going to use positive value. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the result. Let me use rotate x value. So I'm going to type rotate x. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this div, you can see now it's look more attractive and dynamic. Let's use our next property, which is translate z. So I'm going to type translate z. If I pass 200 pixel and then save this file, if I hover my cursor on this div, as you can see, it's not working. But I already set translate z value on this div. So let's use other value with that. So I'm going to use rotate value with that. Rotate y 60 degree. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this div, you can see the result. But it's look pretty similar to translate x, but it is not. Let me show you. Let me use perspective value with that. So I'm going to type perspective. Perspective 900 pixel. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this div, you can see the result. Let me show you the real demonstration, then you can understand it properly. Suppose this is our div element. At first, I'm going to rotate this div element. And if we use translate z value, then it's moved like this way. I hope now it's clear for you how translate z value is work. Let's talk about our last value, which is translate 3D. So I'm going to type translate 3D. Here we need to pass total 3 value: x-axis, y-axis and z-axis. Suppose for x-axis, I'm going to pass 50 pixel. And for y-axis, I'm going to pass 50 pixel also. And for z-axis, I'm going to pass 0 pixel. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this div, you can see the result. And if I increase translate z value, suppose I'm going to type 40 pixel and then save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the result. At the same time, it's move on x-axis direction, y-axis direction and z-axis direction. I hope now it's clear for you what is translate 3D value. So this is it for this tutorial. In our upcoming tutorial, we are going to cover these 2 values, scale 3D and scale z. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn a new property, which is CSS perspective. In our previous tutorials, we already learned about it. But in this tutorial, we are going to use it individually. But before we start the practical, let's see some examples. Here you can see this is the example of rotate X, and this is also the example of rotate X. But the difference is, for this element we use perspective. That's why it's provide 3D look. Similarly, this is the example of y-axis rotation. For our first example, we do not use perspective. But for our second example, we use perspective. That's why it's provide 3D look. If we use perspective, you can clearly see the rotation. And if we do not use perspective, you cannot understand the rotation. Let's try to understand it with more details. Suppose you are watching a projector screen from this point. You can say the distance and angle of point of view are called perspective. It will look bigger if you look closer. And if you look at it from a distance, it will look smaller. Let me show you the real demonstration. Suppose this is our div element. If you look at it closely, it will look bigger. And if you look at it from a distance, it will look smaller. This is called perspective. It looks small and big despite not being resized. I hope now it's clear for you. Perspective comes with another property, which is perspective origin. By default, it's come with center. But you can change the perspective where you want. Let's try to understand perspective origin with detail. Suppose this is your room. If you look at it from the center position, you can see all the walls and floor clearly. This is your top floor, this is your bottom floor, this is your right side wall, and this is your left side wall. And this is your background wall. But if you look at your room from the left up corner, I want to say from this corner, then you cannot see the left and top floor clearly. Similarly, if you look at your room from this position, means top position, then you cannot see the top floor clearly. You can see the bottom floor, background wall, right side wall, and left side wall. Because your perspective origin position is top. Similarly, if you look at your room from the right top corner, you cannot see the right wall. And also your top floor is barely visible or not. Because your perspective origin is right and top. But if you look at your room from the right side, by mistake I type right word in left position. If we use right side perspective origin, then you cannot see the right wall properly. You can see the background wall, you can see the bottom floor, you can see the top floor, and also you can see the left side wall. But your right side wall is not visible. And if you use bottom right perspective origin, then also you cannot understand the right wall. As you can see, also right wall is not visible. With that, bottom floor is rarely visible. Similarly, if you look at your room from the bottom position, then you cannot see the bottom floor properly. And if you look at your room from left bottom corner, then you cannot see the left wall. Also, you cannot see the bottom floor completely. And if you used only left perspective origin, then you cannot see the left wall. You can see right wall, you can see background wall, you can see bottom floor, also you can see top floor, but you cannot see left wall. So these are all origin values. Also you can use percentage value with that. With perspective, you can change the perspective origin. So let's start the practical and try to understand how we can use perspective and perspective origin property. As you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already create a HTML document named index.html. And as you can see, there is a div element. And now I want to rotate this div element when I hover my cursor on this element. So here I'm going to use transform property. So I'm going to type transform. Transform rotate X. And I want to rotate it up to 50 degree in x-axis direction. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the result. As you can see, it rotates our element, but it is not clear because we do not use any perspective value. In our previous tutorials, we used perspective as a transformation value, but now I'm going to use perspective property, and we need to use this perspective property in our base container, not the child container. So here we need to type perspective. And I'm going to pass perspective 800 pixel. If I set this file and hover my cursor on this div element, now you can see the 3D look. In our previous tutorials, we used perspective as a transform value. Just you need to remember perspective give the element 3D look. And also you need to remember if you used perspective property individually, then you need to use it in the parent container, not the child container. Now let's change the perspective value. Suppose I'm going to pass 100. And as I told you earlier, decreasing the value of the perspective will make things look bigger. So if I hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the difference. Now it's look bigger. Because we watch this element very closely, that's why it's look bigger. In the opposite way, if we increase the perspective value 1200 pixel and then save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the result. Now you can see the smaller object. Because we know that an object looks small when we view it from a distance. And as you can see, now the distance is 1200 pixel. For now, I'm going to type 800 pixel perspective. So let's talk about perspective origin and how it's work. So at first, I'm going to call this property, which is perspective origin. Perspective origin. By default, x-axis value is center and y-axis value is center. So I'm going to type center and center here. Center, center. If I set this file and hover my cursor on this div element, as you can see, from the center point, it rotates our element. As you can see, there is no changes because this is the center position. At first, I'm going to use right value. Perspective origin, right. If I set this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the result. As you can see, our element doesn't overflow from the right side because now our perspective is right side. That's why we cannot see the right wall. Similarly, if we use left value, left, and set this file and hover my cursor on this div element, now you cannot see the left wall. And as you can see, our element not overflow from the left side, but it overflow from the right side. If we use any cube shape, then you can understand it properly. You can try all the origin value one by one. Not only that, you can use percentage value also. We are going to learn all of these when we are going to work with real projects. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn a new property related CSS animation. And the property name is transform style. Basically, this property works with transform property. Let's learn more about it. The transform style property specified how to nested elements are rendered in 3D space. And basically, this property comes with two values. Our first value name is flat. It specifies that child element will not preserve its 3D position. And this is the default value. And the main and important value is preserve 3D. Specifies that child elements will preserve its 3D position. Basically, I want to say, if we use preserve 3D value in parent element, then our parent element work like a 3D object. Let me show you the example. Here you can see that we have animated a child element. And as you can see, the smaller div element passing through the larger div element. And as you know, larger div our parent element. If we use preserve 3D value, then we can perform this kind of 3D effects. And if we do not use the preserve 3D value, let me show you. Now you can see our parent element do not act like a 3D element. And our child element cannot pass through the parent element. So this is the use case of transform style property. Let me show you another example. Here you can see a parent div. And inside the parent div, we have a child div. And I rotate our child div 40 degree at y-axis direction. And by default, our parent div transform style came with flat value. That's why our parent div do not act like a 3D object. But if we use transform style property and use preserve 3D value, then our background div act like a 3D object. And our child div moving past through the background element. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. As you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created a HTML document named index.html. And here you can see total 2 div element, parent element and our child element. And as you can see, we already rotate our child element 50 degree at x-axis direction, and I already use prospective property in our parent element. And I set prospective value 800 pixel. And now I want to rotate the parent div element. So I'm going to use transform property in our parent container. Transform, rotate y, and I want to rotate it 30 degree at y-axis direction, 30 degree. If I save this file, you can see the result. Yes, it's rotate our element, but it did not provide any 3D look because we do not use any transform style property. So I'm going to use transform style property. Transform style. By default, this property came with flat value, but I'm going to use preserve 3D value. If I save this file, now you can see the result. Now you can see our child element pass through the parent element. And you need to remember, you need to use this property in your parent container, not the child container. If I turn on my developer toolbar and select this element, as you can see, our transform rotate x value is 50 degree. Hey, this is our child element. And if I increase the rotation angle, you can see the transformation. And if I decrease the rotation angle, also you can see the transformation. Let's rotate the parent container. So I'm going to select parent container. And I'm going to rotate this parent container. If I rotate the parent container, you can see the 3D look. Now you can clearly see our child element pass through the parent element. So this is the use case of transform style property. Now let's change the transform origin of our child element. So I'm going to type transform origin and I'm going to type bottom. If I save this file, now you can see the result. From bottom, it rotates our child element 50 degree. Let me show you clearly. If I increase the rotation value of parent element, you can see it clearly. As you can see, from bottom side, it rotates our element. So this is it for this tutorial. I hope now you understand what is the use case of transform style property. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, welcome back. Once again, I'm come with a new tutorial. And in this tutorial, you are going to learn a new property, which is backface visibility. You need to use this property with transform property. Before I start the practical, let's try to understand what is backface visibility. The backface visibility property defines whether or not the backface of an element should be visible when facing the user. Now the question is, what is backface? The backface of an element is a mirror image of the front face being displayed. Suppose inside this div element you type hello world. If I rotate it 180 degree, then you can see the backface of an element. And as you know, it mirrors your element. And also you can see the text reflection. This property is useful when an element is rotated. It lets you choose if the user should see the backface or not. Suppose you don't want to show the backface of an element. Using this property, you can control it. And our backface visibility property comes with two values, visible and hidden. Let me explain it with 3D object. As you can see on your screen, here is a 3D cube. If you use hidden value, then you cannot see the opposite part of this cube. But if you use visible value, then you can see the other part through this cube. This is the main difference of these two values. Let me show you another example. As you can see on your screen, there is two div element, and I use transform property both of this element. And as you can see, we use rotate y value. If I hover my cursor in our first div element, you can see the backface of our first element. As you can see, it mirrors our text. But I don't want to show the backface when I rotate our element. So in this element, we use backface visibility property. So if I hover my cursor, now you cannot see the backface of this element because we use hidden value for this one. So let's start the practical and try to understand how it's work. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Lifesaver extension. And I already created a HTML document named index.html. And as you can see in my browser, we have total 2 div element, container and box. And as I told you earlier, if you want to use backface visibility property, then also you need to use transform property. So inside the hover selector, I'm going to type transform. Transform rotate Y, and I want to rotate it 180 degree. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see it rotate our element. And also you can see the mirrored text. And now I'm going to use our new property, which is backface visibility. So I'm going to type backface visibility. First I'm going to use visible value. If I save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, you can see the backface. But if I use hidden value, let me show you, and save this file and hover my cursor on this div element, now you cannot see the backface of this element. So this is the use case of backface visibility property. So this is it for this tutorial. From the next tutorial, we are going to learn CSS animations. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. So finally, we are going to learn CSS animation. You can animate any HTML element using CSS animation. Let's see an example. As you can see, there is a div element. It's automatically animating without mouse hover. It's convert rectangle to a circle and then it's convert circle to rectangle. So this is the little example of animation. It's work automatically. You don't need any hover effect. So let's see what type of property we have in CSS to create this kind of animation. As you can see, we have total 9 properties related CSS animation. Our first property name is animation name. Using this property, you can define a name for the animation. Then come animation duration. Using this property, you can define how long you want to run this animation. Then come animation delay property. It specifies a delay for the start of an animation. Then come animation iteration count. It specifies the number of times an animation should be played. And our next property is animation direction. It specified whether an animation should be played forwards, backward, or in alternate cycles. And then come animation timing function. It specifies the speed curve of the animation. Our next property is animation fill mode. It specifies a style for the element when the animation is not playing. We are going to learn about it in our last tutorials. Our next property is animation play state. It specifies whether the animation is running or paused. And our last property is animation. This is the shorthand property. You can use all these properties value at once using this property. We are going to learn all these properties one by one. Now, to use all these animation properties, you need to create a selector. And the selector name is @keyframes. At first, you need to type @keyframes. And then you need to provide any animation name. Just you need to remember, do not provide any space in this name. You can provide hyphen, you can use underscore or camel case also. But do not provide any space. Then inside the curly braces, you need to provide 2 different keywords, from and to. It's mean from where you want to start the animation. And using 2 keywords, you need to provide the animation endpoint. And inside the curly braces, you can use any CSS property. Suppose you want to change container width. Yes, you can. There is another method that you can use it. You can use percentage for same job. You can replace starting position with 0%. And similarly, you can replace end position with 100%. Both of these statements going to return same result. But here you can use any percentage value between 0 and 100. Suppose you want to change the color at animation starting point, and also you want to change the color at 20%. So you can provide multiple value if you use this method. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how it's work. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Lifesaver extension. And also you can see I already created a HTML document named index.html. And as you can see, there is a div element and the class name is box. And I already styled this div element with 250 pixel, height 200 pixel. And I also aligned this div element middle of this web page. And now I want to animate this div. I want to transform this rectangle into a circle. With that, I also want to change the color without using hover selector. So I'm going to use different CSS animation properties. So at first, I'm going to create keyframe selector @keyframe. After keyframe selector, we need to provide an animation name. For our animation, I'm going to take example. Then inside the curly braces, we need to use two keywords, from and to. From, and then I'm going to use to. From starting point, I want to set border radius 0. So I'm going to type border radius property. Border radius 0%. At the end of this animation, I want to change border radius 50%. Border radius 50%. If I save this file, it's not going to run the animation because we need to link this animation name with this box. For this, I'm going to take a property which is animation name. Animation name. And our animation name is example. Using this method, you can use this keyframe multiple times. And you don't need to create this animation over and over again. Now, with animation name, also we need to declare the animation duration time. So I'm going to call another property, which is animation duration. And for 2 seconds, I want to run this animation. Here you can use second or millisecond value also. So if I save this page, you can see the animation here. But it ran our animation for only one time. And it's take 2 seconds to complete this animation. And now I decide to run this animation for 5 times. For this, we need to use another property, which is animation iteration count. So I'm going to type animation iteration count. And I want to run it 5 times. That's why I pass 5 here. So if I save this file, as you can see, it ran our animation 5 times. 3, 4, and 5. After complete the term, it stopped executing our animation. And if you want to run this animation forever, you need to pass infinite value here. So I'm going to type infinite. If I save this file, as you can see, now it's run our animation forever. I don't want to run this animation forever, so I'm going to pass 3 value here. I want to run it 3 times. Now, as you can see, after complete the animation, it back to the previous position in a one step. When it returned from end value to start value, as you can see, there is no transition. In a single step, it completes the animation. To provide this smoothness, we need to use another property, which is animation direction. So I'm going to type animation direction. And I'm going to use alternate value. If I save this file, now you can see the smoothness when it's back to the normal position. If I run it infinite time, you can see the smoothness. As you can see, when it back to the start position, there is a smoothness. Now, let's talk about animation direction property. Basically, animation direction came with 4 values: normal, reverse, alternate, alternate reverse. Normal is the default value. The animation is played as normal. It works forwards. In the opposite way, reverse works backward. If you use reverse value, the animation is played in reverse direction. Then comes alternate value. If you use alternate value, at first it played forward, then it's played backward. And our last value is alternate reverse. In that case, the animation is played backward first and then forward. You already learned about alternate value. It's moved from start position to end position, then back to the end position to start position. Our next value is reversed. Let me show you. If I use this value and then save this file, as you can see, the animation is starting from circle and then convert to a square. Let's talk about our last value, which is alternate reverse. If I use alternate reverse value and then save this file, as you can see, the animation is played backward first, then forwards. So this is the use case of animation direction property. So for now, I'm going to use alternate value. If I save this file, you already learned about it. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'm going to show you the different methods of keyframes. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Good to see you back, guys. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you the second method to run the animation. In our previous tutorial, we used from and to keyword. But in this tutorial, we are going to use %value. So without wasting your time, let's back to the Visual Studio Code editor. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Lifesaver extension. And I open my previous HTML document. As you know, from is our starting position. So I'm going to replace from with 0%. 0%. And you know, to keyword our end position. So I'm going to replace to keyword with 100%. So if I save this file, as you can see, it's worked the same way. And now I want to change the background color at the end position. So I'm going to use background property, background. And our background color is red. If I save this file, as you can see, with shape transformation, it's also changed the color. So as you can see, for this animation, we use total 4 different CSS animation properties. Animation name, animation duration, animation iteration count, and animation direction. And now I'm going to show you how can we use shorthand of this animation. I want to say, how can we use this 4 property value in a single line? For this, we need to call other animation property, which is animation. Animation. At first, we need to pass the animation name. As you can see, our animation name is example. So I'm going to copy the name and paste it here. And then we need to pass the animation duration time. As you can see, our animation duration time is 2 seconds. So I'm going to pass 2 seconds. And remember, you need to follow the sequence. And then I'm going to pass iteration count value, which is infinite. And next I'm going to pass animation direction value, which is alternate. So for now, these 4 extra lines are not needed. So I'm going to comment out these lines. And I'm going to save this file. As you can see, it's worked perfectly. It works the same way. And now I'm going to talking about another new property, which is animation delay. For this, I'm going to comment out this line and uncomment these ones. So after duration property, I'm going to type animation delay. And here I'm going to pass 3s, means 3 seconds. You also can take millisecond value. It's mean if I refresh this file, our animation will be start after 3 seconds. Let me show you. So I'm going to save this file. As you can see, after 3 seconds, it start our animation. So this is the use case of delay property. At last, I'm going to use another property, which is animation timing function. But before, I'm going to show you the values related CSS animation timing function. Basically, we have total 6 values: is, linear, is in, is out, is in out, cubic bezier. If you use is value, it specifies an animation with slow start, then fast, then end slowly. This is the default value. And our next value is linear. It specifies an animation with the same speed from start to end. Then comes our third value, which is in. Specify animation with a slow start. In the opposite way, we have another value, is out. Specify an animation with a slow end. Our fifth value is in out. Specify an animation with a slow start and end. And our last value is cubic bezier. You can define your own values in a cubic bezier function. Let me show you the real example how they works. Here you can see the elements with different timing function values. Linear, is in, is out, and is in out. As you can see, we use same animation duration time for all of these. But as you can see, they work in different way. Their speed is not same. As you can see, linear maintain the same speed from start to end. And then comes our next value, which is. And as you can see, it start with slow, then fast, and end slowly. And then comes is in. It specify the animation with slow start. And then comes is out. It specify the animation with slow end. And our last value is in out. It specify animation with slow start and slow end. So this is the difference between all timing function values. So let me show you how we can use it practically. So I'm going to call our property name, which is animation timing function. animation, timing, function. At first, I'm going to use is value. So I'm going to type is. If I save this file, as you can see, it starts with slow, then fast, and ends slowly. And this is the default value. And I'm going to use our next value, which is linear. So I'm going to type linear. If I save this file, as you can see, it maintains the same speed. You cannot understand the difference in this example. You can understand it properly when we start our exercise and project. And then I'm going to use our another value, which is in. If I save this file, as you can see, it specifies animation with slow start. Our next value is out. So I'm going to type is out. If I save this file, as you can see, it specifies animation with slow end. Our last value is in out. So I'm going to type is in out. If I save this file, as you can see, it specifies the animation with slow start and slow end. And now I'm going to use our last value, which is cubic Bezier. So I'm going to type cubic Bezier. Here you need to pass total 4 value, not more than 4 value, not less than 4 value. At first, I'm going to take 0.1 value, and then I'm going to take 0.4 value. Next, I'm going to take 1.0 value. Then come 0.1 value. It's going to cover the animation with 4 steps. For our first step, it's going to take 0.1 second. For our second step, it's going to take 0.4 second. And for our third step, it's going to take 1 second. And for our last step, it's going to take 0.1 second once again. So if I save this file, you can see the result. After 3 seconds, you can see the animation pattern. So with this value, you can complete your animation in a 4 step. And also you can use all the steps as a shorthand. For this, you need to use this value in third position. First, you need to pass animation name, then duration time, then timing function, then delay value, then iteration count, and then animation direction. Don't worry about it. We are going to learn all of this when we start our projects. And now I'm going to change color at 50% of animation. I want to say 50% position of animation. 50% inside the curly braces. I want to change the background color. Background blue. If I save this file, as you can see, at the 50% position of animation, it's changed the color. First it converts chocolate color to blue color, then it converts blue color to red color. We can use as much value as we want here. So this is it for this tutorial. In our upcoming tutorial, we are going to learn what is animation fill mode and what is animation playstate mode. So don't miss our upcoming video. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn a new property related CSS animation. And our property name is CSS animation fill mode. But now the question is, what is animation fill mode? The animation fill mode property specifies a style for the element when the animation is not playing. We can use it before it starts. Also we can use it after it ends. Otherwise we can use it both the condition. At the same time we can use it before the animation and after the animation. Now let's talk about the values related animation fill mode. This property comes with total 4 values: none, forwards, backwards and both. None is the default value. Animation will not apply any style to the element before or after it is executing. Our next value is forward. The element will retain the style values that is set by the last keyframe. Basically, it depends on animation direction and animation iteration count. Our next value is backwards. The element will get the style values that is set by the first keyframe and retain these during the animation delay period. Otherwise, we can use our last value, which is both. The animation will follow the rules for both forwards and backwards, extending the animation properties in both directions. So we are going to use this 4 fill mode value in this tutorial. So let's start the practical and see how it's works. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using Lifesaver extension. And I already created a HTML document named index.html. And also you can see a div element in my browser. And I set 150 pixel width and 100 pixel height in this div element. And now I'm going to animate this div element, and also I'm going to put different color to this element. I'm going to increase the width of this element. And as you can see, I already created the keyframe for this animation, and our keyframe name is example. So inside the curly braces, I'm going to type. So at first, I'm going to take 0%. Inside the curly braces, at first, I'm going to change the background color, background. And I'm going to put yellow color. And also I'm going to increase the item width. So I'm going to type width. Width. As you can see, our previous width is 150 pixel. And now I'm going to put 200 pixel. And also I'm going to duplicate this line 3 times. 0%, then come 50%, at last 100%. In 50% of animation, I'm going to increase the width to 50 pixel. And also I'm going to change the background color. Background color red. And in 100% I'm going to set item width 300 pixel. And also I'm going to change the color. This time I'm going to use blue color. So basically we create a simple animation keyframe. So let's use this keyframe in this box. For this, first I'm going to take animation property. Animation. Our animation name is example. Then we need to pass animation duration time. And I want to complete this animation in 2 seconds. And next I'm going to pass animation delay value. And I want to delay this animation for 3 seconds. So if I save this file, as you can see, after 3 seconds it run our animation. And after complete the animation, it's back to its initial position. And now I'm going to use animation fill mode property. We can use it after duration value, otherwise we can call the property name. So I'm going to call the property name animation fill mode. As you know, this property came with 4 values. So at first I'm going to use backward value. Backwards. If we use backward, it's directly jump into the 0% of this animation. Let me increase the animation delay time. I'm going to use 5 seconds for this example. If I save this file, as you can see, it already jumped into the 0%. It starts from the 0%, then come 50%, then come 100%. And after complete the animation, it's back to the normal position. Let me show you once again. If I save this file, it starts the animation from the 0% and then delay for 5 seconds and then executing our animation. As you know, if we use backward value, the element will get the style values that is set by the first keyframe and retain this during the animation delay period. Let's jump into our next value, which is forwards. So I'm going to type forward here. If we use this value, it simply run our animation. But at the end, it's not back to the initial state. Let me show you. If I save this file, as you can see, after 5 seconds, it's going to run our animation. And also you can see, it do not back to the initial state. As you know, the element will retain the style values that is set by the last keyframe. And as you can see, our last keyframe is 100% and its background color is blue. And in that position, we set item width 300 pixel. Let's jump into our next value, which is both. If I use this value, both, it's going to start our animation from 0%. And after complete the animation, it's stuck on the 100% position. So if I set this file, as you can see, it starts from the 0%. Then after 5 second delay, it starts our animation. And as you can see, after complete the animation, it is not back to the initial state of this element. If we use this value, it will follow the rule for both forwards and backwards. So this is the use case of both property. Now let's talk about our last value, which is none. So I'm going to type none here. If I save this file, as you can see, nothing going to happen here. After 5 seconds, simply it's run our animation. So this is the use case of none value. So this is it for this tutorial. I hope you like this tutorial. now it's clear for you what is animation fill mode. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn a new property related CSS animation. And our property name is animation play state mode. Now the question is, what is animation play state? The animation play state property specifies whether the animation is running or paused. You can run your animation, otherwise you can pause your animation with this property. Basically, this property comes with two values, pause and running. If you use the pause value, it is specified that the animation is paused, and running is the default value of this animation. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and try to understand what is animation play state. As you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using LiveServer extension, and I open my previous HTML document. Now, I want to stop my animation when I hover my cursor on this div element. For that, we need to use animation play state property. As you can see, we delay our animation for 5 seconds. If I save this file, you can see after 5 seconds, it runs our animation. And now I want to stop this animation while it's running. To stop the animation, I'm going to hover my cursor. So at first, I'm going to create a hover selector for this box. So I'm going to type dot box hover. Inside the curly braces, I'm going to use our property animation play state. At first, I'm going to use pause value. So I'm going to type pause here. If I save this file, as you can see, after 5 seconds, it's going to run our animation. But I'm going to hover my cursor on this element. As you can see, it stops our animation. It do not execute the animation completely. And if I remove my cursor, as you can see, it completes the animation. Let me show you the example once again. But before, I'm going to reduce the delay time. 1 second. If I save this file, as you can see, after 1 second, it ran our animation. But when I hover my cursor on this element, it stopped the animation. But now I'm going to remove the cursor from this element. As you can see, now it's complete the animation. Then back to the normal state of this element. But now I want to run this animation when I hover my cursor on this element. For this, I'm going to copy this property and paste it here. By default, I want to pause this animation. But when I hover my cursor on this element, I want to run this animation. So in our hover selector, I'm going to type animation play state running. If I save this file, as you can see, after 1 second, the animation is not running. But if I hover my cursor on this element, as you can see, after 1 second, it ran our animation. So this is the use case of animation play state property. I hope now it's clear for you how it's work. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn another CSS property, which is object fit. This CSS object fit property is used to specify how an image or a video should be resized to fit its container. This property tells the container to fill the container in a variety of ways, such as preserve that aspect ratio or stretch up and take up as much space as possible. This property comes with total 5 values: fill, contain, cover, none, and scale down. So let's start the practical, how we can apply these values. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using LiveServer extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So as you can see, inside this body tag, we have an image, and the default resolution of image is 600 by 450 pixel. But here I'm going to assign fixed height and width to this image. So inside the head tag, I'm going to use style tag, style, and inside the style tag, I'm going to select the image, img. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to set width and height. Width, I'm going to assign 200 pixel. Also, I'm going to assign height, 300 pixel. If I save this image, as you can see, the image being squeezed to fit to the container, and the image container size is 200 by 300 pixel. Now the problem is the original aspect ratio is completely destroyed, and here in where the object property comes in. So I'm going to apply object fit property. So I'm going to type object fit and I'm going to start with cover value. Cover. If I save this file, you can see the result. If we use object fit cover, the image keep its original aspect ratio, and according to exact object ratio, it fill the given dimension. As you can see, our width is 200 pixel and height is 300 pixel. So according to the dimension, without changing the aspect ratio, it fit the image. Now our image is not look squeezed. Now let's talk about the next value, which is content. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line. And this time I'm going to use content value. Content. After save this file, you can see the result. If we use object fit content, the image keep its aspect ratio, but it resized to fit within the given dimension. And as you can see, our dimension is 200 pixel by 300 pixel. So now you can see it do not change the aspect ratio of this image, but it fit in the given dimension. And if we use fill value, so I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. As I told you, fill is the default value. Fill. And then save this file, you can see the result. Now it squeezed the image. Also, if we use none value, so again I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one and replace fill with none and set this file. Now you can see it do not squeeze the image. And the last value I'm going to apply is scale down. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one and replace none with scale down. After save this file, you can see the result. It is pretty similar with content value, otherwise none value. If we use object fit scale down, the image is scaled down to the smallest version of none or content. So this is how object fit property work. Now let me show you the real example why we need to use object fit value. So as you can see in this example, we have total 2 images side by side. And as you can see, we set width 100% and set height 400 pixel. Container height is 400 pixel and width is 100%. And in our images, as you can see, we use inline styling. We use float, let, and set width 50% and height 100%. We use the same CSS value for our next image. Now the problem is, if I try to resize the browser window, suppose I want to reduce the browser window width. Now you can see it squeezed both the images. So it's destroyed the real aspect ratio of these images. But if I use the property object fit, suppose object fit cover, also I'm going to use in our image to object fit cover and then save this file. After save this file, as you can see, after reload this browser, it resolved the problem. As I told you, cover value keeps image resolution aspect ratio as it is. Also, it fills the image in given dimension. That's why we need to use object fit property. I hope now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with another tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial you are going to learn a new property which is user select. Basically, user select work as a security. It do not allow to user copy data from your website. And this is the main reason we use user select. This property comes with 4 values: auto, none, text and all. Auto is the default value. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side I opened my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So as you can see, in our body tag we have a div tag class box. And in this div element we have some dummy text. Now if I try to copy this, otherwise select this dummy text, yes we can. But I don't want to give permission to user to copy the text, otherwise select the text. So we need to use user select property. So I'm going to type user select. As you know, the default value is auto. if I use auto value and then save this file and try to select this text, yes, we can select the text. But if I use none value, so I'm going to replace auto with none and then save this file. This time if I try to copy the text, otherwise select the text, we can't, because this time it's not going to allow to copy or select, because here we use user select property none. But we can select the heading text, but we cannot select the text which is inside this div element. The next value I'm going to use, which is text. It is pretty similar with auto value. If I use this value, as you can see, now we can select the text. Next we have another value which is all. So I'm going to replace text with all. If I set this file, it's going to allow to copy, otherwise select the text. Just we need to click once in our text section. After one click, it's going to select automatically all the content. And this is the usage of all value. Instead of double click, it allows to select the text in one click. So this is the main difference between all the values. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial we are going to learn a new property which is box decoration break. It is used for text decorating and text styling, and it is come with total two value, slice and clone. Now let's start the practical and see how we can use the value and create different effects. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already create an HTML document name index.html. So in our body tag, we have a heading tag and a span tag, and I style the span tag. Here I set background color and set font size 21 pixel. With that, here I set line height 32 pixel. And now I'm going to add some break tag inside this span tag. So in this sentence, here I'm going to use some break tag. BR break and break tag, and I'm going to add another one break tag BR, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. It breaks the sentence in multiple lines. And now I'm going to add border to this span tag. Border 2 pixel, and I want solid border. With that, our border color is black. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now you can notice, you can see our border start from this position and end it at that position. Also, I'm going to add border radius. Border radius 5 pixel. After save this file, you can see the border radius, but I want border radius in every line. I don't want it at the start and the end line. I want it every line. To resolve the problem, we need to use box decoration break. So here I'm going to type box decoration break. And as I told you, it comes with total two value, slice and clone. Slice is the default value. So here I'm going to use clone value. After set this file, as you can see, it's not working because here I use Chrome browser. Chrome browser do not support this property. To use the property in a Chrome browser, you need to use prefix. So let's duplicate the line and use WebKit prefix dash WebKit. If I save this file, this time you can see, now it add border radius at every word. Now it allow us to assign padding to every section. So if I pass padding and I want to add padding and I want to add 10 pixel padding from every direction and then set this file, you can see the result. Let's increase the line height for better visibility, 50 pixel. After set this file, you can see the result. This feature is only possible by this property, box decoration break. I hope now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with another tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial you are going to learn another new property which is quotes. This property do not work with any HTML tag. For that you need to use a special tag which is quote, Q. Q tag stands for quotation tag. So let's start the practical and see the example. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already create an HTML document named index.html. So as you can see, inside the body tag, we have a Q tag. Q stands for quotation tag. That's why you can see the sentence in this quotation. Basically, using quotes property, we can replace the quotation with any other character. Suppose, without using quotes, I want to show the $sign. So I'm going to use the quotes property. Quotes, then here we need to use double quote sign, and inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass $sign. This is for starting sign. Also, I'm going to pass another character. Here I'm going to pass %. After save this file, you can see the result. Now it replaces quotes with $sign, and also it replaces quotes with $sign. It starts with $sign and end with $sign. You can replace quotation with any sign. Suppose if you want to use less than sign and greater than sign, then save this file, you can see the result. If you search in Google quotation mark characters, then it shows you various websites that provide different type of quotation. And you can copy the quotation and apply it here. If I open the Wikipedia website, you can see lot of quotation marks. From here, you can copy the quotation sign. Suppose I want to use this quotation sign, this one. So I'm going to copy this quotation sign and replace with it. If I save this file and back to my browser, you can see the result. So in that way, you can use emojis, any type of character as quotation. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with another tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn border image property. You are already familiar with border color property, border width property, border radius property. But using border image property, we can assign images in our border. Also, we can assign gradient color in our borders. Before I start the practical, let me show you some examples. So here you can see we have a div element, and in this div element we have border. But this border is not solid. It's made with images. It's look like a image frame. So basically in this tutorial we are going to learn how we can create border using images, using border image property. So let's start the practical. We have total 6 properties related border image. Border image source, border image slice, border image width, border image offset, border image repeat, and border image. Our last property border image works as a one-liner. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. So in our body tag, we have a box div, and in this box, we have some dummy text. If you notice, you can see here we use border, solid border, and our border color is black, and our border width is 30 pixels. And now we need to replace this solid black border with an image. If I show you my working directory, we have some images, and I'm going to use this image, 05. If you see, you can see this image is blank at middle and it covered with geometric shapes. So we are going to use this image as border image, and this is a PNG image. So let's back to the code editor, and at first I'm going to use a property which is border image source. So I'm going to type border image source. Then we need to provide the image path URL. So here I'm going to type URL. Then inside the round braces, we need to provide the image file path, which is 05.png. Now let's save the file and see what it returned. After save this file, you can see the images, but you can see the image at corners. Also, you can notice it removed the solid black border color. So let's jump into our next value, which is border image slice. I use this property because I want to show this geometric shape at every side. But before, we need to understand what is slicing. So let's jump into the Photoshop software. So as you can see in our Photoshop software, here we open an image. Using slicing technique, you can define how much portion of your image you want to show in your border. Suppose I want to show this amount of area in my border section. This amount of area contains the complete geometric shape. That's why I want to show this area. If I select this area again, you can notice in the info section how much area we select. At the same way, I want to select area from this picture because we are going to apply this picture as border image. So from here, I want to select this amount of area. After select the area, here you can see the result. If I select this area again, now you can see in our info section, it return how much area we select. It return width and height 28 by 28. It's mean 28 pixel. Now let's back to the code editor again. So here I'm going to pass border image slice 28 pixel. We don't need to mention the unit, just we need to pass the number. Now let's save the file and see what it returned. After save this file, you can see the result. This is what it returned. Now you can see the geometric shape at four corners and for the border, it stretched the image. At the same way, if you want to show the half image, if you want to show the half geometric area, let me show you. If you want to show this amount of area, then you need to pass this value 15 pixel by 15 pixel. Let me show you. If I replace 28 with 15 and then save this file, now you can see a different design. But for now, I would like to go with 28. I want to show the whole geometric area in our border. And if you want to remove the stretch area, for that you need to use another property, which is border image repeat. And these are all values that we can use with border image repeat property. Repeat, stretch, round, and space. So here I'm going to use the third property called border image repeat. Border image repeat. And here I'm going to pass the value called repeat. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see, now it horizontally and vertically repeat the geometric shape. And if I make it stretch and set this file, you can see it's pretty similar with old result. And there is another value. But before I show the value, let's back to type repeat again. Repeat. And then set this file. You can see at the corner, it not aligned perfectly. For that, we need to use another value called round. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one and replace repeat with round. If I set this file, this time you can see there is no problem at the corner. Not only that, you can define differently horizontal and vertical value. Let me show you. So again, I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And this time, horizontal, I'm going to use repeat value. Repeat. And for vertical, I'm going to use stretch value. Stretch. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now it repeats the geometric shape from the x-axis and stretch the shape at y-axis direction. So this is how you can define image repeat values. And if you want to scale the border size, otherwise reduce the border size, just need to change the value. Suppose for now our border width is 30 pixel. If I make it 20 pixel and then save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, now it reduces the border width. If I reduce or increase the border width, it's not going to affect on image. According to the border width, it's going to scale down, otherwise scale up the image. Example, if I increase the size, if I make it 50 pixel and then save this file, you can see the result. So for now, I want to make it 30 pixel. And now I'm going to show you another property, which is border image offset. So here I'm going to type border image offset. Using this property, you can control how far outside the border area you want to show the image. But for the better understand, I want to add background color to this box. Background, I'm going to use kind of purple color. I'm going to use medium purple color. So I'm going to type medium medium purple. After save this file, you can see the result. Now you can notice our border image is inside the box area. It's not go outside the box area. Now use this property, we can move the border image outside the box area. Suppose I want to move it 20 pixel outside. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now it moved the border image 20 pixel outside of this box. Next I'm going to use another property which is border image width. So after image slice, I want to use this property here. Some type border image width. Using this value, we can control the border image width. So if I pass 15 pixel, otherwise 10 pixel, now it's going to set the image width 10 pixel. Sorry, we need to pass the unit, pixel. If I save the file, you can see the result. It reduced the image size. At the same way, if I pass 20 pixel and then save this file, you can see the result. Basically, we use this property to scale the image, otherwise scale down the image. So, we already use the 5 values. Now, I'm going to use the last value, which is border image. As I told you, it's going to work as a one-liner. If we use this value, first we need to pass the image source, then we need to pass the slice area, then we need to assign the width, then we need to provide the outside value, and last we need to provide the repeat value. So let's start the practical and see how we can apply this one. So at first, I'm going to comment out all the lines, including image source. Then I'm going to use the property, which is border image. So at first, here we need to pass the source path. So I'm going to copy this URL and I'm going to paste it here. Then after space, we need to provide the slice area, which is 28. Then we need to pass the image width, which is 20 pixel. And between slice value and width value, we need to use slash. It is necessary. Then again, I'm going to use slash, and this time I'm going to pass, and here we need to pass outside value, and I'm going to use something 10 pixel. And at last, we need to pass the repeat value, and I want to use round value. Round. So let's save the file and see is it work properly or not. After save this file, I think I did some mistake. Oops. We don't need this slash after the second last value. If I save this file, now it's worked perfectly. You can see the result. So this is the shorthand of border image property. First we need to provide source, then we need to provide slice area, next we need to provide image width, then we need to provide outside value, and at last we need to provide the repeat value. Now I don't want to show the border image. I want to show gradient color. For that, we can use this property again. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one, and this time, and here I'm going to use linear gradient color. So I'm going to type linear gradient. Then inside the round braces, I want red and blue color. Red, and next color is blue. Also, we can define the gradient direction. So here I'm going to type to right. Oops, there is a spelling mistake in gradient. D-I-E-N-T. And also, if you want to provide slice value, suppose I'm going to slice 25 pixel, 25. If I save this file, again it's not working. I think I did some mistake. First I'm going to remove this direction. Let's remove the direction and then save this file again. Now it's worked. And if I pass the direction, let me try again. So here I'm going to type to right. After save this file, again it's not working. Oh, oops, we need to provide the comma. If I save this file, now you can see the result. Now it's worked perfectly. So this is how we can use border image properties. I hope now it's clear for you. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. And from this tutorial, we are going to start CSS Advanced Selectors. I hope you already know class and IDs are selectors. But CSS come with some more advanced selectors, and we are going to learn about it in our upcoming tutorials. Now let's talk about CSS selector categories. Here you can see total 4 type of CSS selector category. First one is simple selector. Then come combinator selector, attribute selector, pseudo class, pseudo element selector. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn simple selector and combinator selector. Now, let's see what kind of simple selector we have. As you can see, we have total 4 types of simple selector: type selector, class selector, ID selector, and universal selector. And I know you are already familiar with our first 3 selectors: type selector, class selector, and ID selector. If you are not familiar with these selectors, then you cannot learn advanced selectors. And if you are not familiar with that, then let me show you a little brief about it. As you can see, this is the example of type selector. In type selector, we need to use the tag name. In our case, here we use paragraph, means p tag. Then inside the curly braces, we need to use the property and value. Similarly, for class selector, we need to use the class name. And to select the class name, we need to use dot sign, dot the class name. Then inside the curly braces, we need to pass the property and value. And also, we have a simple selector, which is ID selector. For ID selector, first we need to type hashtag. Then we need to take the ID name. In our case, box. Then inside the curly braces, we need to use property and value. I know you are already familiar with that. But the main selector I'm going to cover is universal selector. We represent this selector using star sign. This star sign is used to target all the HTML tag in your document. Let's understand with a real example. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already create an HTML document named index.html. And in this HTML document, here we create a basic web layout. We have header section, we have navbar section, we have content section, sidebar section, and the footer section. So here we are going to use our universal selector. So at the top of the style tag, I'm going to use this selector. Star inside the curly braces. Here I'm going to use a property named color. Color red. After save this file, as you can see, it converts all the font color in our browser into a red color. But except the sidebar, because in our sidebar we already use the color property. And now I want to add border to every single element. For that, in our universal selector, I'm going to type border. Border 1 pixel, and I want solid border, and our border color is green. After save this file, you can see the result. Here you can see it add border every tag in our web page. It add border to our heading tag, paragraph tag, li tags, etc. So this is the example of universal tag. And now I'm going to comment out both the line. And I'm going to save this file. And now I want to target all the tag which is inside the content div. For that, after content tag, I'm going to type hashtag content. Then here I'm going to use universal selector, star. Then inside the curly braces, it's mean all the element inside the content tag, and then I'm going to use CSS property. And I want to change the color, font color, color red. And I want to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. So this is the usage of universal selector. And the real practical usage of this selector is to hide the margin and padding from our web page. Let me show you. So I want to comment out this section and save this file. And back to the universal selector. And here, I'm going to type margin 0. Also, I'm going to type padding 0. And I'm going to save this file. Basically, it's going to remove all the default margin and padding from our tags. And basically, it saves you a lot of time. And you don't need to remove margin and padding from every tag. Now, I'm going to talk about combinator selector. But before, I'm going to comment out both the lines. We have total 4 types of combinator selector: descendant selector, direct child selector, adjacent sibling selector, general sibling selector. So first we are going to talk about descendant selectors. In this example, as you can see, here we use a combinator selector. First we use a class and then we use a tag. named P. You can create combination of multiple tags, classes with tags, etc. In this example, I want to target the paragraph which is inside the box class. For that, first we need to select the parent tag, and we select the parent tag using its class name, and then we select the tag. In the next example, I want to target span tag which is inside the paragraph tag. So first we pass the parent tag, and the parent tag is paragraph tag. Then after space, we need to pass which tag I want to select inside the paragraph tag, and I want to select span tag. And now maybe there are a lot of paragraphs in our web page, and also we have a lot of span tag in our paragraphs. So I want to select the particular div element paragraph. For that, in our third example, here I use a particular div tag. Then I want to select all the paragraphs, and inside the paragraphs I want to select all the span tag. Basically, I want to select all the span tag which is inside the paragraph, and also our paragraph come from a particular div tag. So this is the example of descendant selectors. And remember, here we can take multiple child tag, otherwise multiple parent tag. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, again we are in my Visual Studio Code editor, and I already created an HTML page named index2.html, and inside the HTML page we have some paragraph tag and also a div tag, and inside this div tag also we have two paragraphs, and here I am going to use descendant selectors. First I am going to target paragraph tag P. Then inside the curly braces I am going to type color, and I want color red. If I set this file, it apply red color to all the paragraph tag and also which is inside the div tag. But I want to target those paragraph which is inside the ID box. For that, here I want to type hashtag, our ID name is box. If I set this file, this time you can see it colored those paragraph tags which is inside the box element. And now I want to assign a color to our span tags. So here I'm going to type span inside the curly braces color green. After save this file, as you can see, it color our both this span tag. But I want to color only this particular span tag. For that, we need to select the parent elements. So our first parent element is div tag, div, and our second parent element is paragraph tag P. So I want to target those span tag which is inside the paragraph tag and those paragraph which is inside the div tag. And if I save this file, as you can see, now it apply to this particular span tag which is inside the paragraph tag. Our next combinator selector is direct child selector. Sometimes it's known as child selector. The symbol of direct child selector is greater than sign. Here we select all the li tag which is directly from the UL tag, and also here we select all the paragraph tag which is directly from the box element. So let's jump into the Visual Studio Code and start the practical. So again, I am in my Visual Studio Code editor, and I already created an HTML document index3.html. And you can see in my document we have UL tag, and inside this UL tag we have another UL tag. So inside this UL tag we have some direct li, and then we have another UL tag. Now if I target list, so I'm going to type hashtag list, and all the li tags inside the list, inside the curly braces, I want green color green. After save this file, as you can see, it convert all the li tag into green color which is inside the list. It apply the color in direct child, also the grandchild. So I'm going to duplicate this section, and here I'm going to use a direct child selector, list, and all the direct child inside the list tag. Then I want to assign red color, and I want to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, it apply all the li tags which is direct child of list element. Let me show you another example of direct child. Here you can see we have a div tag, and inside this div tag we have a paragraph tag, and inside this box div we have another div named box2, and in this div we have another paragraph tag. And now I want to apply font color blue, which is inside the box tag in our paragraphs. For that, here I'm going to select hashtag box, and I want to select the paragraphs which is inside the box tag. And then inside the curly braces, color, and I want blue color. After save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, it apply blue color to all the paragraph which is inside the box div. And also it apply blue color which is inside the box to div. But I don't want to apply blue color in our box to div paragraphs. For that, here I need to use direct child selector. So I'm going to type box greater than P. After save this file, now you can see the result. Now it select only the child paragraph of box div. So this is the example of direct child selector. Now let's talk about adjacent sibling selectors. Now the question is, what is sibling? Sibling is your brother, and adjacent mean plus sign. It's mean the next paragraph tag of this div tag. Similarly, this is the next paragraph tag of this UL tag. So to make it more clear, let's start the practical. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index4.html. In this document, we have UL tag. And after this UL tag, we have a paragraph tag. Not only one paragraph tag, we have multiple paragraph tag. And now I want to select the first paragraph after UL tag. For that, here I'm going to type UL, and we need to use adjacent sign, which is plus paragraph tag. Then inside the curly braces, I want to apply color red. After save this file, you can see the result. It apply red color to our paragraph tag, which is next of UL tag. And if you want to target the other paragraph tags, I want to see the next paragraph tags, then we can call it generalized sibling tags. This is the example of generalized sibling selectors. Here you can see a treadle sign. This stands for general siblings. And you can see the sign on your keyboard above the tab button. This is going to target all the paragraph tag after the div tag. Similarly, it's going to target all the paragraph tags after the UL tag. Let me show you the example. So I'm going to comment out the first line, and then I'm going to type UL general sibling sign. Then I'm going to target all the paragraphs after the UL tag. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to apply color red. After save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, it target all the paragraphs after the UL tag. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn attribute selectors. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with another tutorial related advanced selector. And in this tutorial, we are going to cover attribute selector. In our previous tutorial, we already learned combinator selector. In our previous tutorial, we have total 4 types of selector: simple selector, combinator selector, attribute selector, pseudo class, and pseudo element selector. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn attribute selector. So these are all attribute selector, and we have total 7 types of attribute selector. As you can see, here we use a tag. If you want to use any other tag, yes, you can. And now you can see attribute and val. ATTR stands for attribute and val stands for value. Here you can see we use a HTML tag, which is table tag. And in this table tag, you can see some word in orange color with border, collapse padding, collapse spanning. These are all attributes. And also you can see inside the double quotes, these are all the value of these attributes. Another example you can see on image tag, you can see source, alt, title, with. These are all attribute of image tag. So we are going to target this image using their attributes name, not the class or ID name. Another example you can see, we have input tag. We have type, ID, name, value. These are all attribute of input tag. So let's see what we can do to using our first attribute selector. It's mean the element with specify attribute. So let's see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. And you can see in my browser, we have total 2 images. And between this image, we have a paragraph. And in my paragraph, we put total 3 links. And at last, we have a simple basic form. So here, we are going to learn our attribute selector. So let's start our first attribute selector. I want to target image. The image with alt attribute. As you can see, we have total 2 images. An image of cat and an image of tiger. In our tiger image, we don't have alt attribute. But in our cat image, we have the alt attribute. So I want to select those images which have this attribute. And to target it, first we need to pass the tag name. And the tag name is image, img. And then we need to use square braces. And inside the square braces, and now I want to select those images which have alt attribute. So I copy the attribute name alt and I'm going to paste inside it. Then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to add border. Border, I want border 3 pixel and I want solid border. With that, our border color is red. If I save this file and reload my browser, you can see the result. As you can see, it adds border to our cat image. But at the next image, we don't have the border. But what? If I use the alt tag in our next image, so I'm going to copy the alt tag and I'm going to put it in our next image. After which, I'm going to paste it here. And here I'm going to type image of tiger. After save this file, as you can see, if I reload my browser, now both the image have the same border, 3 pixel solid border. And now I want to select those images which have title attribute. As you can see, in our tiger image, we have the title attribute. But in our cat image, we don't have title attribute. So I'm going to copy the attribute name and I'm going to paste it here. And I'm going to save this file. If I reload my browser, you can see the result. It adds border in our tiger image, not the cat image. So this is the first example of attribute selector. In the next example, I'm going to target those anchor who have the target attribute. So I'm going to type anchor tag A. Then inside the square braces, we need to pass the attribute name. And our attribute name is target. So I copy the attribute name and I'm going to paste it here. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use a property and our property name is color. Color red. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I reload my browser, as you can see, in our paragraph, we have an anchor tag. The anchor tag with target attribute. So it's changed the color of this text. Now, let's talk about our next attribute selector. In this attribute selector, we need to specify the attribute name. Also, we need to specify the value name. If the value and the attribute is matched, then it's going to select this element. So let's start the practical. So at first, I'm going to comment out both the selectors. Then, as you can see in my input section, we use 4 input tags. And inside the input tag, we use type attribute. But our input types are different. In our first input, we use text. Then our next input, we use radio button. And in our third input, for address, also we use text. And for password, we use password. And now I want to select those input tags which have type attribute. Also, their value is text. So inside this style tag, I'm going to type the element name. And the element name is input. Then inside the square braces, our attribute name is type. And inside the double quotes, otherwise you can use single quotes, we need to pass the value name. The value is text. Then inside the curly braces, we need to use the properties. And here I want to type border. Border 3 pixel. And I want solid border. Solid. And I want red background color. Red border color. After save this file, if I reload my browser, you can see the result. As you can see, it had border those input section which have type attribute. Also, which value is text. And now I want to target image with their source and source value. For that, I'm to copy one of the source. I want to target the cat image. So I copy the source and the value. And then here I'm going to type image. Then inside the square braces, I'm going to pass the attribute name and the value. Then inside the curly braces, I want to add border. I want to add same border. So I copy the property and value and I'm going to paste it here. After save this file, if I reload my browser, you can see the result. This time we select the image with particular attribute name and the particular value. Also, you can select the image with other attributes like with, alt, title, etc. So this is the example of attribute with value selector. So again, I'm going to comment out this section. And now let's talk about our next attribute selector. This is our another attribute selector. In this selector, we need to pass the attribute name, then we need to use this sign. You can find this sign after pressing Shift and you need to press 6. Then equal to and you need to pass the value. This attribute begins with the value. Here we need to pass the starting keyword of value. Let me show you. For this example, I'm going to select this code and I'm going to paste it here. If I save this file and reload my browser, you can see it had border to our cat image. But if I remove one character from this value, then save this file and reload this browser, now you can see it do not add any border to our cat image because the value is incomplete. But in our image, our value start from cat. This time I use source attribute, but in our value section, we pass only the starting keywords, CAT. So if I use this sign, this starting sign, for that we need to press Shift and 6. And then save this file and reload my browser, you can see the result. Again it add border to this particular image. Because in our image we use source attribute and also our image start with CAT. Now let's talk about our fourth attribute selector. In this selector, we need to use attribute with OR operator. Attribute begins with value or is first in a dash separated list. This attribute selector works when we have dash sign, otherwise minus sign begin with value or is first in a dash separated list. So let's see the example. So at first I'm going to copy this line and comment out this line. Then I'm going to paste it here. This time I'm going to use alt. I'm going to use alt attribute. Copy and paste. If I save this file and reload my browser, it's not going to work because our value and attribute is not same. And now I'm going to use this operator sign. Or if I save this file and reload my browser, also it's not going to work. But what if we use the dash sign? So in our alt value, here I'm going to use the dash sign, otherwise a minus sign. If I save this file and reload my browser, now you can see the result. It add border to our cat image because we have the dash sign in our value section. First, it match with our attribute name. Here we use alt. And after use this condition, we pass a text, image. Cut that portion. This is not the very widely used selector. Now let's talk about our next attribute selector. Our next attribute selector with $sign. Attributes ends with value. So let's start the practical and see how we can use this selector. For that, first I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous one. And here I'm going to use the $sign. And in this image, here we use alt tag. And our image, alt value end with cat. Image of cat. So I'm going to copy the last three characters, CAT. Copy and I'm going to paste it here. After save this file, if I reload my browser, you can see the result. There is no changes in this result. Similarly, as you can see, in our next image, we have title tag. This time, I'm going to copy this attribute, title. So here I'm going to type title. Title equal to, and our titles ends with GER. So here I'm going to replace cat with GER. After save this file and reload my browser, you can see the result. Now it's add border to our tiger image. Now, this time I want to select those anchor tags which have the href tag and also JPG extension in their value. For that, here I'm going to pass href. So I copy the attribute name and I'm going to paste it here. href. And I want to select those anchor tag. So here I'm going to remove image and I'm going to pass anchor A. With that, we need to pass the end value, and our value ends with .jpg. So copy the value and I'm going to paste it inside the double quotes. And I want to change the font color of this link. So I'm going to remove this border, and here I'm going to type color red. After save this file, if I reload my browser, you can see the result. Oops, our href not end with GER. Our href end with .jpg. So I'm going to use this extension name .jpg. If I save this file and reload this browser again, you can see the result. As you can see, it add red color to this anchor tag. So this is the selector of end with value. Now let's talk about our next attribute selector. This is our sixth attribute selector. Here we can use star sign. If value occurs anywhere in attribute, then it's going to select this element. So let me show you the example. So at first I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous section. And here I'm going to use star sign. And this time I want to target those anchor tag which have target attribute. So I'm going to copy the attribute name target and I'm going to paste it here. And now I want to pass only two characters in this value section. And I want to pass an. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I reload my browser, now you can see it had red color in our second anchor tag. Because if our target attribute value contained an character in their value, then it's going to select this anchor tag. I want to say if this character is available anywhere in this value, then it's going to select this anchor tag. So this is the usage of star sign. Now let's talk about our last attribute selector. So again I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous one. And in our last attribute selector, we need to use trivial sign. And it's going to return value matches attribute in space separated list. It's mean whatever value you pass, the value should have space before and after. So let's jump into the Visual Studio Code to make it more clear. Again, I am in my Visual Studio Code and here I'm going to use the trivial sign. And now I'm going to target image. So I'm going to copy the image tag and I'm going to paste it here. And from the image, I'm going to select the alt attribute. So here I'm going to type alt. And here I'm going to pass a value named op. If you notice, you can see before the op we have space, and after the op also we have space. So if I save this file and reload my browser, after save this file, as you can see, it's not working because here we use color property. We need to use border, and I'm going to type 3 pixel, and I want solid border. With that, our border color is red. And I'm going to comment out our previous property named calc. If I save this file and reload my browser again, you can see the result. Because we have spaces before and after the op. Similarly, if I use the same alt tag in our next image, so I'm copy the alt tag and I'm going to paste it here. And this time I'm going to type image of tiger. And save this file and reload my browser. Also you can see it add border to our tiger image. But what? If I remove space after op character, so I'm going to save this file again and reload my browser. And after reload my browser, as you can see, it removed border from the tiger image because we should have space after and before op character. So this is how we can use those attribute selector. I hope now it's clear for you. So we already learned about simple selector, combinator selector and attribute selector. From the next tutorial, we are going to start pseudo classes and pseudo elements. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with another tutorial related advanced CSS. And in this tutorial we are going to learn CSS pseudo classes. In our previous tutorial we talked about we have total 4 type of selector. Simple selector, combinator selector, attribute selector, pseudo classes and pseudo elements. And we already learned about simple selector, combinator selector and attribute selector. So in this tutorial, I'm going to cover procedural classes. So let's see how many procedural classes we have in CSS. Here you can see total 32 procedural classes. It includes our old procedural classes, also the advanced procedural classes, which is introduced in CSS 3. So let's start the tutorial with first child and last child procedural class. And remember, to use procedural class, we need to use the colon sign. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. And in our document, as you can see, first we have an unordered list, then we have total 3 paragraphs. Then again, we have unordered list, also we have 2 paragraphs. So from here, we are going to start our first child and last child procedural class. And now I want to target the first li tag which is inside the ul tag. So I want to target the first child. For that, I'm going to type li. Then we need to use colon. And after colon, remember, we don't need to provide any space after colon. Otherwise, before the colon. Then we need to pass the procedural class name, which is first child. Then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to use the CSS property named color. Color red. If I save this file, as you can see, we have total 2 unordered lists in our document. This is the first unordered list and this is the second unordered list. So we have total 2 first child in our unordered list. So if I save this file, here you can see it's changed the background color of 2 first child of unordered list. First it colored the first list item from the list 1 and then it colored the first list item from the list 2. If you notice, you can see our li tag inside the ul tag. So li tag is first child of ul tag. Similarly, if I duplicate this section and comment out the previous line, and now I am going to change the tag name. Here I am going to pass p, means paragraph tag. As you can see, we have multiple paragraph tag in our document. If I save this file, there is no changes. It do not change the font color of paragraph tag. But the question is why? Because our paragraph tag is not the first child. Here we directly use the paragraph tag inside the body tag. We do not use any div tag, otherwise any other tag. That's why paragraph is not our first child. But if I move the paragraph tag inside a div tag, in that case it's going to work. Let me show you. So here I'm going to type div tag D. I'm going to move this 3 paragraph inside this div tag. After save this file, now you can see the result. Now it colored the first child element of our paragraph tag, which is inside the div tag. At the opposite way, we have last child element. If I type last child here, then save this file, now you can see different result. Now it select the last child of this div element, which is a paragraph. At the same way, if I pass li tag here, li, and then save this file, now you can see it target last element from both the unordered list. And now I want to select the last element from the list 1. As you can see, the last child select the last element from both the unordered list. But this time I want to select the last element from the first unordered list. For that, here we need to pass the list ID. So I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous lines. And here I'm going to type hashtag, our list 1 ID name is list. If I save this file, now you can see the result. Now you can see it target the last li element from the list 1. So I hope now it's clear for you what is last child and what is first child. Now let's talk about nth child and nth last child. So from here I'm going to remove the last child and I'm going to replace last with nth child. Then here we need to use the round braces. In the first child selector and the last child selector, we can target only the first one, otherwise last one. But in our nth child selector, we can target the specified one. Suppose I want to target the third child. So inside the round braces, we need to pass 3. If I set this file, you can see the result. So here we select the particular child using the index number. At the same way, if we want to target the fifth one, yes, we can. Just here we need to pass 5 and set this file. And you can see the result. Not only that, in this round braces, you can perform some calculation. Suppose I'm going to pass 2n. Basically, n represents the serial number, like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's mean it's going to multiply 2 into 0, 2 into 1, 2 into 2, this way. And after set this file, you can see the result. It target 1 after 1. First, it's going to multiply 2 into 0, and 2 into 0 equal to 0. That's why it do not select the first one. Then 2 into 1. 2 into 1 equal to 2. That's why it select the second one. Next, 2 into 2. And 2 into 2 equal to 4. That's why it select the fourth one. So at the same way, it's going to select the child elements. And also you can perform some other basic calculations. And if you want to experiment with that, yes, you can. Now, let's talk about nth last child. So I want to duplicate this section and comment out previous one. And I'm going to type nth dash last child. It is also work like nth child, but it's going to start from the last of this list. Let me show you. So here I'm going to type 2 and then set this file. After set this file, as you can see, it select the second last element from our list. Basically, I want to say it's work from opposite direction. So I hope now it's clear for you what is nth child and nth last child. And now I'm going to talk about nth last of type and nth of type. So here I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous one. And I'm going to type list nth of type. Then inside the round braces, here I pass 2. And this time I want to select from the paragraph. So here I'm going to type P. After set this file, as you can see, first it select the second child element, which is from the div tag. These paragraphs have their parent tag. But what? If I scroll down a little bit, now you can see in our last two paragraphs, we do not use any parent tag. But our nth of type also select the last paragraph. But our nth of type selector can select those paragraphs which have no parent element. Basically, I want to say it can select element from the parent element. Also, it can select those elements which do not have parent element. For better understand, I am going to remove the div tag. If I save this file, now our paragraph tags don't have any parent element. So if I save this file, as you can see, it selects the second paragraph from our HTML document. Just you need to remember it can select element without parent. Now let's talk about nth last of type. So again, I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous section. And here I'm going to type nth last of. Basically, it's going to select element from the opposite direction. After set this file, you can see the result. It select our second last paragraph from our document. Now let's talk about our another procedural class, only child. This selector works when you have only one child in your parent element. Let me show you. So again, I'm going to select this section and duplicate this section and comment out previous lines. And I'm going to type all the li tags, li, and here I'm going to run our new selector, new procedural selector, which is only child. If I save this file, as you can see, it do not select any element from our list because our li tags are not only child in our ul tags. But what if I remove all of this? Now you can see we have only one child in our ul tag, and then save this file, you can see the result. Now it select our element perfectly because we have only one child in our list 1. But if I type anything inside this ul tag, suppose here I type a span tag and then save this file. Now you can see it do not select the child because it works with only the single child. So this is the usage of only child. If there is sibling of this child, then it's not going to work. So I hope now it's clear for you. So this is it for this tutorial. I don't want to make this video too much long. So at the next part of this tutorial, I'm going to cover only of type, first of type, last of type, empty, not, lang. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with another tutorial related CSS pseudo class selector. And we are going to start our tutorial from this selector, only of type. In our previous tutorial, we already learned about some pseudo selectors. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. So as you can see side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I open my previous HTML document index2.html. So we are going to start with only of type. So here I will type only of type. If I save this file, you can see nothing. Now the question is, what is the meaning of only of type? Suppose in our list, we have multiple li tags. So I'm going to comment out most of the li tags. Now we have only one li tag in that list. After save this file, you can see the result. It selects the li tag which is inside our first unordered list. Now you might think it is pretty similar with only child selector, but it is not. In only child selector, if you use any other tag like span tag, span, and we type p, then you save this file, it's not going to work. But with only of type, if you save this file, it is also work. As you can see, here we use only of type with li tag. And in our ul tag, we don't have any li tag. We have only one li tag. But if I duplicate this line and then save this file, now it's not going to work. Because now we have multiple li tag. If the li tag is only of type in this ul, in that case, it's going to select. So if I remove this line again and then save this file, you can see the result. Now it select our list item. Similarly, if we use it with span tag, let me show you. So I want to replace li with span. And before I save this file, again I am to duplicate this span tag and save this file. Now you can see we have total 2 span tag, but it did not select any of one. But what? If I remove one span tag, from this list and then save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see it select this span tag. So this is the usage of only type of selector. Now let's talk about first of type and last of type selectors. It's mean the same type of tag first and last. So let's start the practical. So at first I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous lines. And here I'm going to type first of type. If I save this file, as you can see, it select the span tag. But now I want to use it with li tag. So I'm going to type li. After save this file, now you can see it select the first li tag in our lists. At the opposite way, last of type work. So if I duplicate this line and comment out previous section and here I want to replace first with last. Then save this file, you can see the result. Now it select the last one. And in our list 1, we have only one li tag. That's why this one is counted as last and first also. Now let's talk about our next selector, which is empty. It is used to select the empty element. Let me show you. So first I'm going to uncomment these lines and duplicate this section and comment out previous section. And here I'm going to create a div element before the list 1 div. Not only that, I'm going to create multiple div. So I'm going to duplicate this div 2 times. And in our second div, here I'm going to type some text. Lorem 10. And I'm going to save this file. But our first div and last div is completely empty. So this time I want to target our empty div. So how we can target this empty div? Let me show you. For that, I'm going to type div :empty. Then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to use a property named border. Border 3 pixel. and I want solid border. With that, our border color is red. If I save this file, you can see the result. You can see in my browser, this is our first div border. Then comes the div with content, because our second div is not empty. Then comes the third div border, because our third div is empty. Our div was empty, that's why our border stick with each other. But if I add some padding, let me show, padding 5 pixel, and then save this file, now you can see the result. But be careful if you use empty selector, because it is also count this space as a character. Let me show you. So in our third div, here I am going to provide a space. You can see our third div is empty, but here I provide a space. If I save this file, now you can see it do not add any border in our third div, because here we use a space. Now let's talk about our next procedure selector, not. If we do not want to target this specified class, otherwise specified tag, then we use not selector. It's going to target other elements, but it's not going to target the specified element. Let me show you. Now again, I am in my Visual Studio Code editor, and here you can see we have total 5 paragraph tag in our document. So I'm going to select all of this paragraph element. For that, I'm going to type P, then inside the curly braces, I'm going to add color red, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, it select all the paragraph tags. But in our second paragraph tag, as you can see, we have a class named test. I don't want to select this paragraph tag. For that, we need to use not pseudo class. So here I'm going to type P not. So inside the curly braces, I am going to select the particular class named test. Test. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see it select all the paragraph tag except the second one, because here we use not pseudo class and specify the paragraph using its class name. Now let's talk about our next pseudo class, lang. Lang stands for language. If you want to target any particular language in your web page, in that case you need to use this selector. For that example, as you can see, we created different HTML page named lang.html, and in our body tag, here you can see total 3 different paragraphs. First one is English language, second one is French language, and third one is German language. And to declare this language, here we use lang attribute. And now I want to target those paragraphs using their language. For that, we need to use lang procedure selector. So first I want to target French language. For that, here I'm going to type P : and I'm going to use lang class, lang. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to type the short form, which is FR. And inside the curly braces, I'm going to change the paragraph color red. After save this file, you can see the result. You can see in my browser, it target the French paragraph. Similarly, if you want to target the German, so I'm going to duplicate this section again, and I want to target German. For that, here we need to pass DE. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now it target the third one, because our third paragraph is in German. So this is the usage of language selector. And now I'm going to talk about link pseudo class, hover pseudo class, visited pseudo class, and active pseudo class. Basically, these pseudo class are used with anchor tags. And also you can use hover and active with other tags. So let's see how we can use it. So again, I am in my Visual Studio Code editor. And as you can see, here we create another HTML document named link.html. And as you can see, we have a unordered list. And inside this unordered list, we have some li tags. And these li tags are hold a anchor tags. And to style these anchor tags, we can use pseudo classes. So these are all links. So I want to color all the links. For that, I'm going to target all the anchor tags in UL a : link. Then inside the curly braces, I want to set color red. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, it convert our all link in red color. And now I want to change the color when I hover my cursor on this link. For that, I'm going to duplicate this section, and I'm going to type a:\hover. And when I hover my cursor, I want green color. After save this file, when I hover my cursor on this link, you can see it convert our text color into green. And you can use hover procedural class with any tag. You can use it with paragraph, div tag, span tag, etc. I know you are already familiar with that. Our next procedural selector is visited, and you can use visited with only on anchor. So I'm going to duplicate this section, and here I'm going to type a.visited, and here I'm going to use blue color. Visited means you already click this link one time, and you can see in my browser all the tags are red because I do not visit any of the link. So I'm going to click contact us. So whenever I click on contact us, as you can see, it convert all the anchor tags visited, because I hope I did a mistake. As you can see, I am in my link.html page, and in our contact us anchor tag, here we redirect our web page index.html page. And I save this file, and I open this file without using live server. And you can see the file location in URL section. And now, this time, again I'm going to click contact us. I'm going to click this link. After click this link, as you can see, it redirect to our another page. But if I click on back button, now you can see this contact us page is visited. So I hope now you can understand how we can use visited procedural class. Now let's talk about our another procedural class, which is active. So I'm going to duplicate this section, and I'm going to type a:\active, and then inside the round braces I'm going to change the color. Here I'm going to use pink color, and I'm going to save this file, and I'm going to reload this page. Now the question is, what is the usage of active procedural class? As you can see, whenever I hover my cursor on it, you can see our link change the color. But I do not click on this link. Now I'm going to press click on this link. So I'm going to press right click on this link. As you can see, I still hold my right click on this link. It means our link is active. Until I release my right click, the link is still active. It means whenever I click this any of link, it's going to active this link and change the text color of this link. So this is the usage of active class. And whenever I release my right click button, then it's back to the visited color because I click this link. So this is it for this tutorial. And from the next tutorial, I'm going to start target, focus, check, disable, enable, required, optional, etc. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Now, hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with another tutorial related CSS procedural classes. And we are going to start our journey from this procedural selector, target procedural class selector. This procedural class is very useful with anchor tag. So let's see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. And you can see in our unordered list we have total 3 anchor tags: HTML, CSS, JavaScript. And in href section, here I use IDs using hashtag. It means I want to target and redirect to particular section of this web page. These are called same page link. Otherwise, we can call it internal linking. And as you can see in our paragraph section, we use the similar ID for these paragraphs. So whenever I click on this HTML link, then I want to highlight it, the particular paragraph tag related HTML. At the same way, whenever I click JavaScript, then I want to highlight it the JavaScript paragraph. For that, we can use target procedural class. Let me show you how. Suppose I want to target the P element, P:, and I'm going to use target procedural class. Target. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to change the background color of this particular paragraph. Background, and I want red color background. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see nothing in our browser. But whenever I click on the particular link. Suppose I want to click CSS link. So I'm going to click on CSS. After click on CSS, you can see the result. It highlighted the particular paragraph related CSS because this link and the paragraphs link with this ID named CSS. Similarly, if I want to highlight the JavaScript portion, yes, I can. Now the question is, what is the process that link recognize this ID? As you can see in my URL section, after HTML, we have an ID, #JavaScript. Whenever I click on CSS, also you can see the ID is changed. Now you can see, now the link is #CSS. Similarly for HTML. So target method recognize this ID from this URL bar. I hope now it's clear for you how we can use target pseudo class. And now we are going to talk about pseudo class focus. Here you can see all the pseudo class in pink color. These are all work with input forms. So I'm going to try all of these in our HTML form. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. And we are going to start with focus. So as you can see side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already open a HTML document named from.html. In our body tag, as you can see, we have a from. And in our from, we have different input type. For first name, we use input type text. And for last name, also we use input type text. With that, we set required because we cannot leave it blank. Similarly, at the same way, we have your age, but its input type is number. In our age section, here we need to pass the numbers. Also, I set a limit to this input section. Minimum limit 10 years and maximum limit 20 years. So we need to pass value between them. Our next input section is email section. Here we use input type email. Our next section is hobbies, and these are all checkbox input type. Next, we are use your gender, and for your gender, here we use input type radio. These are all radio buttons. Last, we use select box. If you click on this drop down, you can see lot of country names. This is a select box, and these are all option of this select box. By default, we select none. And at last, we have a submit button. Input type submit. So let's start with focus pseudo class. So inside the style section, here I'm going to type, and I'm going to use focus with input tag. Input. So whenever we focus in an input, then inside the curly braces, I want to add a border to this particular input section. Border 2 pixel, and I want solid border. With that, our border color is red. After save this file, so whenever I click on any input section, so I want to click on last input section. If I click on this input field, as you can see, it add a border to this input field. But the problem is we cannot see the red border color. So I'm going to increase the border width. I want 5 pixel solid border. If I save this file and click on any input field, you can see the result. It add red color border to this input field. But it is not going to work on checkbox and radio button. So this is the uses of focus pseudo class. And now I'm going to talk about check pseudo class. This pseudo class work with checkbox and input type radio box. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code. For that, I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous line. Here I'm going to use input checked. Our pseudo class is checked. Then inside the round braces, I'm not going to use border property because borders do not work with checkbox and radio buttons. Here we need to use box shadow. Box shadow. And I want to set box shadow 0, 0, 0, and I want 3 pixel. With that, I want red color. So from x-axis and y-axis, I take 0 pixel, and for opacity, here I take also 0. If I save this file and hover my cursor any of checkbox and click the checkbox, you can see the result. It adds the box shadow in our active checkbox. Similarly, if I click on radio buttons, you can see the same result. And whenever I uncheck this button, you can see it removes the box shadow. And now I'm going to show you a beautiful trick. For that, I'm going to use a combinator selector. And we are already learned about it in our previous tutorials. So here I'm going to use an adjacent selector using plus sign. Then I want to add the tag name, and our tag name is label. And here I'm going to comment out this line, and also I'm going to add another property named color. And I'm going to set color red. And I'm going to set this file. So whenever I click on any checkbox, it's going to select the next label. It's going to select the exact next label, which is next to the checkbox. Let me show you. So if I click on music checkbox, you can see the result. It applies font color CSS to our label. So I hope now it's clear for you what is the usage of check posito class. Now let's talk about our next two posito class, which is disable and enabled. So let's see how we can use it. So as you can see, our all inputs are enabled. And now I am going to disable our first name using HTML. So in the input section, here I want to type disable. After save this file, you can see the result. We cannot type anything in this input field, but we can pass input in our other input tags. So at first, I am going to comment out this section. And here I am going to add border to this input field, where input type is text. So I'm going to type input, then I'm going to use square braces, and inside the square braces I'm going to mention input type. And we already learned about it in our previous tutorials. Here we use attribute selector, type equal to, inside the single quotes, I'm going to pass the type name, which is text. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to set a border 3 pixel, and I want solid border. With that, our border color is red. After save this file, you can see the result. But the problem is, it set border to our disable button. Our first input field is disable, but our second input field is enable. And now I don't want to add border to our disable button. For that, I'm going to use a posito class enable. Let me show you. I want to add border only the enable input field. So after square braces, I'm going to type :enable. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see it only add the border in our last name input field, because this is the enable input field. Similarly, if I duplicate this section and comment out previous one, this time I want to add border in our disable input field. So here I will type disable and save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. Now it's at the border in our disable input field. So this is the example of enable and disable posito class. Now let's talk about two other posito class, which is required and optional. If any input field is required, then you can target this field. And if the input field is optional, also you can target this field. Let me show you the example. As you can see, our first name and last name field is required. But in our email field, I do not use required attribute. So now I want to target this required field. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous section. As you know, required field is very important. If you try to submit this form without fill this required input, then it's going to showing a message. Please fill in this field. So you cannot submit the form without fill this input field. So before I start my CSS, I'm going to remove the disable attribute. And I'm going to save it again. So here I want to remove this section, and I'm going to type input, and I want to select the required. Then if the input field is required, then set this border. Also I want to add background color. Background, and I want background color green. If I set this file, you can see the result. So as you can see, we successfully select the required input fields, and we also style these required input fields. Similarly, at the opposite way, we have another posito class, which is optional. So I'm going to comment out this previous section, and here I'm going to type input optional. If the input field is optional, then you can see it's going to apply CSS properties which input field is optional. So using this procedural class, we can target those input section which is optional, which is not mandatory to fill. Now, let's talk about two other procedural class, which is in range and out of range. These procedural classes work with only input type number. So here you can see in our H field, here we use input type number. And also you can see in our HTML, input type number. With that, also we set minimum and maximum value for this input field. We cannot take more than 20, also we cannot take less than 10. So if anyone try to pass 30, in that case our input section not going to take this number. So now it's out of range. For that we have procedural class which is in range and out of range. So let me show you how it's work. So here I'm going to type input in range, and I want to use border and background color red, and I'm going to set this file. So whenever I pass value between 10 and 20, then it's not going to show any color because now our input in range. But if I pass a big value, suppose 60, now you can see our CSS is gone because this value is not in range which I specified. And to handle the out of range value, also we can reflect another CSS properties. Let me show you how. For that, we need to use out of range procedural class. First, I'm going to remove the border section. I don't need it. Then, I'm going to duplicate this section. And this time, I'm going to type out of range. And here I'm going to set background color red. And I'm going to set this file. So by default, as you can see, our H input field is green. So if I pass 10, 11, then it's going to return in range procedural class properties. But if I pass 9, now you can see it's changed the background color. Now our number is out of range. So you can warn your user if they pass wrong input. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'm going to cover the remaining procedural classes. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is another tutorial related CSS procedural class selector. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn the remaining procedural classes. So we are going to start with read-only and read-write procedural class. In our HTML form, if we use read-only attribute, then we can just only read this input section. We cannot write anything in this input field. And read-write mode is default mode. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code and try to understand what is the usage of this two selector. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named from.html. So in our first name input field, if I click on it, as you can see, here we can type the content. But if I use read only attribute, so here I will type read only. And then save this file. Now you can see our first name input field is not visible. But whenever I click on it, and if I try to input data, it's not going to work. We cannot fill this input field with data. But also we can pass default value here. Let me show you. So here I will type value and I want to pass the name, add one. And I want to set this file. After set this file, as you can see, automatically it add a default value in this field. But whenever I try to remove this, the default value, I cannot. Because we have only permission to read this input field, not write. And now I want to select this input field using procedural class. For that, we need to use read only procedural class. So I'm going to type input :read only. Then inside the curly braces, first I'm going to set a border. Border, I want 1 pixel border. And I want solid border. And our border color is red. If I save this file, you can see the result. We successfully can target read only field using read only procedural class. But if I duplicate this section and comment out previous one, and here I want to type input read write. Read and write. Then save this file, you can see different result. Now it's select the other input field because read write is the default mode of input field. Now let's talk about our next two pseudo class, which is valid and invalid. We use these pseudo classes if our input type is email, phone number. I want to say when input field required a valid value, then we can use these classes. Most of the time we use invalid class. Suppose if someone type wrong email, in that case I want to show warning to this input field. Let me show you the demonstration. Here you can see we have an input field named your email. So we are going to target this input field and apply both the classes. So at first I am going to duplicate this input section and comment out the previous input section. Then here I am going to type input : invalid. After save this file, as you can see, it add border to our last name input field. But the question is why? Because in this input field we use required attribute, so we cannot leave it blank. So for now I am going to remove this required attribute and save this file again. And then I am going to increase the border pixel 5 pixel and save this file again. Now you can see whenever I click on this input field and try to add an email, as you can see it add red border color. But if I use @ and type a proper email, something like gmail.com, now you can see it removed the red border because this is now a valid email. It is a valid email format. So if we do not pass the valid data in our input field, in that case it's going to return the invalid properties. If I remove the .com, you can see the result. Again it adds red color border to this input field. So I hope now it's clear for you how it's work. And now I'm going to use valid class. So I'm going to duplicate this section and here I'm going to type input type valid. Here we use valid pseudo class and I'm going to type green color and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, valid class play the opposite role of invalid. If we pass a valid email, something like @gmail.com. As you can see, it still apply green border color. And whenever I remove the .com and fills the condition, now you can see it apply red border color. So I hope now it's clear for you. Most of the time we use invalid pseudo class. So again I'm going to comment out both this section, and now let's talk about our next pseudo selector. Our next pseudo class is default. It's work if the value is already exist. And we can use default class with three things. We can use it with checkbox, otherwise input type radio, and third one is option type, which we use inside the select tag. So let's jump into the Visual Studio Code and see how we can use it practically. As you can see in our form, our checkboxes are unselected. But whenever I reload my form, otherwise open first time, then I want to check one of the option. Then we can use the default class. So I'm going back to the hobby input field and by default I want to check travel. So here I'm going to type checked and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, when I reload my browser, by default it checked travel option. So now inside this style section I'm going to use the default class. So here I'm going to type input : default. Then inside the curly braces I'm going to use a property named box shadow. Box shadow 0, 0, 0, and I want 3 pixel. With that I want red color box shadow. After save this file, you can see the result. It target the default value which is already selected, and also you can use the default option with radio buttons. And now I'm going to do the same thing in our select box input text section. As you can see in our country we have total 4 country name: USA, India, UK and Germany. So in our select tag, by default here I'm going to select one value. So after India I'm going to type selected and I'm going to save this file. So after save this file, whenever I click on this drop down section, as you can see it's not working. No, it's working. But we cannot apply box shadow in our select tags. Let me show you. So here I'm going to add color green. Then save this file. After save this file, if I open this drop down option, still it's not working. So let's use it with particular tag name. So I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous one. And here I'm going to type option. If I save this file and open this drop down, now you can see the result. Now you can see it's changed the font color of default value, which is India. Now let's talk about our last pseudo class. Our last pseudo class is root. We already used root pseudo class in our previous tutorial. When we work with CSS variable, we use this class. We use this class to declare variable. So I'm not going to explain it again. And if you want to learn about it, go to the variable section and watch this video. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. From the next tutorial, we are going to start pseudo element selector. So stay tuned. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with another tutorial related advanced CSS. And in this tutorial we are going to learn CSS pseudo element. In our previous tutorial we learned CSS pseudo classes. In our previous tutorial we already know we have total 4 type of CSS selector category. Simple selector, combinator selector, attribute selector, pseudo classes and pseudo element selector. And I already covered all of these in our previous tutorial, except pseudo elements. So today in this tutorial, I am going to cover pseudo elements. So let's see what type of pseudo elements we have. As you can see, we have total 6 type of pseudo elements: after, before, first letter, first line, selection and placeholder. And in this tutorial, I am going to cover only these 4 selectors: first letter, first line, selection and placeholder. And we are going to learn after and before at the next tutorial. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. And our HTML document starts with a paragraph and a unordered list, then again a paragraph. So I'm going to apply first letter and first line in these paragraphs. So let's start it. So I want to select the paragraph. So I'm going to type element name P. Then I'm going to use colon sign. But we need to use colon sign 2 times. For pseudo elements, we need to use 2 times. Then I want to select the first letter. So I'm going to type first letter. And inside the curly braces, I'm going to use a property named color. Color red. Also, I'm going to increase the font size. Font size, here I'm going to set 32 pixels. After save this file, you can see the result. As you can see in our web page, it applied this CSS first letter of this paragraph. It's changed the font color of this letter. Also, it increased the letter size. At the same way, if you want to select the first letter of li element, for that, just you need to replace P with li. And then save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. So this is the usage of first letter element. Now let's talk about our second element, which is first line. For that, I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous section. And here I'm going to select the paragraph P, and also I'm going to type first line. If I save this file, you can see the result. Here you can see it applied the style the first line of this paragraph. Now let's talk about our next element selector, which is selection. This is introduced in CSS 3. Let's see how we can use it. So first I'm going to comment out this section, and then I'm going to save this file. And if you notice, you can see whenever I select my paragraph, you can see our text color become white and the background color become blue. So this is called selection. If you want to change the background color, otherwise any property after selection, then you can use this element selector. Let me show you how. So first I'm going to select P element. Then colon, I'm going to type selection. Selection, and inside the round braces, our first property is background. Background, and the background color is red. And our second property is color. Color white. If I save this file, after save this file, if I select this paragraph element, as you can see, now our background color become red and text color become white. So this is the usage of selection element. But if I select the li tag, then it's not work. So I decide to apply this selection CSS to all of this web page. For that, just you need to remove the tag name P. Just you need to use : selection. After save this file, if you select paragraph and li tags, you can see the result. As you can see, it apply red background color and white text color. So this is how selection element work. Now let's talk about our last procedural element, which is placeholder. So for that, I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous section. And I'm going to save this file. Basically, placeholder work with HTML forms. That's why I opened my previous HTML document, which is from.html. And you are already familiar with this HTML form. As you can see in this form, we do not have any placeholder in this form. So here I'm going to add a placeholder. So in our first name input section, here I'm going to use a placeholder. And I'm going to type enter your name. Similarly, I'm going to add the placeholder in our last name section. So I'm going to copy the placeholder and type it here and place it here. And here I'm going to type enter your last name. Also, I'm going to add a placeholder in our your age section. So I'm going to type placeholder and here I'm going to pass 15 and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the placeholder in our input tags. And whenever I try to fill any input, it removes our placeholder. So this is the usage of placeholder. And now I want to style this placeholder. For that, we need to type : placeholder. And then inside the curly braces, I'm going to apply this CSS. Color, and I want red color. After save this file, you can see the result. It apply red color all the placeholder text. So I hope now it's clear for you what is the usage of placeholder. In the next tutorial, I'm going to cover after and before element selector. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Over if. Hey guys, good to see you back. This is the second tutorial related CSS element selector. And in this tutorial, I'm going to cover CSS after and before pseudo selectors. In our previous tutorial, we already learned about first letter, first line, selection and placeholder. And in this tutorial, I'm going to cover after and before. But before, we need to learn how actually after and before pseudo selector work. So in this document, as you can see, we have a paragraph. And now I'm going to style this paragraph using after and before. So first I'm going to select the element named paragraph P. Then : I'm going to type before. This is before element selector. Then inside the curly braces, our first property is background. Background red. With that, also I'm going to change the font color. And the color is white. So I want to use a hexa value #FFF. If I save this file, nothing going to happen. So now the question is how it's actually work. So here you can see a paragraph. Most of the developer think after means after the paragraph tag and before means before the paragraph tag. No, it is not like that. Before means the first child of this paragraph. After before, then our paragraph start. So before is the first child of this paragraph. At the same way, after is the last child of this paragraph. When the paragraph content is over, then comes the after tag. So both the elements are inside the paragraph tag, not outside the paragraph tag. So let's see how we can actually use it. But before we deep dive into it, you should know to use after and before, we need to use a CSS property named content. Without content, we cannot use after and before selector. So inside this before selector, here I'm going to use another CSS property, which is content. Content, here you can pass any text, any image, any URL, whatever you want. Here I want to type a text. So I'm going to use double quotes and I'm going to type hello. So now, if I save this file, you can see the result. So before our paragraph start, it add this word, hello. And at the same way, I'm going to create after selector. So I'm going to duplicate this section and I'm going to type after. And inside the double quotes, I'm going to type word. If I save this file, you can see the result. By the end of this paragraph, it add word. Let's reduce the font size. So here I'm going to type font size 30 pixel. And I'm going to save this file. Now you can see the result. Now, these are all child element of paragraph tag. So basically we create two elements using before and after selector. And if you want to use it as a div element, yes you can. You can set height and width to this element, etc. So I'm going to type display block. And I'm going to use the same property in our after section. Display block. After save this file, you can see the result. Now it's act like a div element. Also, if you want to add height and width, yes you can. So I'm going to type height 100 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now, let me show you another example. For that, I'm going to comment out this section and also I'm going to remove display property. With that, I want to use hover effect. P:/hover. If I save this file, as you can see, this is just a paragraph. But when I hover my cursor on this paragraph, you can see the result. As you can see, now it's appeared the after element, word. And whenever I remove my cursor, now it's disappeared. So this is the good example of after procedure selector. And remember, you can use after and before procedure selector with any tag. You can use it with paragraph, anchor tag, div element, etc. Whatever you want. But there is an exception. You cannot use it with image tag. You need to remember that. So I hope now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS function. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn attr function. ATTR function stands for attribute function. Now let's see how we can use this function practically. So as you can see, side by side, I opened my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. So as you can see, in our body tag, we have a paragraph tag P, and here I type hello world. And in our style section, as you can see, our body font family is Arial. And also I set some padding, and in our paragraph tag, here I set font size 35 pixel and set some margin. And now I want to use the attribute function. So at first, I'm going to take an attribute in paragraph tag. So I'm going to use class attribute, class. And next, and I'm going to assign a class name which is test. Now let's show you how we can use it. So first I'm going to select the paragraph, then I'm going to use a pseudo class which is called after. Then inside this pseudo class, as you know, when we use after pseudo class or before pseudo class, we use content property. So I'm going to type content. Content is necessary if we use after pseudo or otherwise before pseudo element. And here I'm going to call the attribute function ATTR, and I want to use which attribute? I want to use class attribute. Class. If I set this file, as you can see, after hello world, it print test. Let's change the font color to better understanding color, and I'm going to print green. Now you can see it print hello world from the paragraph, and then it print the class name which I assigned to this paragraph. The help of attribute function, we can print the particular tag attribute in the paragraph. Most of the cases we use this function with content. Otherwise we can use it with JavaScript. If I use another attribute, suppose I'm going to assign ID demo. This time I want to print the ID name. So if I pass inside the attribute function ID and then save this file, now you can see it print hello world, the ID name demo. So using attribute function, we can extract the value of any attribute. And now I'm going to show you another example. When I hover my cursor on this paragraph, then I want to show the attribute name. For that, we need to use hover procedure selector. Let me show you. P:/hover, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I hover my cursor in this paragraph, you can see the result. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with another tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial you are going to learn about a new property called CSS counter. And we are going to learn two property related counter increment and counter reset. But before, let's see what is counter. This is the example of counter. CSS counter are variables maintained by CSS whose value can be incremented by CSS rule. It is used to track how many times they are used. So as you can see in this example, we have body tag, and inside this body tag we have heading 1 tag, and then inside this heading 1 section we have heading 2 tag. Then we have HR, which is going to divide this section. But if you notice in our browser, the result is different. Before the text, as you can see, HTML and CSS, it prints section 1. At the same way, for the next H1 tag, it prints section 2. And for the third H1 tag, it prints section 3. Also, you can see we have some subsection inside this section 1. Also here, we numbering this subsection. So this is what we can do using counter. We don't need to mention this section manually. If I duplicate this portion, and change the text, suppose if I make it HTML and JavaScript, then set this section, you can see the result. Now it create a new section called section 4. And if I duplicate one of the subsection and save this file, you can see the result. In our section 2, we have now total 4 subsection. But before the H2 tag, we do not create anything. We do not type it manually. So using counter, we can track how many times we use. And as I told you, counters are like variables. As I told you, we have total 2 property related counter increment and counter reset. And also we have function related it, which is counter. These 2 property and the function correlated with each other. Now let's try to understand how this property and the function work. Our first property is counter reset. Here, at first we need to pass a counter name. Then we need to mention in which digit I want to run the counter. Here you can take any counter name. Just you need to remember you cannot provide any space in this name. Basically here we create a variable and a value. Our variable is counter name and the value we pass here. And our value is 1. And now we need to print this counter. For that we need to use this counter function. And to run this counter function you need to use CSS property, content. And then we need to mention the exact counter name using counter function. Counter, inside the round braces, as you can see here we create a counter named myCounter. So I'm going to pass the variable name. Then after call this value, we need to increment the value. Basically I want to say we need to increment the counter. For that, again we need to use this property, counter increment. In this property at first you need to mention which counter you want to increment. In our case, myCounter. And then we need to pass the increment value 5. In our case, I want to increment the counter with 5. So it's going to print, first it's going to print 1, then it's going to print 6. Because it increment the counter with 5. Next, it's going to print 6 plus 5. It's going to print 11. So at first, we need to create the counter reset. Here we need to mention counter name and the counter value. Then we need to print the counter using counter function. And for that, we need to use content property. Content counter, and inside the round braces we need to pass the which counter I want to increment. At the next step we need to increment the counter using counter increment property. Then it's not going to reset the counter. It's going to print the counter again. And after increment the counter, it's not going to reset the counter. Then it's going to print the counter. And after print the counter, again it's going to increment the counter. And it keep going on and on. Now let's talk about the practical usage of this property. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So in our HTML tag, we have heading 1 tag. Then we have some paragraph tags and heading 2 tags. First we have heading 2, then paragraph. First we have heading 2, then paragraph. So this is how I repeat this heading 2 and paragraph 4 times. And now I want to start a counter before all the headings. For that, we are going to use CSS counter increment and counter reset value. So let's see how it's work. So at first, I'm going to jump into the body tag, counter reset, and here I'm going to call counter reset property. Counter reset. First, I'm going to provide a counter name, and our counter name is my counter. After provide the name, then I'm going to pass a value and I'm going to pass 0. It means it's going to start the counter after 0 value. So it's going to start this counter from the 1. And now I'm going to select the heading 2 tag, h2 heading 2, and I'm going to use pseudo classes before. So before all the h2 tag inside the round braces, I'm going to use content. First we need to provide a name. First we need to provide a name for this content, and I'm going to pass the name chapter. Then I'm going to run a function named counter. So here we type counter, then inside the round braces, we need to pass the counter name, and the counter name is my counter. And then I'm going to use double quotes, and inside the double quotes I'm going to use column sign, and after use this column sign I use semicolon to end the line. And if I save this file, after save this file, now you can see before every h2 tag it add chapter 0. Now the question is why it print 0? Because here we do not increment our counter. We need to increment our counter, and to increment the value we need to use counter increment property. So let's call the counter increment property. So inside the h2, then I'm going to use counter increment. Then I want to increment my counter, and I want to increment by 1, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. Now it print chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4. Every time it increment our counter by 1. Now if I change the value to, now every time it's going to increment our counter by 2. After save this file, you can see the result. First it print chapter 2, then it print chapter 4, then it print chapter 6, then it print chapter 8. Let's change the chapter color for better understand. So I'm going to use color property, and I'm going to set green color. Sorry, green, not gray. After save this file, now it's much more visible. Now let's change the counter reset value. If I make it 5 and then save this file, this time you can see our chapter start with 7, because by default our counter value start with 5. Then it's going to add 2 in this counter. That's why it print chapter 7, and every time it's going to add 2 in our previous value. That's why it print chapter 9 and chapter 11 and chapter 13. So if I pass 1 counter increment and then save this file, now you can see it print serially numbers, but it start with chapter 6. Just you need to remember, in our counter reset property we need to provide, first we need to provide a counter name, then we need to mention from where we want to start our counter. And if I do not provide any value to counter reset property, so I'm going to remove this value and then save this file, then you can see it's work serially. By default counter reset value come with 0. That's why it print from 1, 2, 3, 4. And now you decide you don't want to print number in counter. You want to print alphabetics. For that, just you need to mention after my counter, comma, you need to mention upper alpha. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now it print chapter A, chapter B, chapter C, chapter D. At the same way, you can print it lowercase. Just you need to change upper to lower alpha. After save this file, you can see the result. This time you can see it print small letters. Chapter A, chapter B, chapter C, chapter D. And if you want to print Roman value, yes you can. Just you need to pass lower Roman. You can see now it print Roman numbers. And the last value is upper Roman. So if I pass upper and save this file, you can see it print Roman numbers in upper letter. Not only that, you can create sub counter inside the counter. Let me show you the example. For the next example, again I create a new HTML document named index2.html. So as you can see, we have heading 1 tag, then below this heading 1 tag, we have some heading 2 tag. So after every h1 tag, we have h2 tag. We have 3 h2 tag. So these are all subheading. And now I want to run two different counter for heading and different counter for subheading. So at first I'm going to create counter for h1 tag. So at first I'm going to call counter reset property. Counter reset section. I'm going to name it section. And then I'm going to create h1 before. So here I'm going to type h1 semicolon colon procedure selector before. Then inside the curly braces, first we need to call the content property. Content. Then inside the double quotes, I want to print section. Section space. Then I'm going to print the counter. And inside the round braces, we need to provide the counter name. And our counter name is section. Then after print this section, I want to print a colon sign. That's it. And then we need to increment the counter. So we need to call counter increment property. Counter increment, and I'm going to pass section. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. First it prints section 1, then it prints section 2, then it prints section 3 in our heading 1 tag. Now we need to create counter for subheadings, and it's going to work when we have only h1 tag. So to create this subcounter, we are going to jump into the h1 tag. So then inside the h1 tag section, we are going to create the counter reset. And I'm going to pass a name, and I'm going to name it subsection. And I'm going to increment with 1. So I'm not going to pass any value. Then we need to create before for h2. h2 colon before procedure selector. Before. Then inside the curly braces, so I'm going to copy this section and I'm going to paste it here. First, I'm going to replace section with subsection. So I copy the value and name content section with subsection. Then in our counter function, we need to change the value section to subsection. Also, we need to change in our counter increment section. After save this file, you can see the result. Inside every section, we have subsection, and also we assign counter to every subsection successfully. So this is how counter works. I hope you enjoy this process. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial we are going to learn about a new property, which is caret color. So let's see how we can use this property practically and what is the benefit of using this property. So as you can see side by side, I opened my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So in our body tag we have a from. Also you can see the HTML from in my browser. We have some input field: first name, last name, age, email and hobbies. Now the question is, what is caret? If I click on any input field, as you can see, if I zoom it little bit, as you can see, a cursor blink here. This is called caret. And if you want to change the blinking cursor color, just you need to use a property called caret color. So let me show you how we can use it. As you can see, I already select the input tag and text area. So inside this selection, I'm going to use caret color. Caret color, and I'm going to set red. If I save this file and click any of the input field, now you can see it changed my cursor color. Now you can see it changed the caret color. Now it become red. And it's applied the caret color in all input field. Also in our text area. You can use any color format, hexa, RGBA, etc. And if you pass auto, let me show you, then it is going to apply the default color, which is black. If I click on any input field, now you can see it return the black color. Also, if you don't want to show the caret, for that you can use transparent color. Let me show you. So I want to replace auto with transparent. If I save this file and click on any input field, now you cannot see my caret because now it's become transparent. But still you can write anything in this input field. Add 1. But you cannot see the caret. I hope now it's clear for you what is caret color. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial we are going to learn a new thing in CSS, which is CSS import rules. So where we use the import rule method. Suppose you have total 2 CSS file. Now you want to use one CSS file into another CSS file. For that we use import rule. We don't need to link two files in our HTML page. Just we need to link main CSS file with our HTML page and another one going to play the supportive role which gonna link with main.css file. And to import the CSS file into another CSS file, we need to use this rule @import. Then inside the double quotes we need to pass the file name, otherwise file path. Also there is another method that you can define import. This is the another method. Here you can use URL. If you want to provide absolute path, in that case you can provide path like this using URL. In our first method you can pass only relative path, but in our second method you can pass relative path also absolute path. With that it's come with another option where we can define media. As you can see in this example, here we use a media called print. So whenever someone try to print the page, in that case it's going to apply this CSS, printStyle.css. I hope you are already familiar with this media. All, print, screen and speech. All type of media cover 3 type of media at once. Second one is print. It is used only for print purpose. And third one is screen. It is used in our mobile screen, touch screen, tab, laptop, computer, etc. And last one is speech. Now let's see how we can use this media rule practically. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. And as you can see, we create a basic web layout. Here you can see we have header section, we have menu section, we have content section, sidebar section, and at the bottom we have footer section. And we do not put any color in this HTML page. And so if you notice, inside the head tag we have a link tag, and in this link tag here I link main.css file. This is our main.css file, and in this CSS file we write CSS basically for the structure, not for the color. That's why you cannot see any color in this page. And if you notice, you can see also we have another file named color.css. This file is separately created for colors: background color, header section color, menu section color, content section color, sidebar color, etc. And now I'm going to import this particular color.css file into main.css file. We can directly use the color.css file with our HTML using link tag, but I'm not going to use that. I'm going to import the color.css file into main.css file. So I'm going to import this file. Just one thing you need to remember, you need to import the file at the top. So here I'm going to type @import. Then inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass the file path, which is color.css, and semicolon to end this line. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, now it put all the color in my layout. It will color to the header section, menu section, sidebar section, and footer section. Also, the background of this web page. And now I want to import printstyle.css file. If someone try to print this web page, then I don't want to print sidebar section. Also, I don't want to print this menu bar. I just want to print the exact content section. For that, here we create a file printstyle.css. Here we basically hide the sidebar and menu section. As you can see, menu and sidebar display none. Also I increase the content with area 100%. And now I'm going to import this file using import rule method. So here I'm going to type @import, and this time I'm going to use URL. And inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass printstyle.css, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. And there is another problem. After import the printstyle.css, it removed our menu bar and our sidebar section. To resolve the problem, we need to define the media. We need to define the media purpose. For that, you need to define the media. So here, I'm going to type print. If I save this file, now you can see sidebar section, also the menu section. But if I try to print the page, let me show you, print. Now you can see in our print page, we don't have the menu section and the sidebar section. It print header, content, and the footer section. So this is what we can do using print media. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial we are going to learn about icon fonts. We are going to learn how we can use icon fonts in our HTML pages. But before we start our practical, let's see what are icon fonts. So as you can see, here I open a website template, and in this top bar section, as you can see, we have office address, sales department, open time, etc. But here you can see the icons before the text: open time, call us, and office address. Here you can see call icon, map icon, and clock icon. These are not an image. These are icon fonts. Also, you can see this icon at that section: gear icon, support icon, documentation icon, and cart icon. We do not use images for that. We use icon fonts to create this icon. As like any other fonts, these are all fonts. These icons are made with fonts. If we use images without font, then it's going to increase our server loading time. Also, it's going to create our website layout very heavy. That's why we use icon fonts. The benefit of using icon font is all type of fonts available in a single file. We don't need to search for any type of icon in a website. You can access thousands of images from one single file. Now let's see how we can insert it in our web page. For that, we need to go to Google and search for icon fonts. And here you can see a website, Font Awesome. This is one of the most popular websites that provide icon fonts. Without it, there are a lot of sites which provide icon fonts. Even Google provide icon fonts. But in this video tutorial, I would like to go with Font Awesome. So I'm going to click this link. As you can see, it's redirect to this website. So this provide free version, also it provide pro version. But we would like to go with free version. So I'm going to click this button, start for free. After click start for free, it's redirect to this page. Now here you can see in this section, it teach how we can use this font. We can use it in our web projects, desktop projects, with APIs. In various projects, we can use these fonts. But I would like to go with in our web project. So here you can see the download option. Just click on download option. After click on download option, it's redirect to this page. Now it's asked, this is Font Awesome version 6. This is the latest version. It released on April 2024. To download this font, just you need to go to the fontawesome.com/download page. From here you can see the option for download. As you know, we are going to use this font for our web projects. For that, we need to use this option. We need to download this option, free for web. I already download this font. If you click this option, automatically it's going to download this font. If you download this font, it will provide Sass file, less file that you can use with preprocessors. Also, it provides SVG files. And don't worry, we are going to learn about Sass, CSS preprocessor and SVG graphics in our upcoming tutorial. So after click this download button, it will be downloaded in a zip file. Then you need to extract this file. After extract this file, as you can see, if I open this folder, it provides CSS file, Sass file, less file, script, SVG, web fonts, etc. So at first, I'm going to open CSS folder. Here it provides all type of fonts, brands, regular, solid, SVG, etc. And if you want to use all of it, then you can use this file, all. Now let's try to explore what is the meaning of all type of font. So let's back to the website and click on this menu option, icons. If I click on icons, as you can see, here you can see Font Awesome version 6 provide total 30,199 fonts. But it is only for Pro version. Now let's scroll down the page a little bit and jump to the font section. So I'm going to start with solid fonts. Here you can see all the icons are solid. And if you want light fonts, then click on light. Now you can see all the fonts are made with borderline. Now these are not solid fonts. Similarly, if I select the thin section and uncheck the light section, now you can see icons border are more thinner than previous version. And if I show you the regular one, let me show you regular. Now you can see all the icons are made with 50-50. I want to say it made with solid, also it made with borderline. So it divide our icon in a different style. So it provide all type of CSS for that. But if you want to use all type of font at once, for that you can use this one, this option, all. So we are going to use all fonts. So I'm going to copy this file and I'm going to move it in our current working directory. This is my current working directory and I'm going to paste it here. With that, I need to copy another folder, which is web fonts. So I'm going to copy this font, web font folder. Here you can see all type of fonts. So I'm going to copy the whole folder and I'm going to paste in my current working directory. For me and you, it is the difficult way to use web fonts. Don't worry. Also, I'm going to show you the easy path. Now, let's jump into the Visual Studio Code Editor. So as you can see, we are in my code editor and this is my current working directory. Here you can see the all.css file. Also, we have a folder named web fonts. Now, I'm going to open all.css file. And now, we need to link all the font which is inside our web fonts folder with this file. For that, we need to scroll down my page. We need to scroll down all.css page and as you can see, we have source and this source redirect to all the font which is inside the web font folder. So we need to link it again. For that, we need to change the current root directory. We need to redirect it web font folder. So I'm going to remove this two dot from every URL link. Because this folder is my current working directory. That's why we don't need to go 2 steps further to link the folder. I know this is the very difficult way. This is not the easy way, but I need to show you that. And then I'm going to save this file. This is it. And now I'm going to open my previous project where we create a basic web layout. Did you remember this project, basic web layout? Yes, we are going to apply all the icon fonts in this project. And now we need to link all.css file in this web page. So inside the head tag, after the title tag, I'm going to type link, and we need to provide the path of this file, all.css, and I'm going to save this file. Now our icons are ready to use. Now let's see which icon we are going to use. We are going to use home icon for home link menu. So let's jump into the website. Then you need to select the free option. Because we are going to use free version of font, that's why I would like to go with free option. And for home, I'm going to use this icon, house. So I'm going to click this icon. After click this icon, as you can see, it provides some option. We can download it as a SVG file. Also, it provides HTML link. If I use the code, the exact code, then it's going to create the icon. Also, if you are coding with React, also it provides code for React, for Vue, and also it provides SVG code. But we are going to use the font in our HTML page. So I'm going to copy this link. And if you notice, our icon is solid. That's why it assigns a class FA solid. And this is the icon of house. Also it assigns a class FA house. If I use the regular version, now you can see our class is still same, FA house, but also it assigns another class named FA regular. At the same way, if I click on lighter version, now it assigns a class FA light, and it is a house, that's why it returns FA house. And if I select this option, now it assigns a new class, which is FA duotone, means dual tone. At the same way, if you click on this option thin, now you can see it provides FA thin class. So we are going to start with solid class, FA solid. So again, I'm going to copy this code. So I copy this snippet and I'm going to paste it before the home. So we need to go to the menu section in my HTML page. Then before the home, we need to paste it here. So if I save this file, now you can see the home icon attached with home menu option. And if you do not like solid icon, just you need to change the class name. Suppose I want to use light version, light, FA light. And if I save this file, after save this file, as you can see, it's not going to work properly because I think if I select the light version, yes, it's a pro version. Only pro version can use this option. Now we have only one option. We need to go with solid. So I'm going to copy this code again and replace it with the older one. And save this file again. So we have some limitation. This version is not free for all. In our free version, it provides only 1392 icons. So we need to go with some older version of this font. As I told you earlier, I am going to show you total 2 methods that we can use web fonts in our web pages. This is the difficult one. And now I am going to show you the easy method. Very easy method. So as you can see, here I open a website named w3school.com. This website is a best resource to learn website development. Now click on the CSS section. After click on CSS section, scroll down a little bit. Here you can see the option named CSS icons. Click on this option and this will provide total 3 examples how you can use CSS icons. It provides Font Awesome CDN link. Also it provides Bootstrap icon CDN link. With that, it provides Google Fonts. As I told you, we are going to use Font Awesome for this tutorial. So here you can see an option named Read more about how to start it with Font Awesome in our Font Awesome 5 tutorial. Its free edition provides total 588 icons. So at first we need to copy this script tag. So I'm going to copy this script tag and then I'm going jump into my Visual Studio Code editor. Then inside this head tag, at first I'm going to paste this script tag. So after title, I'm going to paste this script tag and I'm going to save this file. Next, let's back to the website again. Next, we are going to try some accessibility icons. So I click on this link and as you can see, it provides some accessibility icons. Suppose you want to use this caption icon. For that, you need to copy this class. Then, after copy this class, let's jump into the Visual Studio Code. Let me show you. So here, I'm going to use I tag. Then inside this I tag, I'm going to assign a class. And as I told you, we need to use the particular class to use the caption icon, which is FAS FA closed captioning. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, it's not working because here we need a particular JS code. For that, let's back to browser again. For that, you need to log into this website. It will provide you the JavaScript code, font awesome JavaScript code, something like that. This is your personal font awesome CDN link. Just copy this code and back to the browser and replace this code, replace the old code with new code and then save this file. After save this file, now you can see the result. It print caption sign. And then I'm going to duplicate this line multiple times, total 3 times. And now, step by step, I'm going to increase the height of this font. So for that, we need to use style attribute, style. As I told you, our icons work as a font. So we can use the font properties to manipulate this font size. So I'm going to use font size property, font size, and I'm going to assign 24 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, it increased our first font size. At the same way, I'm going to increase all the font size. So at the next font, I'm going to assign 36 pixel. Style, font size 36. With that, I want to assign a new font color. And it is very simple to change color of this font. Just you need to use color property. Color, and I want red color. Then just save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. Then I'm going to duplicate this line again, and this time I'm going to remove both the lines because we don't need to type this much of code there. Just I'm going to increase the value. This time I'm going to use 48 pixel, and here I'm going to use green color and save this file again. Now let's try other icons. So again, I back to the website and jump into the CSS icons section and redirect to Font Awesome 5 tutorial. From here, according to situation, you can get various fonts. Suppose if you want alert fonts, so these are the alert fonts that you can use in your website. And if you want animal icons, just click on animal icons, you can see the result. It's provide all type of icons according to your needs. Date and time, design, editor, education, etc. Suppose I'm going to use this one, this bell icon. But this time I'm not going to use this class name. I'm going to use the Unicode. Just we need to use only one class name, FAS. Let me show you. So I'm going to copy this Unicode and let's back to the Visual Studio Code editor. So here I'm going to create a button, and in this button, then inside this button, I'm going to use I tag, and in this I tag, first I'm going to assign a class, and in this class, we need to use only one class name, FAS. Then I'm going to use the particular Unicode. We need to use this Unicode to use the bell icon. Also, I'm going to pass a text in this button, and here I'm going to type button, and I'm going to set this file. Now you can see this button tag come with a bell icon, and if you want to increase the button size, the bell size, otherwise text size, just you need to use font size property. Style, I'm going to use font size, and for this button I'm going to use 24 pixel, and I'm going to save this file again. After save this file, you can see the result. So this is how we can use different icons according to the situation. There are various websites that provide this kind of font. but Font Awesome is the best one. If you have Pro subscription, then you are able to access all of it. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with another tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial we are going to learn scroll bar styling. Before we start our practical, let's see what kind of style we can apply in our scroll bars. As you can see in this example, we have total 6 different scroll bar. We have solid scroll bar, we have scroll bar with box shadow, we have scroll bar which is made with border, we have gradient scroll bar, etc. To create this kind of scroll bar, CSS introduced some new properties. These are not properties, these are pseudo elements. So let's try to understand the pseudo elements. These pseudo elements are particularly introduced to style scroll bar. The first pseudo element is scroll bar. The second pseudo element is scroll bar thumb. The third one is scroll bar track. And fourth one is scroll bar corner. Some browsers do not support this element. Only Chrome, Safari and Opera support it properly. Also, we do not use this property directly in our browser. We need to use prefix, WebKit. And after using WebKit prefix, it's look like that. After 2:, we need to type -WebKit hyphen, then we need to pass the pseudo element name. So without talk too much, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So as you can see, here we created div element and also we set an ID test. With that, also you can see a vertical scroll bar, and I'm going to style this scroll bar, and I already applied some CSS in this test div. Here we set width 250 pixel, height 400 pixel. Also we set margin, border and overflow auto. That's why you can see the scroll bar. So at first we need to select the div element using its ID name. Hashtag test hyphen WebKit. We need to use this prefix. Without using prefix, I think it's not going to work. So I'm going to type WebKit dash scroll bar. Then inside the curly braces, using this pseudo class, we can define scroll bar width. We can define custom scroll bar width. So I'm going to take width 20 pixel. If I save this file, you cannot see anything because we need to apply a background color. So I'm going to use background property, background, and I'm going to use gray color. After save this file, you can see the result, and also you can notice the thickness of the scroll bar. And now we need to apply scroll bar track. So I'm going to duplicate this section, and here I'm going to type scroll bar dash track. Here I'm not going to mention width, just we need to mention the background color. And for now I'm going to apply green color, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, it defines our track. Also, I'm going to comment out this background color from scroll bar. Remember, our cursor move on scroll bar track, not the scroll bar. To make it more clear, let me apply some border radius. Some type border radius, I'm going to apply 10 pixel. After save this file, you can see the border. This is our scroll bar track area. And now I'm going to apply our third property, our third pseudo element, which is scroll bar thumb. So I'm going to duplicate this section and I'm going to replace track with thumb. With that, I'm going to change the thumb color. Otherwise, you cannot understand the thumb. I'm going to apply yellow color and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see our scroll bar thumb work properly. Also, you can apply gradient colors. So I'm going to apply linear gradient color. So I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous line. And here I'm going to type linear gradient. And here I'm going to pass total 2 color, red, and our second color is yellow. After save this file, you can see the result. Also, we can apply the gradient color in our track. Let's make this scroll bar track little attractive. So here I'm going to apply gray color. And I'm going to save this file. Let's use some lighter version of this gray color. Not accurate gray, this much of gray. And I'm going to save this file. Yes, now it's looking pretty fine. Also, I'm going to apply little box shadow. So I'm going to type box shadow. First, I'm going to insert it. Insert. Then from x-axis 0, from y-axis 0. And for the blurriness, I'm going to use 6 pixel. And also, we need to apply the shadow color. So I'm going to type RGBA. RGBA inside the round braces. Red, for red, I'm going to pass 0. For green, also I'm going to pass 0. And for blue, also I'm going to pass 0. And for the alpha value, I'm going to pass 0.3. I want 30% transparent. If I save this file, you can see the result. After assigning the box shadow, it's look like a 3D shape. Now our scroll bar look little attractive. With that, I'm going to use the similar type of box shadow in our thumb area. So I'm going to copy this section, box shadow, and I'm going to paste it here. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. So this is vertical scroll bar. Also, you can apply horizontal scroll bar. For that, we need to pass an image. So here I'm going to type image.source, and if I show you my current working directory, there is an image.jpg. I'm going to pass the file path, image.jpg, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, here you can see the horizontal scroll bar. And both the scroll bar follow the same property. Now, if you notice, you can see at the corner, we have a space. To fill this corner area, it's also come with this pseudo element, which is scroll bar corner. For that, I'm going to duplicate this section and replace thumb with corner. And at the corner, I'm going to use only the background color. I don't need to use border radius. Yes, you can if you want to use it. So I'm going to type background, and I want background red color. If I save this file, you can see the result. Also, you can use gradient color if you want to use. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can style our scroll bar. For that, we need to use some pseudo element selector, which is scroll bar track, scroll bar thumb, and scroll bar corner. And if you want to play with the scroll bar width, yes, you can. If you want to reduce it something 10 pixel and then save this file, you can see the scroll bar. And it is apply the width property only the vertical scroll bar. At the same way, if you want to mention the height, then it is going to apply the horizontal scroll bar. Now your scroll bar designing and behavior control is in your hand. After mention the scroll bar width, then we need to provide scroll bar track where our scroll bar going to move, and then we need to create the thumb element. And at last, we can control the scroll bar corner. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can use these properties. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hey guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn a new value. This value is related display property, which is flow root. In our previous tutorial, we already covered these values related display property. But there is another value introduced in display property, which is flow root. Now let's see where we can use this value. Suppose we have a div element, and inside this div element we have another div element. So this is our parent div element and this is our child div element. So whenever we use float property to child div element, then it create a issue. It not matter whatever value you use, it may be right or left. And the issue look like that. As you can see, the parent div close above the child div element, and the child div element go outside to this parent div. To resolve this issue, we already have two solutions. Our first solution is we need to use overflow property in our parent div, overflow auto. But this solution is not work properly all the browser. Sometimes it do not work on Internet Explorer. So this solution is not suggested. Without this, we have another solution, which is clear fix. To use clearfix, we need to use after pseudo selector. We need to use this pseudo class in our parent div. And then we need to use 3 CSS property: content, a blank content, then display property and clear property. Also, this solution is not perfect because here we need to type multiple lines. We need to take after selector, we need to take 3 properties, and we call this method clearfix. And this is also not a permanent solution. But now CSS introduced permanent solution, which is called display flow root. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Liveserver extension, and I already create an HTML document named index.html. So as you can see, in our body tag, we have a parent div tag, and inside this parent div tag, we have a child div tag. And you can see the result in my browser. And also, I style these div elements. This is for parent div element. Here we set width 600 pixel, and then we set margin 50 by 50, and also we set 2 pixel solid border. Then in our child tag, we use 100 pixel width and 100 pixel height. With that, its background color is red. And now I'm going to use float property at my child div element. So here I'm going to type float let. After save this file, here you can see the issue. Now child div element move out from the parent div element. To resolve this problem, CSS introduce flow root value. So in our parent div element, I'm going to use display property, display flow root, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, now it resolved our problem. If I use float right and then save this file, you can see the result. Now it move our child div element at right side. Also, it do not destroy our parent structure. I hope now it's clear for you what is the usage of this value. If we use this value, we don't need to use overflow, otherwise clearfix. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, welcome back. In this tutorial, I'm going to introduce you what is CSS grid and how it's work, and why should we use CSS grid. The first benefit is it's a two-dimensional grid system. It's kind of new layout system. We call it two-dimensional because we can handle rows and columns together. Our second benefit is grid layout replace float layout. We don't need to use float property anymore, like margin, clear, and we don't need to focus on float left and float right. We can create layouts very easily. Our third benefit is it creates our code very fast and clean, because we don't need to focus on float properties, and it increases code readability. And our fourth benefit is we don't need to use any CSS framework like Bootstrap, Foundation, Materialize CSS, etc. Because if you understand grid properly, then you don't need to use any framework, because you can handle all the things with CSS grid. Let's try to understand how actually grid works. Suppose this is a div, and inside this div we have 6 different divs, and we call this structure grid system. Without using float and margin, we can provide gaps here, and we can handle it together. We call this parent container is grid container. To create this grid container, we need to use a CSS property in our parent div, which is display property, display grid. When we use display property grid, it automatically assumes this parent container as a grid container. And as you can see, all the items on this div, we call it grid items. Here you can see an individual div, we call it grid cell. And here you can see some lines between this div, and we call it grid line. Here you can see 4 grid lines. These are all vertical lines. And here you can see a gap between these 2 cells, we call it gutter. Similarly, these lines are working vertically. And as I told you, it's working two-dimensional, and we can handle it very easily. And it's work like table cells, row and columns. Here you can see, according to the structure, we have 2 grid row in our image. And here you can see in yellow borders, we call it grid columns. And here you can see a gap between rows and columns, and we call it grid area. So in our upcoming videos, we are going to understand how we can create grids. So in our upcoming video, I'm going to cover all the grid properties in this tutorial series. And we are also going to learn how we can create a beautiful layout using these grid properties. And here you can see the browser's name, which can support our grid system. Internet Explorer doesn't support grid system. Edge support it, Firefox support it, Chrome support it, Safari support it, and also Opera support it. Most of the time, we are work with Chrome, Safari and Firefox. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn how we can create grids. We are going to start with two properties. Our first property is grid template column and our second property is grid template row. So let's start the practical and try to understand how it's work. Here you can see I already created a HTML document and I open this HTML document using Live Server extension. And in our right side, you can see our web browser. So first, I'm going to create a div where I'm going to create a grid container. Div. And also I'm going to assign a class to this div. Class container. And inside this div, I'm going to create 6 other divs. Div. And I'm going to set a class. Class item. And item 1. And I'm going to duplicate this div for 5 times. Here I use multiple classes and I'm going to change the class's name. Item 2, item 3, item 4, item 5 and item 6. And inside this div, I'm going to type some text. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, and last one is sixth. If I save this file, here you can see all the divs. First, second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth. So first, I'm going to set a background color to this container. Dot container background gray. If I save this file, here you can see the result. And also I'm going to assign a width to this container. Width 700 pixel. And also I'm going to provide margin to this container. Margin for top I'm going to use 50 pixel. For left I'm going to use 0. For bottom I'm going to use 0. And for left I'm going to use 50 pixel. And if I save this file, here you can see the result. And now I'm going to provide different color for different items. So I'm going to create a selector. Dot item 1. And also I'm going to set a background to this item. Red. If I save this file, you can see the result. And now I'm going to duplicate this item multiple times. For item 2, I'm going to set orange color. For item 3, I'm going to set green color. For item 4, I'm going to set yellow color. For item 5, I'm going to set blue color. And for item 6, I'm going to set purple color. If I set this file, you can see the results. Here you can see all the color in our divs. So let's back to our parent div, which class is container. I'm going to use a property which is display. And I'm going to use display grid. If I save this file, here you can see there is no changes. Because we do not create row and column to this grid. First I'm going to create columns. So I'm going to use grid template column. Here we can mention how many columns we want. With that, we can mention column widths. Suppose I want 2 columns. Our first column is 200 pixel width and our second column is 250 pixel width. If I save this file, here you can see it's create our columns. Our first column take 200 pixel width and our second column take 250 pixel width. Here you can see in one row we create 2 columns. Suppose I want to change first column width, something 350 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the column width. Similarly, we can set height using another property. Let me show you. Grid template rows. Here we can define how many rows we want. Here you can see we have total 3 rows in our parent container div. For our first row, I want to set 100 pixel height. If I save this file, here you can see the result. It's applied for our first row only. And for our second row, I want to set 200 pixel height. And for our third row, I want to set 100 pixel height. If I save the file, here you can see the result. And if you notice, it doesn't affect our container width, which is 700 pixel. Not only that, we can add another column to this div. For this, first I'm going to reduce the value of this first column, 150 pixel. And for our third column, I'm going to take 150 pixel once again. 150 pixel once again. So if I save this file, here you can see the result. Now it creates 3 columns. And here you can see for our first row, it set height of 100 pixel. And for our second row, it set height of 200 pixel. And there is no third row in this container. And if we had third row in our container, it's going to set 100 pixel height. Let me show you. So I'm going to duplicate this item once again. And if I save this file, oops, sorry, we need to duplicate our div, not the selector. So if I duplicate this div and save this file, here you can see the result. Here you can see for our third row, it creates 100 pixel height, because we mentioned 100 pixel height for our third row. Here you can see a blank space. And now I want to fill this blank space with our third column. For this, we need to use a property, which is auto. If I save this file, here you can see it fill the area with our last column. It's going to fill all the remaining space with our third column. Suppose I want to change our second column width, 100 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. And if I use auto for our second column width, and if I use this value for our third column width, and if I save this file, here you can see a result. Now you can see our first column take 150 pixel width, and our last column take 100 pixel width, and our blank space covered with second column, because we use auto value for our second column. Let me show you one thing. If you use Firefox or Chrome browser, just press F12. It's open developer option in your browser. And if you highlight the container div, here you can see an option named grid. And also you can see the properties here, display grid. And also you can see a grid icon here. It's called grid editor. If you click on it, here you can see a lot of options. For now, I'm not going to explain it. I will explain all the things later, so I close it. But if I click on this grid option, here you can see some line. And also you can see the line numbers. And we call it grid lines. It's only possible if you use display grid property. Here you can see we use pixels, but we can use percentage also. Let me show you. Suppose I want to use 2 columns. For first column, I want to use 40%. And for our second column, I want to use 30%. If I save this file, here you can see the result. Our first column covers 40% area of our total width of container. And now I want to use third column. And for our third column, I'm going to use auto value. If I save this file, you can see the result. Our first column take 40%, our second column take 30%, and our third column also take 30%. Because our first and second column take 70%. And if I minus 70% from 100%, the remaining value is 30%. That's why it's take 30%. Not only that, we can use pixel with percentage. Suppose for our first column, I want to use 100 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. Our first column is 100 pixel, and our second column take 30% of our container width, and our third column cover the remaining space. Not only that, there is another unit, which is FR, means fraction. Suppose I want 2 columns of 1 FR and another one is 1 FR. If I save this file, here you can see it half our container div. Our first column take first half and our second column take our second half. And if I use another 1 FR value and save this file, here you can see it's create total 3 columns and all the columns take similar width. It's equally divide the container width, which is 700. And if I use 2 FR value for our third column and then save the file, here we can see our third column take 2 times space than our first column and second column. Here you can see we can control grids without using float. And next I'm going to use another property, which is grid gap. Let me show you. And I'm going to use 15 pixel. And if I save this file, here you can see it's provide equal gap between rows and columns. If I click on this grid option, you can see it. Now you can see it clearly. In the next tutorial, I'm going to explain you clearly. And there is another unit which can we use as a grid template column value, which is repeat. Let me show you. Repeat is basically a function. Suppose you want 2 columns with equal width. So in our first parameter, we need to pass how many columns we want. In our case 2. And then we need to pass the width size, which is 150 pixel. If I save this file, here you can see the result. Here we don't need to type the width value multiple times. If we want 4 columns, just we need to type 4 here. If I save this file, here you can see the result. It creates 4 columns with same width. For now, I'm going to use 2 columns. With that, I want to use 1 FR column. Yes, we can do it. Just type 1 FR. If I save this file, here you can see the result. First it creates 2 equal size with column, and then it covers the remaining space with our third column. Similarly, we can use percentage value and pixel value here. Let me show you. Suppose I want 40% column. If I save this file, here you can see the result. Similarly, we can use our fraction unit in our rows. Not only that, we can use fraction unit for our rows. But before, I'm going to set a height to our parent container. Height 700 pixel. If I save this file, here you can see the result. And now I want 2 rows with equal height. So I'm going to use repeat function. 2 rows with 1 FR height. If I save this file, here you can see the result. Here you can see it's equally divide our rows. This value is only applied for 2 rows, first and second. If I use 3 and then save the file, here you can see all the 3 rows are equally divided. Their height is equal. Similarly, we can use pixel value here. Suppose for our first row, I'm going to use 100 pixel. For our second row, I'm going to use 30%. And for our third row, I'm going to use 1 FR unit. If I save this file, here you can see the result. I hope now the concept is clear for you. These 2 properties are most important to create a grid structure. Our first property name is grid template column and our second property name is grid template rows. In our next tutorial, we are going to understand what is grid gap. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Good to see you back, guys. In this tutorial, we are going to learn a new property related CSS grid, which is CSS grid gap. We have total 3 property related grid gap. Our first property is grid row gap and our second property is grid column gap and last one is grid gap. Let's try to understand how grid gap property works. Here you can see a gap between grid items. We call it grid gap. If it comes with row wise, then we call it row gap. And if it comes with column wise, then we call it column gap. So let's start the practical and try to understand how it's works. Here you can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Lifesaver extension. And I already created an HTML document in my directory. Here you can see we have total 2 grid columns with 1 FR value. And we have total 3 rows in our grid. 100 pixel, 150 pixel and 100 pixel. So between these items I want to put a gap. Maybe row wise, maybe column wise. So first I want to use row wise gap. So I'm going to use a property grid row gap. And I want to assign 10 pixel gap between these rows. Let me show you. 10 pixel. If I set this file, here you can see the result. Let's increase the value, 30 pixel. Here you can see the gaps between rows. You can increase the gap size how much you want. So this is row gap. And if you want to space between column wise, then you need to use grid column gap property. Let me show you. So I'm going to type grid column gap. And I'm going to use 20 pixel gap between columns. If I save this file, here you can see the result. Here you can see row gap is 30 pixel and column gap is 20 pixel. Not only that, we can use shorthand property for these 2 properties. For this, we need to use grid gap property. Let me show you. Gap. First, we need to pass row value and then we need to pass column value. For row, I'm going to use 20 pixel. and for column I'm going to use 30 pixel. If we use grid gap property, we don't need to use this property anymore, so I'm going to remove it. If I save this file, here you can see the result. The distance between row is 20 pixel and the distance between column is 30 pixel. And if I use equal value for row gap and column gap, 30 pixel for row and 30 pixel for column, and save this file, here you can see the result. And now I want to show 3 column in our container. So I'm going to type 3, repeat column 3. If I save this file, here you can see the result. And also you can see the similar gap between grid items. And here you can see a blank space because we use 3 different row size. If I remove this one, last one, and save this file, now you can see there is no gap. Our first row height is 100 pixel and our second row height is 150 pixel. I hope now it's clear for you what is grid gap property. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial.